beauty and terror. Just keep going. No feeling is final. Rainer Maria Rilke. Prologue, 1952. Clay Lockhart's cries echoed for half a mile up the rain-drowned coastline, carried on the late January storm that tore across the Outer Hebrides, an isolated, wind-swept stretch of archipelagos in western Scotland. The rain had come quick, driven by a snell, cold wind that cut through old rattling window panes and down to bone. In Saltwell, a small shoreline community along St. Magnus Bay, the residents shuttered windows, called in their children, and herded livestock indoors, as they had always done when a western gale lashed against their sturdy homes. But Clay Lockhart flung open his oak front door and strode out into the storm, a body slumped and weighted in his arms, golden hair spilling from a pallid skull, arms swaying like wet dish rags. Neighbors farther up the coastline saw his silhouette in the flashes of moonlight between storm clouds, and they made note of the white dressing gown that the body in his arms still wore, now stained with blood from the waist down. He carried her out to the cliff's edge of his property, overlooking the brutal sea, and he began to dig. It would be an hour until the work was done, when he finally knelt down, knees in the graying mud, hair slopped with sea rain, and placed her carefully in the earth, just as he'd done with his parents a decade earlier. He strode back to the house to retrieve the two smaller bodies. They were merely stones, tiny as garden squash, not yet ripe. He placed them beside his wife, nested against her ribs. Then began the gut-hard work of shoveling wet dirt back into the three-wide grave. This tale, of the night Clay Lockhart buried his wife and his newly born twins in the soil beside the sea, might have been the only story told the following morning. It might have circulated as the most notable news passed among the Northern Isles for weeks after, if it had been the only troublesome thing to happen that uncommon stormy night. But it was not. Clay Lockhart staggered back to his house, shoulders bent under the weight of grief and the work of digging. The sea rain screamed through the open doorway, and when he disappeared inside, the storm began to thrash and spit, as if it were no longer pushed ashore from the sea, but up from Hades itself. Old waves and pike staves, his neighbor, Neil Hagdorn, a particularly bad-tempered sheep farmer, would later say when remembering the violence of the storm that night, the way the sky turned a sulphurous green, rain pelting the walls of every home like black stones from Lochmaw Beach. Neil Hagdorn heard the cracking of the land, the rush of water as if a landslide were spilling down from the treeless moorhills to the east. The splitting of rock vibrated across the isles, and many believed it was an earthquake, or the fabled long-slumbering giant Benandonner, who had awoken from his centuries-long rest and was now displacing the land by raising feet and elbows up from the storm-soaked earth. But it was neither earthquake nor giant that shook the Hebrides. By morning, when Neil Hagdorn swung open his door and looked up the coastline, he found the whitewashed house atop the sea cliff, where Clay Lockhart had lived with his pregnant wife, was gone. But it wasn't merely the house that had vanished. The entire plot of land was missing. Neil, even with his bad hip, was the first to amble up the steep shore and look down at the place where the house once stood, expecting to find it reduced to broken beams and glass and piles of foundation stones far below the cliff edge. But there were only waves battering against the rocks, and no sign of the house or the land. Neil lifted his eyes and peered out at the sea, the sky now calmed, the air flinty and strange, and he wondered. In the years that followed, stories sifted from neighbor to neighbor, from one island town to the next. Tales of Clay Lockhart, whose wife died in childbirth and whose grief was so deep and wide it split the ground clean open the night of a storm, causing the house and the 4 hectares of land it sat on to crack free of the mainland and drift out into the Atlantic. Sea-mad sailors, fishermen, and hardened captains swore they saw the newly formed island with its white house perched atop a stony outcropping, drifting out into the farthest reaches of the deep gray Atlantic. Men would go to their graves, insisting that they saw someone on that island. Clay Lockhart, still delirious with grief, wandering the rocky shores of the island with no intention of calling out to the ships for help, of ever leaving the place where he had buried his wife and 2 infant children. It's known as Saltwell Island, a ghost ship, a fabled drifting island that should be avoided, a cursed heap of land. But over time, these warnings faded. The old tales were dismissed as superstition and lore. Clay Lockhart, in his despair, likely flung himself over the cliff's edge that night. And as for the house, perhaps it broke apart in the storm, lashed to splinters, sloughed off into the sea along with the rich, grassy shoreline. And the locals simply preferred to tell stories of forsaken islands lost to the Atlantic than the truth. A man whose sorrow drove him into the sea. It would be many decades later, on a foreign, distant coastline, before someone else would spot the elusive island and dare to step foot onto its rocky shores. A girl named Eleanor Mills, whose life would veer off course on a rainy, tempest night, who would be both remembered and forgotten because of that island, because of what would happen, and what already had. Chapter 1, 2007. Nova Scotia rose up from the Atlantic as if it were a clot of broken teeth, forced from the maw of a giant mouth. I hated it that first summer. Arriving by train, Grandma June standing with a hand over her eyes to shield the dull afternoon sun. Her skin was bronzed and rough from her days spent wandering the shoals and tide pools along the outer rim of eastern Nova Scotia, and her eyes still had that dewy sapphire quality, like she could see across the entire ocean to the coast of Ireland on a clear day. I hardly knew her that first year. She was merely a collection of stories told to me by my mother. It was only supposed to be temporary, a couple months at most, Mom had said when she kissed my forehead and ushered me onto the Amtrak train car that would take me through the forested, craggy backbone of eastern Canada. "I'll write soon," she called out to me, eyes watering, the mournful gray of the Ohio skyline sinking away behind her as the train inched down the tracks. Mom had found a job out west, in Silicon Valley, and once she was settled into an apartment, she would send for me. But over the next 4 months, her letters and phone calls became more infrequent. She met someone, a man at the company where she was working as an executive secretary. He already had 3 kids, and a house that was surely big enough to accommodate me as well, her only child. But she never asked me to come. She'd send postcards addressed to Eleanor Mills, the last name we would soon no longer share, now that she was engaged to be married. A first name I no longer wanted. It was Nana who started calling me Ellie. She said Eleanor was too long, not easily shouted over the crashing waves when we were out searching the shoals at low tide. So Ellie became my summer name, a name that made me feel like someone else. A name Mom didn't even know. But she kept sending her letters, telling me that she missed me and thought of me whenever she looked out at the sea and imagined our 2 oceans touching, the Atlantic and Pacific meeting at the rugged Cape Horn in South America. And this made her feel not so alone. Yet, she didn't miss me enough to send money for a ticket so I could come live with her in her big new house overlooking a valley of tinseled, tech-funded lights. I was no longer my mother's daughter. I was a memory she was trying to stuff into her past, tamped down good. Maybe it was a reminder of my father she was trying to escape. A colossal fucking mistake, I heard her whisper to Nana once over the phone. A one-night stand. A man she never saw again after that singular encounter, when a cluster of eager cells began dividing in her womb. He was a donor, not a father. Nothing more. After a whole year at Grandma June's, she let me paint the walls of my room a warm buttercream yellow and insisted I call her simply Nana. She enrolled me in the local middle school at the other end of town, and I knew. It was no longer temporary. I was staying for good on the harsh, rain-splattered coastline of Nova Scotia. I made a handful of friends, not the kind of friendships that would last a lifetime, but the fleeting kind, names I wouldn't recall in adulthood. And each day after school, I walked home up the slick, salty bayfront, counting the fishing boats chugging back into the harbor from open waters. I'd gather seashells and smooth rocks from the shoreline in front of Nana's house, and when I got home, I'd spread my books and homework out on the picnic table on the back porch, while Nana brought me Earl Grey tea and salted apricot scones she'd baked that afternoon. It was an easy, untroubled way to plod through my middle school years. Until the autumn after my 12th birthday. A storm had picked up steam on the outer cape and roared against the mainland. I lay in bed, counting the paper stars I had cut from matte black construction paper and hung with navy blue string from my ceiling. 27 in all. Usually the counting helped me sleep, but that night the rain was thundering against the metal roof, the wind screaming in from the bay, thudding the half-broken shutter outside my bedroom window. I was used to storms by then. Of sleeping so close to the ocean, I learned to measure the tide just by sound. I could hear its heavy roll when it rose up the beach in front of Nana's house, and its soft shush, shush when it slid back, retreating as if it were water down a bathtub drain. But that night, the storm made a different sound. A deep-bellied scraping. The grating, grinding wheeze of metal on rock, of a ship coming around, its bow tearing apart against the shallow boulders just off the cape. A ship had wrecked itself against the rocks in front of our home. I was certain of it. Rising from bed, I could just make out a bit of light across the bay, a wet, distant orb swaying back and forth in the rain and wind. At the back door, I yanked on my boots and navy blue raincoat, then went down the shore toward the light. Rain poured from the sky. The air smelled of rotten fish and something else, a faraway scent I didn't recognize, like fresh mango, coconut maybe, or some unfamiliar aroma I didn't yet have a word for. My gut told me something was odd about that storm, about that night, beneath those dizzying stars barely visible through the clouds. Still, I waded into the sea up to my ankles and stared out at the single light flickering in the wind. No shouts of distress, no horn signaling to whoever was on duty at the lighthouse that a ship needed assistance. I should have run back to the house and woken Nana. If I had, everything would have been different. But I was willful, intrepid in those years. And there was something about that light, the otherworldly nature of it, that spurred a curiosity inside me I couldn't shake. I slid Nana's small, single-prop fishing boat down the sand and into the water. The engine sputtered to life after 2 pulls of the cord. Nana rarely used the boat. She no longer kept crab pots out in the deep waters just past the rocky inlet. In recent years, She had begun gathering clams from the tide pools each morning once the water receded. It was easy work, and she sang as she walked, luring in the soft-bodied mollusks. The clams seemed to throw themselves into the pools in front of the house as if they wanted to be caught. The tiny boat thrashed against the driving waves, but I had been out in worse weather. Nana had begun allowing me to take the boat out on my own after my homework was done, letting me motor out to the Cape, where I'd kill the engine and watch the waves roll in, daydreaming of something I couldn't identify. A thirst, a nostalgia for a time that hadn't happened yet. It took a good 10 minutes to meet the rocky outer edge that formed our natural harbor, the wind at my face. But I eased the boat up against the rocks, then stood, looking back to the mainland. I could no longer see our house or the small stretch of beach, but I could see the town of Maylarch a half-mile down the shore, several lights gleaming through the rain, boats tucked safely into the marina for the night, away from the worst of the thrashing waves. I spun around, peering up the rock jetty toward the faint flickering light. It took a moment for my eyes to settle, to adjust to the rain and the formation of what I thought had been a ship. But it was not a fishing vessel run aground. Men scrambling to free themselves before the punctured hull began to take on water. It was a house. White walls and dark windows set atop a high mound of rock and soil. The thing that had thrust itself against the jetty was not a ship at all. It was a whole island. I should have taken Nana's fishing boat back across the harbor and slipped into bed, pretended I hadn't seen a thing. I should have left and never looked back. But that's not what happened. I scrambled over the rocks, my hair soaked through with rain, eyes stinging. And when I reached the place where the island met with the jetty, I waded through 2 feet of seawater before stepping onto Saltwell Island. I would regret it later. I would dream about it, wondering if the things that happened that night were only in my head, if the police and the therapists were right, and it had all been some wildly lucid dream. The midnight imaginings of a 12-year-old girl who slipped into the ocean and came back not quite the same. But what it couldn't explain, what it couldn't make right, was why it felt like I had been on the island for only a single night, a few hours at most. Yet, when I returned, sitting on Nana's porch steps with an itchy wool blanket wrapped over my shoulders, my body trembling from the cold, a policeman crouched in front of me, his head bald, his closely trimmed mustache the color of seagull feathers, and he said, in a voice reserved only for traumatized children, that I had been missing for a whole week. Chapter 2. Present Day, 2026. When I close my eyes, I see the ocean. I've never told this to anyone, but it's always there, always within reach. My last client leaves just as the sun tilts copper and metallic against the Seattle skyline. Rain has been falling for most of the day, and my client, a 9-year-old boy grieving the loss of his father from pancreatic cancer, had a hard time focusing on my questions. His eyes kept straying to the large Victorian-era window that looks out onto Elmhurst Street, the rain spilling down the wavy glass like the clear veins of some watery sea creature. I usually close the curtains when I have clients in the room. They tend to watch the street for any sign of their parents' or grandparents' or nanny's car pulling up in front of the old house I rent in the Queen Anne neighborhood of North Seattle. But in the late afternoon, the sun shone a little, and I liked the way it casts my home office in the softest, diffuse light. So I left the curtains open. Most of the children who come to sit in my office don't want to be here. They have a vacant look in their eyes, sadness that they keep tucked away. But eventually, a door inside them will crack open just a little, enough for me to see the loss, The depression, the bullying, an eating disorder, a family separation that feels like their world is caving in around them. All the same unavoidable shit we deal with as adults. But I understand the suffocating weight children sometimes carry. I too felt outcasted as a young girl, not just by my peers at school, but by an entire community, a whole town. I finished writing out my chart for the young boy. He's making progress, slowly. There is no timeline for grief. Then leave my office and walk back into the kitchen. Cracked linoleum floors and sad blue wallpaper, dulled to the color of dishwater, greet me like ghosts of another era. It's the only room untouched during the remodel that happened just before I moved in 4 years back. But it doesn't bother me. I like seeing the history of a place, the traces of all the lives who lived here before me. I empty the silty dregs of tea from my mug into the sink, then stare blankly out the kitchen window. It's Friday, and I feel as tired as I usually do by the end of the week, craving a warm shower, a glass of Malbec, and a bad romance novel to wipe away the voices of my patients, timid and shy and often hesitant, still vibrating through my thoughts. On the kitchen table sit the leftovers from last night. The plates are cleared. James washed them before he left. But our empty wine glasses sit like stained reminders of the way he pushed back from his chair, how his face had the slightest tug of sadness, rejection, maybe even anger. I spin the gold band around my left ring finger. "Just see how it feels," he said. "It doesn't have to mean anything, but maybe it'll start to feel right." I want it to feel right. I really do, no bullshit. He's what my neighbor Marisol, who's 10 years older than me and smokes menthols on her front porch each night, calls a keeper. He looks like a young Robert Redford. He talks in his sleep. Whispers, really. Mostly nonsense, but the sound of it soothes me, reminds me of the sea when I was young. He kisses me like he means it, like I am something he couldn't possibly live without. He cooks for me and makes me laugh and tolerates my silence. And I love all these things. I love him. And yet, the ring he gave me last night feels like a thorn pressing against the arch of my foot. Like a bird who's lost a wing. I try to imagine myself as a wife. No longer Ellie Mills, but Ellie Carmichael, wife of James Carmichael, owner of a small French bistro only a few blocks from my house. He spent 2 years in Paris after college, the understudy to some famous French chef whose name I can't even recall. Which is also the point. I feel disinterested in the details, in the framework of his life, and I know that's wrong. After he returned to Seattle, he opened the cafe with money he got when his mother passed. And now he spends 7 days a week at the cafe. He's passionate, a little obsessed even, and I like that about him too. His dedication, his ambition. But in the last 2 years that we've been dating, we haven't even moved in together. I've always said I wasn't ready. And some nights, when he's standing in my kitchen, I don't want him here at all. Not him exactly. I just want to be alone. My own empty house. My own life. So last night, when he held out the gold ring in the palm of his hand, smiling impishly at me like a little boy, as if he'd found it on the playground under the seesaw, his brown eyes filled with an impossible hope, my whole body closed up. Even my eyelids wanted to pinch shut, blacken out the ring, the moment, and him. "Just think about it," he said, knowing how timidly he has to approach these things with me, knowing that panic is my default response. I grabbed the 2 wine glasses and set them in the sink, rinsing them quickly. There's no rush, I tell myself. And he's probably right. Maybe wearing the ring, testing it out, is the gradual introduction to a proposal that I need. 1, 2, 3, and soon enough you'll be ready for marriage. Because maybe I'm not the kind of woman who will ever be able to say an immediate yes with unwavering certainty. I peer at my reflection in the window above the sink, the silhouette of my face. Long chestnut hair the color of dried leaves, trimmed blunt at the ends. Hazel eyes like my mother's. Skin that craves the sun but hasn't felt it in too long. I look like a woman who's all sharp edges, who you don't dare touch or you'll draw blood. Tired, overworked. I look like someone I don't even want to be. Certainly not the woman I ever dreamed of becoming. I always imagined myself a nomad, a wanderer, never stuck in the same place for longer than a few days. Body sun-kissed and strong from hiking monuments in India, beach walks in Bali, weeks spent camping on remote stretches of Canada's western shores. The longer I face myself in the window, the more I hate the woman looking back. Sallow and spineless. I grew roots here in Seattle, and I don't even remember why. I turn for the stairs. I need to slip into the shower, sink into bed, when my phone buzzes from the side table in the front hall. It's likely a patient's parent calling to reschedule, possibly a new client wanting to set up a first appointment. Or it could be James, suggesting he come over and cook me a late dinner, apologize for handing me a ring without any warning, all soft smiles and comforting words, always knowing what to say, his strong hands at the small of my back. But when I pick up the phone, it's a number I don't recognize. Out of state. Normally, I wouldn't answer. I'd let it go to voicemail. But my finger slides to the flashing green button, and I bring the phone to my ear. Hello? The woman on the other end clears her throat, like she wasn't expecting an answer. Hi. Shoot, sorry. Her voice is soft, young, and I expect her to say that she has the wrong number. But she asks, Is this Eleanor Mills? Yes, I answer, mustering a professional tone. So it is a new parent, using my full name, the one on my website, on my diploma, calling to describe how despondent her child has been, how they've been treated unfairly in school, how they won't talk during dinner and only want to stare at their cell phone all weekend. But her next words are all wrong. Is this the Eleanor Mills who encountered Saltwell Island off the coast of Malarch, Nova Scotia back in 2007? I almost drop the phone. I almost hang up. But her words hook into me like rusted fishing lures. Encountered. As if it were merely a sighting. As if I saw the island just before it vanished into the mist. As if I didn't stride onto that island and meet a man named Clay Lockhart. Ma'am? The woman on the other end asks. Are you still there? I make a sound that isn't a word at all, painful and strangled and tight. I'm sure it's been a long time since you've talked about this, but I'm hoping you might tell me a little about your experience. Just a few details. I can even come to Seattle and meet you in person if that's better. More convenient, I mean. She pauses, clears her throat again. You tell me what works for you. Who are you? I hear papers being shifted on the other end, folded maybe. I'm sorry, I should have said that up front. I'm Helen Ashcroft. I host a podcast called The Other Grim. We explore mysteries and legends that haven't yet been solved, and we're doing a whole season on Saltwell Island. We've already interviewed several fishermen and even Captain Elliot of the USS Constance, who spotted the island back in 2016, if you remember that report. I do remember it. I remember sitting at my desk in front of my laptop watching a YouTube clip of Captain Elliot recounting his sighting of the island somewhere in the southern Atlantic. But I couldn't finish the interview. A well of anxiety began to rise in my throat, and I had to switch it off, escaping outside into the rain, where I walked for 3 whole hours through the gray, flooded streets. But no one else has ever claimed to have stepped foot on the island and to have met Clay Lockhart himself. Your story," she pauses, begins again. "Your account of what happened is incredibly important and rare. We'd love to talk to you. Hear what happened." My voice evaporates, and I feel for the wall with one hand to keep myself upright from pitching to the floor. "I can't," I choke. "I don't like to." I press my back to the wall, a heaviness in my chest like my lungs are slowly being filled with concrete. "It's not something I talk about." I start to move the phone away from my ear to hang up, but her voice says quickly, "You haven't heard, have you?" "What?" "About the recent sighting? Off the coast of Maine?" I shake my head, but don't reply. "It was a cruise ship. At least 200 people saw the island. Most claim they saw a white shuttered house at the center, a smaller glass structure, maybe a greenhouse on the lower rocks, and a man standing at the shore looking back at them." She exhales, as if waiting to see if I'll speak, or if I'm even still on the line. "It's the largest number of people who've ever reported seeing Saltwell Island at once. A few even got video of it. They're saying it can't be disputed now, that the island is real, and your story of what happened—" She pauses, like she's searching for the right words. "They'll believe you now. Everyone will believe you." I can hear her breathing into the phone, waiting for me to respond. Believe you now. The words are like a key sliding into a buried vault of memories, and the past breaks open inside me, a lifetime of pain and therapy and doubt resurfacing. "We'd love for you to tell your story, now, as an adult, and with your career as a therapist, it will hold more weight. No one will deny it. It will change everything." My hand trembles against the phone. "They won't," I answer. "People only believe what they see with their own eyes." She starts to reply, to plead with me to reconsider, but I lower the phone and end the call. My legs buckle beneath me, and I sink to the floor. I breathe, an old ember glowing hot inside my chest, a feeling I had nearly forgotten. Tamped down enough that it didn't have oxygen to breathe, but a single phone call has stirred it up, given it life. With my head against the wall, I lift my phone again and do a search for Saltwell Island. The first news article that appears includes a photo taken from the deck of a massive cruise ship. I can see the edge of a pool and a corkscrew-shaped water slide in the foreground, but there is something in the distance, out on the water. It's slightly out of focus, far away, and it's hard to tell what it is exactly. I open the link, and it takes me to a Brunswick, Maine article titled, "Saltwell Island Seen by Hundreds." I skim the article, quickly reading interviews from passengers recounting what they saw in the early evening hours 2 days ago. A ghost ship rising up from the sea. My kids thought it was a whale or something, but when we got closer, we could see the waves against the rocks. I wish I could say I didn't see it, but shit, there was a house and a man. I swear he was looking right at us. He might have even waved. Weirdest damn thing I've ever seen. It was there for several minutes. We were getting closer to it, but a storm blew in and it was no longer visible. We never saw it again. I close the article and dial a number I know by heart. She answers on the second ring. "Hello?" Nana sounds groggy, like she was asleep and I've just woken her. "The island's been spotted again." My voice is thick, choking on the sea air from that night, like it's been lying in wait, gathered in my lungs after all these years. She is quiet, but I can hear the springs from her mattress as she sits upright. "I'm coming for a visit," I tell her quickly, my fingers finding the tiny scallop shell hanging from a gold chain around my neck. Nana gave me the necklace the day I left for college. A reminder of the sea, she told me. When? I can probably still get a red-eye tonight. I'll call you when I land. I will cancel Monday's appointments from the airport. Tell them I'm taking a long weekend. I'll text James, explain that I have to go to Nova Scotia, back to the place where it happened, where it all started. I'm going home. Chapter 3. The flight is plagued by turbulence. I hardly sleep, landing just after 8 a.m. at the airport outside Dartmouth. Craving a stiff drink, head pounding, I rent a car and drive the 2.5 hours to Maylarch, right at the southern cusp of the peninsula. After the flight, I had 7 missed calls, mostly from patients, but 3 from Helen Ashcroft, apologizing for her unexpected call the evening before and begging me to reconsider an interview. I imagined calling her back and politely telling her to fuck off. That it's taken 19 years and a mountain of therapy for me to get over what happened, to convince myself that it wasn't real. And each time a new sighting occurs, it's like a fault line reopening beneath everything I've worked so hard to repair. It's taken years to convince myself that there was no island, no man who found me drenched and standing outside his door, who brought me into his house, who sat me at his kitchen table, then handed me hot tea and asked me how I got there. The sky is insipid, gray and uninteresting as I drive, drops of rain smearing the windshield. And when I finally arrive in Maylarch, turning down the long, rutted driveway, I feel both relief and a nagging ache at the back of my teeth. This place is knotted with memories. Evening strolls along the pebbled shore looking for clams. Nana's peanut butter and apple jam sandwiches that we'd eat from a basket she carried out to the farthest rocks, where we'd watch storms roll across the Atlantic. But there are also memories of later, after I returned from the island that night. At first, it was local folks who turned up, asking questions. Then it was newspapers and photographers wanting to know where I'd been for a week, missing and then reappeared, with a story that some believed, but others wrote off as childish fiction. They said I likely ran away from home, slept in one of the old, abandoned boathouses along the shore, until I was finally cold and hungry enough to wander back home up the beach. They didn't want to believe that I'd only been gone a single night, that something else might have happened. I park the car and step out, staring up at the wind-battered house. Gray siding peeling away in places, dark, persistent moss growing up from the foundation, and the sea crashing against the outer rocks beyond. My heart pounds, while a stack of sharp-cornered memories thrashes inside me. I'm tempted to turn away, climb into the rental, and drive back north to the airport. But the front door of the house creaks open, and Nana steps out. My old bedroom is still painted a soft canary yellow. The paper stars, now curled at their tips from decades of moisture, still hang from strings above the bed. I drop my suitcase beside the closet. Then, by habit, Nana and I pull on our raincoats and leave the house, walking down the sandy steps and out onto the beach. We do it as if no time has passed, no years spent apart. Except now, she folds her hand around my elbow. Maybe it's to keep her balance, her bones not as steady as they once were. Or maybe she's worried I might slip away, be carried out with the sea, only to return with mysteries tangled in my damp hair. "How is work?" she asks, tilting her chin up at me, smiling. Her eyes have lost some of their blue color. They're paler, fishy white, and her wrinkles have set in like hard clay on a summer day. I let my eyes fall to the sand. The tide is out, and the rocks have exposed themselves closer to the waterline. I have a few clients who are struggling. One boy who lost his mom barely talks, but it just takes time. It's good what you're doing, this kind of work. She pats my arm. It's good for you too, I think. I spent so many years in therapy as a kid, after what happened, that to grow up and become a therapist myself felt only logical. I had no idea what else I would do with my life. And I think Nana sees it as if I never truly left therapy, just changed seats, pivoted slightly. She thinks I'm working through their memories as much as my own. But what she doesn't know is that I try not to think about what happened here when I was 12 years old. I tell myself I've moved past it. I've concluded it was all in my head, and there's nothing more to be said about it. But when that woman called yesterday, it tore open the flesh I thought was long ago scabbed and healed, and now I'm standing on the same beach where it all happened. I saw the photos from the ship, she says now, driving straight into the heart of it. She's never been one to tiptoe around something. To live out here on the brutal edge of the Atlantic, to survive as she's done, means walking straight toward what scares you the most and sorting it out quickly, because there's no time to fuss and pick at it. There is harder work to be done. Storms blowing in, the tide rising. Living in a place like this makes hard shells of people. A lot of people saw it at the same time, I say, because this is the part I'm struggling with the most. The number of witnesses, the evidence, the images and videos of an island drifting not far from the bow of a ship. A thing that looks strikingly like my memory. The pointed eaves of a structure near the center, the cliff face on one side of the island lined with pale, windswept birch trees, the soft, sandy shoulder on the other. It causes my mind to spiral down into the forgotten corners of my past, searching for details, other clues to prove myself wrong. I need my memories to be a trick of the cold sea, of hypothermia. I need it to be all in my head, otherwise I won't be able to let it go. It's the only way I've moved on. Convincing myself it was a lie dreamed up in my fickle 12-year-old mind. What does James say? I shake my head, eyeing the wet footprints Nana and I make up the beach, the sand quickly filling them in. I haven't told him yet. James knows about my past, about the night I disappeared and saw something I can't explain. The memory that wakes me from sleep some nights, sweating and gasping for air like I'm choking on seawater. He knows about the place I've worked so hard to forget. But he's the only one. No one else in my life knows the full story. Not friends, not my patient's parents. If they did any digging into my name, they might find an article or two. But the story's old, not something that pops up easily. It's also why I moved to the other end of the continent, to lower the odds that anyone would have heard of me or read my story. Nana blinks, a look of silent reproach. Does he know you're here? He asked me to marry him, I answer bluntly, turning toward the sea, my thumb instinctively going to my ring finger. But the engagement band isn't there. I put it in a small cotton pouch, then stuffed it into my suitcase before I left. He loves me, I tell her. He would love me forever, and I know he'd never hurt me. She exhales through her nostrils. That's not really what matters, though, is it? It's not his heart I'm worried about. I nod. She met James 2 summers ago. I was feeling homesick in a nostalgic, unsteady sort of way. I hadn't been back to May Larch since before college. I still talked to Nana almost every day, and I made promises to come visit, much like my mom did when I was young, but I wasn't sure I was ready to return to the place where it had all happened. James, in his attentive, caring way, recognized the swollen pain growing in my chest, and he booked 2 flights for us, Said it would be good for me to go back, face what I'd been running from. And clearly I missed Nana. I agreed. I even believed him that it might be just what I needed. And when we first arrived, it felt good. The three of us drank coffee together on the back porch. We stayed up late over bottles of wine, even went into town and ate at Libinelli's, stuffing ourselves with garlic bread and clam-herbed linguine. But soon, the hours felt strained against my flesh, the air too salty in my lungs. Maybe it was because James was here, my two lives bleeding into each other. The one I wanted to forget, and the new one I was building with James. He's always been the thing that steadies me. Early on, we were merely friends, and I'd walk to the cafe for dinner a couple nights a week. But soon, he started offering to cook for me at my place. We watched movies, and he made me laugh, and I felt comfortable with him. It was easy, from the start. It was also easy to kiss him that first time, to let him sleep over. He sewed himself into my life so effortlessly I hardly noticed. Until he was down on one knee in my kitchen, a ring in his hand. Some part of me knows he's too good, too perfect for me. And it makes me wary, suspicious, not of him, but of life. Like I've always known I don't deserve him. And that right there is self-sabotage at its finest. I'm the kind of person I'd have to resist rolling my eyes at if they walked into my office. Self-sabotage, ugh, so predictable. So painfully cliched. I couldn't come up with something more clinical, more nuanced for my psychosis. Nope. I'm just as straightforward as most people. We flew back to Seattle, and I remember promising myself that I'd finally forget the past. I'd quit doubting every good thing in my life, like I was waiting for the sea to prove me wrong, to take everything away. I'd let myself love James and never look back. But 2 nights ago, staring at him in the candlelight, the taste of red wine on my lips, his eyes overflowing with hope, it felt like a switch flipped inside me. A strange, unnameable fear, as if life was pushing me towards something I wasn't prepared for. Somewhere, maybe, I didn't want to go. People will forget about the island with time, Nana assures now, the wind sliding through the gray waves of her hair. They always do. But it feels different this time. Too many people spotted the island, or they think they did. The photos will get international attention. They'll be circulated through the media, dredging up the long-rumored history of Saltwell Island, and perhaps more reporters will seek me out. The thought of facing it all again, answering questions, makes me cringe, a sharp blade driving up the center of my spine, separating the scaffolding of my bones. I've spent my whole life trying to bury the past, but somehow it still finds its way back to me, unearthed, time and time again. I slow my pace, looking at Nana. What do you think happened to me that night? Her mouth flattens. The sea skids up across the beach, nearly reaching our feet before falling back into the swell. You were lost for a little while, she muses gently. But you came back. I was lost for a week. I squeeze her hand, needing her for balance now. But it only felt like a single night to me. It really did. She nods and pats her hand against my arm, as if it were a detail so tiny it hardly warrants mentioning. But I remember the look on her face as dawn broke over the sea and I motored the little fishing boat up to the beach. She was out on the shore, fully dressed, the gray house lit up behind her, every lamp and overhead light switched on, which was strange in that early dawn hour, and she wasn't alone. Strangers. who I would later learn were detectives and neighbors, were gathered on the back porch and inside the house, hands worrying over maps spread out across the dining room table, trying to track the route I might have taken if I had run away, or the route someone else might have taken if they'd snatched me from my room. The little boat slid up onto the sand, and Nana ran to me, pulling me out and up into her arms. She was crying, deep and gasping, her tears staining my hair. I didn't understand why she was so upset, why there were police and searchers combing the beach for any sign of me. I had only been gone a few hours. I was surprised she even knew I wasn't in my bed. "Where have you been?" she kept asking, as her hands shook with relief. "There was an island," I told her. "It ran aground on the cape." But when I turned and pointed out to sea, to the rocky headland where the storm was clearing away, there was no island. It was long gone, just like the man had said it would be. Now, Nana looks up into my eyes, thin as paper creases lining her forehead. "I know you want to believe what happened that night was all in your head. I know it's easier that way." Her mouth puckers, chin steady. "But you were never a child who lied, who made up stories. Whatever happened that night..." She clears her throat, her expression turning solemn, the gray of her eyes reminding me of a winter storm. "Whatever you remember is probably the truth." My old room is a museum, a relic, my younger self haunting every corner. The wind roars against the windows, and my skin feels jarred by it, trying to remember a time when the wind soothed me, when I fell asleep to the thrashing of the sea and the howling easterly winds against the roof eaves. I was another person then. The bed is neatly made, fresh sheets smelling of salt and basil. When I was younger, Nana used to put herbs inside my pillowcase to help me sleep. Now, my cotton pajamas and thick socks do little to keep out the cold sea air, and I tug the heavy, seashell-patterned quilt up to my chin. My phone buzzes from the bedside table, and I reach for it, the blue glow illuminating the shadowy room. It's James. I forgot to text him, tell him where I am. He's probably worried, especially since the last time we had spoken, he'd slid a ring onto my finger, and now I've packed a suitcase and vanished. He might think I've run away, couldn't handle the pressure. But I set the phone back on the nightstand. I feel guilty for doing it. Only a heartless person would let him continue to worry. And I know he might make me feel better. Hearing the normalcy of his voice, the rasp of the Seattle air in his lungs. Or it might make things worse, unraveling this tenuous thread that's holding me together right now. I need to be alone, here in the old beach house where it all happened. My phone stops humming, then goes dark. I climb out of bed and stand at the window, pulling the memory up easily. The flickering lamplight out at the cape, rain blowing against the glass. When the little boat reached the rocks and I tighted ashore, scrambling onto the island, my legs staggered, adjusting to the ground. It felt odd, slick in places, muddy, the soil rich and good for planting. I picked my way up the steep rise to a well-worn path, and there, sitting like the sturdy mast atop a ship, was the house. White walls, stone chimney, smoke coiling up into the wet sky. Someone was inside. I stood for several seconds, unsure of myself, of what I was seeing. It felt like a dream. I think that's why later it was so easy to convince myself that it was, that perhaps I had never left my bed, or had been out sleepwalking. I reached the greenhouse first, a rectangular glass structure coated in a brine of moss and mildew. I peered inside at the vines and greenery growing thick and pressing against the graying windows. But it was the house that drew my focus away, the lights blazing inside. What I had thought was only a single lamplight was actually several, a whole house lit by the glow of candles. I crept up the back slope, my boots slipping on the damp grass, my hair soaked through. I had no plan, no solid idea of what I would do when I reached the house. I was a kid driven by curiosity, by the hope of a fairy tale come to life. It was reckless, stupid, but I wouldn't know this until later. The stone steps were black from the rain. The wind wailed in my ears like the faraway cry of a dying wolf. I touched the knob at the back door. I was naively unafraid, and I was going to let myself in, just stumble in out of the storm, uninvited, with no idea what would be waiting on the other side. But before I could turn the knob, a hand clamped my shoulder, strong, pinching, and when I looked up, a man stood over me, towering, the dark hood of a raincoat obscuring half his face. He pushed open the door and dragged me inside. My heart spiked into my throat, seizing the muscles that kept me from screaming. But after he slammed the door shut behind us, he released me, quick as that, then strode across the dry, earth-scented kitchen to a cast-iron stove waiting on the far wall. The room held a dim glow, a rough wood floor beneath me, plaster walls, an old stove for cooking, a sink surely fed by a well, plates and mugs neatly stacked on shelves with wood slats at the front to keep the dinnerware from sliding off onto the floor during bad weather. This is what struck me, the little things that my eyes caught on, logged and remembered. The basin for shoes that held them upright, the leather straps that could be fastened to the dining room chairs to keep them from tipping over. The house was built like a ship. It was meant for sailing. It had voyaged across the seas, through gales and sudden squalls and Atlantic thunderstorms. The man didn't speak, just stood with his back to me, warming his hands beside the fire. I craved the warmth too, but didn't dare move any closer. I cleared my throat, wanting to ask a dozen childish questions. Did he navigate by the stars? How long had he been at sea? Had he ever seen the North Pole? But he lifted his head and beat me to it. How'd you get here? I flashed to look to the door behind me, knowing suddenly that I needed a way out, an escape, and said, "A boat?" I swung my eyes back to him, his dark hair long enough to be tied at the base of his neck. "I saw your lights from shore." My voice trembled. "I thought you were a ship that had run aground on the outer rocks." "What coastline is this?" He turned his head slightly so I could see his chin, the stubble along his jaw. He had a structured face, hard-lined, just like his shoulders. If he were a boat, you'd say he was well-built, meant to withstand the most violent of storms. "This is Maylarch." When speaking to the fishermen down on the port, I had come to discover that the rougher my voice, the more like a man's, the more likely they were to reply to me when I asked if they had any old crab pots they didn't want anymore, any buckets or line that were no longer of use. I had gotten in the habit of collecting these things, all part of an idea I'd developed that summer of one day having a boat of my own, of becoming a fisherman just like them. The man shook his head and turned to stare back at me. His eyes were nearly translucent, reminding me of the green glass I sometimes found among the pebbles in front of Nana's house. "What continent?" I felt my face pucker, felt the fixed tension in his stare, the thread-like, almost invisible rim of sorrow that hung in his eyes, then answered, "Nova Scotia." He blinked, water making puddles at both of our feet.
You need to get warm.
He nodded at my shaking hands, then took several steps toward the kitchen table, hefting one of the chairs and placing it beside the wood stove. I barely remember crossing the kitchen, but I do recall the heat from the fire once I was seated in the chair. I watched him at the sink, filling a kettle with water. His hands were rough and work-worn. He had been at sea a long time. "Your house is a ship?" I asked. When I think of it now, I realize how innocent I had been, how easily I accepted the oddness of the whole encounter. Speaking to a man on an island that shouldn't exist. I asked him questions as if I were on a school tour, and I'd be writing an essay about it on Monday morning. He blinked back at me, his jaw chewing over the words he wouldn't speak, like he was trying to sort out what kind of creature I was. I pressed him with another question. "How do you steer? Where are your sails?" The kettle began to hiss, and he removed it from the wood stove, pouring water into a mug, then handing it to me. It smelled of sweet mint and oat. He went back to the sink, his features cold, unwelcoming, and he looked to the window where the wind was gaining strength, thrashing against the walls. But I sensed the house had seen far worse gales than this.
"I don't have sails,"
he answered stiffly. "Then how do you know where you're going?"
"I don't. The seas take me where they wish."
I swiveled in the chair, really looking at him. He had an accent, a lowness to his words, his R's enunciating themselves strangely. "Where are you from?" He straightened up and walked to the door, surveying the storm, calculating something. But he also looked briefly wistful, as if he was recalling some faraway place that he ached for deep in his bones.
"Cold Saltwell. Long way from here."
He kept his eyes on the storm, while mine circled around the kitchen, gathering more details. Herbs drying over the wood stove, glass jars filled with sliced apples and pears, radishes, cucumbers, yellow squash. There was even a jar that held what looked like chunks of pineapple, golden and syrupy. Where did he get pineapple? And in a crate beside the wood stove, I even thought I saw a cracked open coconut husk. But then something else caught my attention. Something silver resting on the shelf beside the stove. With his focus out the window, I stood and reached for the small piece of glistening metal. It was flat and round, like a coin, but weightier. A locket. And there were words inscribed on the back. "For A.L. until the seas take us away." I didn't have time to open the locket before the wind slammed a door shut somewhere in the house, and a great screeching sound rose up from outside. It was the same sound I'd first heard echoing across the water that woke me from sleep and tugged me from bed. The man snapped his eyes back to me.
"You need to go."
Without thinking, without understanding what I was doing, I slid the locket into the pocket of my raincoat. I didn't mean to steal it. It was a reflex, a flash of panic and sudden fear, a mindless act that held no purpose or intention. But the moment its weight settled in my pocket, it felt rooted there, like I couldn't pull it back out. The deed was done, and I couldn't stomach retrieving it, couldn't risk the man seeing what I'd taken, for fear a different fate might have befallen me. "What's happening?" I asked, darting my eyes to his, hoping he didn't see the guilt on my face.
"Storm is pushing the island back out to sea. You have to leave now."
The island moaned and released a terrible howling sound, rocks grinding over one another, fighting to be set free. The man yanked open the door, the lashing wind slamming into the kitchen, but I followed him out into the storm. The rain screamed against my face. I could hardly see beyond the edge of the island, but I heard the change in the air, the gnashing of rocks falling silent, and felt the ground beneath me begin to sway. The island had broken free of the cape, and we were set adrift, floating on the Atlantic. I think I heard the man curse under his breath. We hurried down the rocky slope, past the greenhouse, back to the shore. But I couldn't see Nana's fishing boat. It was gone, carried out with the storm. The man and I stood, squinting through the sideways rain, and then he pointed.
There!
The boat had come untethered from the rocks, but it only drifted a short way down the shoreline. We scrambled over the slick boulders to the water's edge, where the man waded in up to his knees. The sea thrashed around him, and when he reached the boat, he hauled it back to the shore, the sky gray and angry around us.
Hurry!
He shouted over the wind.
There's no time!
I heard the urgency in his words, saw it in his face. He wanted me off the island before it was carried farther out to sea. We'd already traveled a good distance from the mainland. I inched out onto the rocks, closer to him and the boat. But the island heaved, rocked a bit to one side. I nearly slipped into the cold sea, but the man grabbed my forearm, hauling me down into the little fishing boat. Once I was seated, he gave the boat a shove, pushing me out into the open sea toward the harbor. But I felt a strange twisting in my stomach. I knew I would never see the island again, and I sensed what had just happened was something I would later doubt. I had touched the edge of the known world, tiptoed along the shore of a fable, the boundary between myth and the waking world, and it was something that no one would believe. "What's your name?" I called out to him as the island drifted away. He looked like he had been carved from stone, more like a memory than a real man, and I was sure he wouldn't reply. But as the rain beat against his face, arms braced at his sides, the house rising up against the gloom behind him, he answered into the wind,
Clay Lockhart.
I swallowed the name, held it in my chest so I wouldn't forget. Even after I grew up and fled this forgotten, gray town, started a life somewhere else, I wanted the name to remain engraved in my mind. Proof that I had witnessed something genuine, that rare kind of magic. And maybe I would be changed because of it, turned into someone bold, heroic, someone who saw the shimmering light between cracks that others simply ignored. I wanted what I saw that night to be true. I glanced back at the shore, at the distance I needed to cover in the storm, but when I turned to look up at the man and the island one last time, they were already gone. Only the rain and the churning, violent sea remained. Rain weeps down my bedroom window. The remembering is painful, like digging up a hole in my mind that I'd filled with mud and tar long ago, never planning to unearth what was buried there. I rest a shoulder against the window frame, feeling restless, like the itch of insects beneath my skin, and my eyes sway to the old dresser set against the wall. Above it hangs a painting of 3 white seagulls in a summer blue sky. I leave the cool draft of the window and pull open the top dresser drawer. Inside, I find neatly folded sweaters and a stack of clean linens. Nana uses it for storage now. But I slide my hand past these things, finding what I'm looking for. There, fastened with Scotch tape against the inside of the drawer, is the locket. It's still here. Nana never discovered it, or if she did, she left it. None of her business, I imagine her thinking. I pry free the tape and hold the locket up in the dim moonlight. It's heavier than I remember. Time has added weight to it. An unsteady spasm pushes against my eardrums, a tectonic feeling like the ground is jolting beneath me, vibrations rising from my toes up into the hollows behind my eyes. This locket is proof. It's the thing I can't wish away, the hard evidence that I went somewhere that night. I left it behind all those years ago, when I moved out of Nana's house to attend 4 slow years of college at WSU in Eastern Washington. I left it, hoping I might forget its existence. The one thing that made it hard to convince myself that whatever happened that night wasn't real. I never told the police or Nana or any of my therapists about the locket. At first, it felt like a secret, a little fib, a little theft, and the guilt of taking it, stealing it, made me hide it away and keep my mouth shut. But later, it felt dangerous. It blurred the lines between what had really happened and what was all in my head. I wanted to forget. When the kids at school called me Tall Tale Ellie, when my teachers stared at me like I might vanish again if given the chance, I wanted the island to be only a dream. I wanted it all to go away. I was wrong when I thought I'd be braver after that night, because I've been afraid ever since, afraid of my own mind, afraid that the thing that haunted the rest of my life, no matter how far away from it I got, was only ever a delusion. I turn the locket over and read the inscription. For A.L., until the seas take us away. I think about the newspaper article from 1952, the one I read at the local library after that night. They described a man named Clay Lockhart and his wife, Alice, who died in childbirth, whose twins died with her. Neighbors swore they heard the land break in two that stormy winter night, and they were convinced that the Lockharts' white farmhouse severed free from the mainland, drifting out into the Atlantic atop a lonely island. But sightings of the island had been scarce in the decades before I saw it. The legend of Saltwell Island reduced to myth. In the days after I returned, I would walk down to the docks and ask the local fishermen what they knew of strange things out at sea. Most ignored me, but a few bent low, their breath thick with ale and cigarettes as they spoke. It was the stuff of old folk tales, passed down by men who chugged their boats too far out into the Atlantic, those who stayed out for weeks, sometimes months. And when they returned, they whispered of the impossible things they saw. Tentacled creatures rising from the deep. Women with long seaweed hair who sang to lure men from their cabins into the sea, where they drowned trying to find the source of those sweet, terrifying songs. But others spoke of an island that broke free from the rough shores of Scotland, and a man, broken-hearted, sea-mad, who sailed the Atlantic tormented by grief, using the patterns of stars to navigate, and sometimes running aground during relentless winter storms. There were other stories, too, about the man. How he never aged, how he could drink straight from the briny sea because the ocean was the same taste as the tears he shed the night his family died, and how he would strike down any who dared step foot on his island. It wasn't long before one of my teachers called Nana, told her I'd been skipping school to spend my days down on the wharf, watching the Atlantic. I was waiting, certain the island would return. They insisted I see a therapist, and Nana eventually agreed. She knew there was a torment inside me that she didn't know how to fix. After a few appointments with a short, brown-haired woman whose office was above Lola's saltwater taffy shop and always smelled of spun sugar, I began to question if what I remembered was even true. If I had been telling tall tales, like the kids at school said. I touched the locket now, sliding my nail between the two halves and carefully pulling it open like parted wings. There are no photos inside, There never were. Even that night when I found it and cracked it apart while I was still seated in the fishing boat, the tide pushing me back to shore. Later, once I learned about Alice Lockhart, I wondered if the locket was meant to hold photographs of her 2 infant children once they were born. Was it a gift from her husband? Had I stolen the one reminder of his deceased wife and perished twins? The guilt of it held me tight for many years. It still does. If I could go back to the island that night, back in time, I would leave the locket where I found it. I would never slide it into my pocket. But I was young, impulsive, and I didn't know what I had done, or how important it might have been to that man. I placed the locket in my sweatshirt pocket and walked to the little desk beside the window, opening my laptop. The too bright glow makes me wince. I type in Saltwell Island. The first few image results are from the cruise ship and a handful of video interviews with several passengers. But I don't click on them. I don't want to hear their stories, for fear they will sound like my own. Feel too familiar in that raw, naked way. But below the images, where I expect to find more articles about the cruise ship sighting that happened 2 days ago, I find something else. Newer articles about a sighting that occurred just this morning. While I was on a plane, several tourists standing on the northern coast of the Faroe Islands, watching for humpback whales with a tour guide, saw something. A small spit of land that shouldn't be there. That wasn't part of the chain of Faroes. But instead, this island seemed to be moving with the tide, adrift. And as it bobbed slowly past, they snapped photos, took shaky video that tilted toward the twilight sky, then down to the sea again. And in those photos, striding along the shore of the tiny island, is what appears to be a man. Chapter 4. I book a flight for first thing the following morning, then send out a dozen emails to clients, letting them know I would need to cancel my appointments for the following week. Family emergency, I lie. I've never lied to my clients, never bailed on my appointments. But it feels easier than trying to explain my past, or that I'm not entirely sure why, but I need to go see for myself. I need to know, once and for all. I don't know if this is a good idea, Nana says in the doorway as I stuff my things back into my suitcase. I know, I agree, zipping closed my suitcase and hefting it from the bed onto the floor. It just feels like something I need to do. Maybe this is my chance to finally deal with it, put it to rest. And if you do find something out there, will it make you feel better or worse? Nana never said if she believed in the island or not. Never told me I was wrong or right in what I claimed to have seen that night. She is a woman of these rough waters, spent her life in symphony with the tides, and there is a salty, mercurial nature about her. The part of her that believes in all sea-mad tales, the legends that are carried in on the stormy evening wind. You see things out here, she once told me. The ocean makes you believe in the impossible and unlikely. But she also remembers the years of counseling, the months when I didn't want to leave my bedroom, when I refused to go back to school because of the hateful way the other kids watched me, prodded me at lunchtime. I was instantly made an outcast, a liar, the girl who vanished for a week and went God knows where. Nana remembers when I hardly ate or slept, and instead spent my nights peering out my window with a pair of binoculars she'd bought me 2 years earlier, watching for any sign of the island returning. Now she's worried I'll slip back into that place that turned me into a shell of a girl. I'll call you when I land, I promise, smiling and pulling her thin, aging frame into a hug. I don't admit that if I do find something, if I do see that island, I'm just as worried as she is that it'll break me open again in a way that I know I'm not ready for. She places a sandwich and 2 raspberry scones wrapped in foil into my hands. "Go find your island," she whispers, a sudden, unexpected glimmer in her eyes, like a daydream reflected back, a hint of the woman I remember when I was young. Fearless and strong-boned, watery eyes that blinked out at the sea like she could see across to other lands and dreamed of someday touching those shores. Be a little reckless for once in your life. Her thin lips curve into a knowing grin. You just might find exactly what you're looking for out on that ocean. I turn the car around in the driveway, glimpsing her in the rearview mirror. Standing in the doorway of her blue-shingled house, the ocean visible behind her, dark and flat, and a thought rises up inside me, unbidden. Will I see her again? I put the car in drive, shaking the notion away, but in some basement part of my gut, there is a nagging prick, something telling me not to go, warning me that this might be the last memory I have of her. Chapter 5. The Faroes are a remote cluster of islands set deep in the Atlantic, solitary and strange in their placement, about as far from anything as a person can get. For several hours, it feels as if the plane is heading straight out into the abyss, with nothing but heaving black sea below us. Not even a single ship appears through my tiny oval window. But at last, with a final jostle and moan from the plane, we land just after sunset. I step out into a crisp, blustery landscape. At the little rental car kiosk, I'm told by the freckled girl behind the counter that all the cars have been rented, and that I should have booked one ahead. I'm surprised. In a remote place like this, that they would be out of cars. But I don't press it and take a taxi instead. In the back seat, I check my missed calls. 5. 2 are from the same reporter, Helen Ashcroft. She's aware of the newest sighting of Saltwell Island, and she wants to know if I've heard, if I'd be willing to talk finally. The rest of the messages are from clients letting me know they got my email and would like to reschedule. When I get to the hotel, which I did book ahead of time, I'll pull up my work calendar and call them back. I only plan to be here a couple days, and the flight back to Seattle should give me just enough time to get my story straight. Something simple. My Nana was ill, getting on in years. Had to go make sure she was okay. But all is fine now, nothing to worry about. Just the aches and pains of old age. If they ask me what kind of illness, I'll shrug it off, say the doctors are still running tests. I don't want to tell a lie so specific I'll have to remember it later. And people are often less inclined to prod for details if they can see you don't want to talk about it. It hurts too much. Best to leave it alone. When I arrive at the lobby, wheeling my suitcase through the small, sparsely furnished room to the front desk, I find the place bustling. "Checking in?" the round, stubby-nosed boy behind the desk asks. I nod. "Ellie Mills." He punches my name into the keyboard, eyes trained on the computer screen, and asks where I'm from. I can tell he doesn't really care about the answer, but I say, "Seattle," looking away from him to a group of 2 men and a woman who have just entered the lobby, speaking in low, hurried voices. The men are wearing button-up shirts, and the woman is wearing a blazer. This is a business trip, work casual. They aren't a family on vacation. But what business is there in the Faroe Islands? "So, you're used to the rain," the boy comments with a forced grin, as if making a joke. Is the hotel usually this busy? I ask.
Sometimes, during whale season.
He makes a face, enters something else into the keyboard. I just want him to give me my key so I can slink into my room and get into the shower. I've hardly slept. The time difference is starting to wear on me, and I feel like I'm rattling around in my own skin.
You here to see the ghost ship?
The boy adds, turning his attention to a printer that is spitting out my reservation in slow, chugging motions.
What?
He flips the printed paper up onto the counter.
Sign here, he says. Will you need a parking pass? There are only a few spaces in front of the hotel.
I shake my head and sign my name on the bottom of the reservation. What did you say about the ghost ship? I press, sliding the paper back.
That's why we're booked out. They all came to see the ghost ship.
He nods across the crowded lobby, through a doorway into another room that I hadn't noticed when I first walked in. It looks like a small restaurant, a quaint B&B kind, where an elderly woman is likely the one cooking all the meals. There's even a bar with half a dozen stools, all filled, and a young man pouring pints of beer. He looks to be related to the one at the front desk. His older brother, perhaps.
Mostly tourists come to take photos, but there's media too.
My eyes swivel to the two men and woman who are striding into the restaurant now. They're still talking, and it's clear that they're journalists. But then a group of 3 older women pass through the lobby, binoculars strung around their wrinkled necks. They're the tourist kind, come to see proof of a fabled island, the kind of enthusiasts who probably go to Iceland hoping to see fairies or enchanted portals to other lands. But what kind am I? Someone who probably shouldn't be here at all, who never should have come. The boy hands me an old-fashioned metal key, and I give him a quick nod in thanks, then retreat to the narrow set of stairs carpeted in a green vine motif up to my room. There is something preternatural about the Faroe Islands. The sky is a dust-mote gray when I leave my room the next morning and walk out into the fog. The air is suspended in endless twilight this far north. It feels like something sinister waiting for me in the dense sea air. Ghostly figures of drowned sailors wandering the jagged coastline and docks, reaching out for the living, searching for a way back. We often long for what we no longer have. I make my way down to the waterfront, drawn by some urge I don't have a word for. I read somewhere that humans have an innate fascination with water. It's in our DNA, a survival gene that makes us want to be near a source of water. I stare out at the few ships bobbing in the harbor, the rest of the fleet already gone out to sea. A man wearing standard yellow waterproof overalls is walking up one of the docks carrying a blue crate, with a rope slung over one shoulder. He's so well placed, a rosy-cheeked, barrel-chested fisherman, that it almost seems artificial. A man paid by the local government to wander the docks, giving tourists something to snap photos of. The Faroe Islands are known for their salmon fishing. The remote, northerly location and cool waters are a perfect habitat for wild Atlantic salmon, and it's a major export for the islands. Or so I read in a brochure inside my room. I watch the man in overalls a moment too long, and he looks up, catching me staring, so I turn away. Up a meandering road, my feet carry me away from town. In the lobby, I overheard people talking about a local bus, a way to get around the scattering of islands. But I have no interest in sitting side by side with tourists and reporters out searching for a myth. And even though it's been 2 decades, I don't want to risk anyone recognizing me either. The Faroe Islands are like a layered cake, broken apart, dislodged from one another by tectonic shifts long ago, and the easternmost village in the chain is Hattarvík,
a town perched on a tiny island that looks, ironically, like a small hat at the top of the cake. I don't know where the tour group spotted Saltwell Island, but I heard several people mention Belbastador or Strendor, though most of it sounded like speculation. From what I could tell, the journalists seemed to be heading out in varying directions, hoping luck would lead them toward a chance sighting. And my strategy isn't much better. I walk, and the sky begins to clear, the dull autumn sun scorching away the low fog, and I can finally see out over the Atlantic for several miles. My face warms in the sunlight, and there is a soft, honeyed wind drawing up the scent of wet grass and sea air. I watch the ocean for any hint of land scraping along the horizon, for the sun glinting off wavy farmhouse windows. Each bend in the road feels like the promise of something waiting for me. If only I walk a little farther, another hour, I'll finally see it floating just a mile or so off the shore. And then my childhood self, my lingering doubts, will finally be put to rest. Buried for good. I will drop to my knees and cry, or maybe scramble down the rocky embankment and wade out into the water, unable to fight the need to once again feel the island beneath my feet. But this doesn't happen. The Atlantic remains flat and unaltered. When the sun is nearly set, countless miles beneath my feet, a family in a maroon four-door minivan stops on the shoulder of the road and asks if I'm okay. I try to wave them on, tell them I'm fine, but they insist that I'm a long way from town and that I shouldn't walk back in the dark. Another car might not see me, and I could easily be struck on these winding roads. I climb into the back seat beside a shy toddler strapped in a car seat. The parents make small talk, but thankfully don't ask me if I'm here searching for the Phantom Island. And when we reach the hotel, I try to give them $10 for the ride, but they refuse, waving me off cheerily as if we're old friends. Back in my room, I phone Nana, but she doesn't answer. It's Sunday, the day she likes to walk a half-mile down the bay to Mrs. McNeil's house, where they play cards, drink old scotch, and argue about whether the last big storm that hit their shores was in 95 or 99. I leave her a quick message, letting her know that I made it to the Faroes safely and I'll call her again tomorrow. I don't call James. I don't want to hear his voice thick with concern, his questioning. I know he'll think this is about him, that I'm running away from his offer of a long, happy life together. So I send a text. Visiting home. We'll call soon. I'm fine, don't worry. Then toss my phone onto the bed. I sit, staring out the darkened hotel window, wondering what the hell I'm doing here. Only a couple days ago, I got a call from a journalist, and now I'm in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean on a cluster of islands I never had any thought of visiting. Maybe I need to slow down, call one of my colleagues from graduate school, who I still keep in touch with. Maybe I need to talk this through. My actions the past few days have been hasty, irresponsible. I've canceled all my appointments for the next week on a whim. If I were talking to a client, I'd tell them that maybe they need to take a pause, write down what they're feeling, and really examine if they're making decisions from their emotions, from a place of panic, instead of clear objective reasoning. I know what I'm doing doesn't make sense, but I'm not ready to give up. I shower, put on pajamas, then dig through my suitcase until I find the wool scarf. Folded inside is a small locket. It's the only real thing that connects me to the island, a piece of evidence that's hard to ignore. But now I hold it in my palm, the empty locket with the inscription cut into the metal. For A.L. until the seas take us away. Maybe this is the thread of my past that will lead me to the truth. I unclasped the chain from around my neck, the necklace with the small shell that Nana gave me when I moved out years ago, and I slide the locket onto the chain. I don't know why I do it. The locket doesn't belong to me, but I've kept it safe after all these years, my pilfered treasure. And now, suddenly, I want to feel it close, against my skin, like I'm afraid to lose it. I squeeze the locket in my palm, summoning some unknowable fate from its smooth veneer, then clasp the chain back around my neck. I need to find something out here on these islands, something that will either prove my story true or not. And if I find nothing, I'll finally let it go. For good. 3 days pass like this. I leave the hotel in the morning, doing my best to avoid the journalists, photographers, and reporters who gather in the lobby, hands braced around paper cups of coffee before heading out into the gray air, all in search of the same elusive thing. But by the 4th day, a crowd of journalists has thinned. Only a handful remain, the determined few who won't give up just yet. But they look tired, doubtful, and I hear them talking on their phones, chatting together in the lobby. They're discussing other leads, other more tangible news stories. They're already plotting where they'll go next. James calls me 3 times, but I don't pick up. If I tell him where I am, I'm afraid he'll insist on flying out here. He likes to be the hero, come to my rescue. But I don't need saving right now. And I don't think I can stomach seeing him, or the thorny-edged question in his eyes. Why aren't you wearing the ring? Have you already decided? By morning, I find the hotel lobby crowded with luggage and hard black cases likely packed with camera gear. People checking out and waiting for their shuttle back to the airport. I walk down to the waterfront, keeping close to town, and as I stand on the pebbled shore, the damp air clinging to my skin, my hair turning wavy in the humidity, I look out at the sea, and I make a decision. It's time to go home. I've chased this fairy tale long enough. There's no hidden doorway, no prince waiting in a high castle, no proof that the island was ever real. Or more than just a hoax, a false memory told by a 12-year-old girl. It's time to go back to Seattle, water my poor houseplants, call James, see my clients who I've abandoned for some distant childhood story. I am a reasonable woman, thoughtful, careful. I'm not someone who deserts her life on a whim. Time to grow up. I return to the hotel and find the small cotton pouch tucked in my suitcase. I slide the gold engagement ring onto my left ring finger, tilting my hand in the lamplight. It's pretty, a single diamond in a square setting and several smaller stones around the band. Opal, I think. Simple, but nice. Nice? Fuck. Am I that hard to please? I grab my phone. James has texted several times already this morning. Are you okay? Please call me. It's been almost a week. I just need to know you're okay. We don't have to get married. We can wait. Went by your place, got your mail. Call me, but no rush. Take your time. Miss you. The guilt slides over me like a dark, heavy blanket. I've been cruel to him. I glance at the ring again. It's better than nice. It's a life with a man I love. It's a future without complications. And I do love him. It's my head that's all tangled up, trying to make sense of a moment in the past that feels unfinished. But maybe I just need to leave it alone. Stop picking at it. Stop making it bleed. True or not, what happened that night is long gone. I'm sorry. I text back. I got caught up chasing the past. Coming home tomorrow. I'm wearing the ring. I love you. Meet tomorrow for dinner at my place. I will return to Seattle, and I will kiss him and tell him yes. I will stop running from a life that is good and safe and decent. I will marry James, and we will move in together, buy a house, adopt a dog, talk about kids. We will build something so sturdy that I will forget why I was ever afraid. I will be smart, rational. I will do this because it's what I deserve, and I will let go of that damn island for good. I slide my phone into my back pocket, feeling relieved, braced by this new determination. I place my suitcase on the bed, but hunger pings at me. The hotel was nearly deserted when I walked through it earlier, the lobby restaurant just as empty. So I ride the elevator down 2 flights and find a seat at the bar counter. I order a glass of house red and their special, a roasted vegetable lasagna with a side of tomato soup. I'm staring at my phone, checking flights back to Seattle, when someone settles onto the stool beside me. I don't lift my gaze, but hear the woman order a glass of brandy. Not the cheap stuff, she tells the bartender, then her posture seems to angle in my direction. Sure got quiet around here today. I give her a quick glance, nodding. Her drink arrives and she sips it slowly, but I can feel her eyes flicking back to me. You on vacation? She asks, circling her glass on the bar, the brandy swirling in a tiny cyclone. Yeah, I lie, so she'll leave me alone, but I lift my eyes to give her a proper look. She's a bony-shouldered woman, with bobbed dark hair and a short fringe scraping along her eyebrows. It's a modern cut. She's a woman who follows trends, an influencer maybe, documenting her travels. But the severe angle of her hair doesn't detract from the softness of her face. Her pinked cheeks remind me of a strawberry shortcake doll I had as a kid, and her eyes have a slouchy, sleepy look about them. She has the face of a woman you want to trust, whether you should or not. Maybe she's simply here with family, a vacationer with a husband who's up in their room showering after a day exploring the island, and she figured she'd have a drink at the bar before dinner. I'm glad this place cleared out. It was a little too crowded for me, she comments. Now I'm more convinced she's just a tourist, oblivious to the reason for the bustling hotel. My reason for being here. Supposed to rain tomorrow, she adds, eyes flicking to one of the restaurant windows that faces the sea. Storm blowing in. I'm leaving in the morning, I reply quickly, offering a sharp smile before looking back at my phone, hoping this will be enough for her to realize I'm not interested in small talk. She clears her throat and takes another drink. Giving up like the rest of them, huh? Her voice is low, like she only half expects me to hear. And there is a hint of Midwest drawl. A woman from the flatland states, perhaps. But I sink my shoulders back. Excuse me. Most everyone thinks the island is long gone, that it won't appear again. That's why they left. So she's not on vacation. And now I wonder if she is a reporter after all. You're here looking for the island? I ask. She lowers her glass. Of course. Aren't you? There's something off about her languid tone, a falsity in her voice, hiding an edge she doesn't want me to hear. I draw my mouth into a hard line, not answering. The others think the island drifted west with the current, that it's heading toward Iceland. I set my phone on the bar. Is that where they all went? To Iceland? A few, but most have given up. Not you, though. I point out, tensing my posture on the bar stool and glancing to the doorway back into the lobby. She shakes her head, takes another drink, looking briefly disinterested, but it's only for show. And not you,
she observes. My eardrums pulse, a prick of some instinct telling me that there's more to this back and forth than she's letting on. But I repeat, I'm leaving tomorrow, making it clear that I have given up. She runs her finger around the rim of her glass, nails painted a mauve shade of pink, eyes trained on the claret liquid inside.
That's not a good idea, Ellie.
A tiny ribbon of tension snaps tight along my spine, and I swallow against the name uttered from this stranger's mouth. She knows who I am. She's likely known since the moment she sat down beside me. Who are you? My tone is sharp, giving away the unease growing inside me. Her eyes meet mine without blinking, drowsy and alert all at once.
Helen Ashcroft? We spoke on the phone several days back. I've tried calling since then, but I didn't think you'd turn up here.
Her voice did sound familiar when she first spoke, but I didn't link it, didn't make the connection. Now I'm seated beside Helen Ashcroft, the podcast journalist who phoned me back in Seattle and cracked apart the boundary I'd carefully laid out for myself. She'd called me Eleanor then, but she's since learned the shortened name I've gone by most of my life. Has she known I've been in this hotel the whole time? Maybe she's been following me, tracking my movements, waiting for the right time to approach. Trick me into talking to her. When did you get here? I ask.
The day after the sighting. Same day as you.
She finishes the brandy, then waves at the bartender for another.
I saw you when you arrived in the lobby, but I wanted to be sure. Didn't want you to think I was following you.
So you haven't been following me? She shakes her head.
I have my own leads to pursue. But now that we're here, just the two of us, maybe you'd like to make a statement? I have my recording gear up in my room. We could sit down for an hour, talk about what you remember.
I stare down at my half-empty glass, my uneaten plate of lasagna that the bartender placed in front of me without my realizing. And for a moment, her offer almost sounds appealing. I could tell her all of it, every detail I remember, get it out, and maybe it won't be my weight to carry anymore. I can return home tomorrow and leave it all behind.
Maybe if you tell your story now, as an adult, people will believe you. It will finally give credit to the story you told when you were 12. It will erase the stigma you endured.
A lump hardens in my chest. Stigma. And a fresh wave of anxiety boils up inside me. If I tell my story now, as an adult, it won't set anything right. It will only bring a new surge of doubt and criticism. Everything I worked so hard to put behind me will come roaring back in. And this time, I might drown in it. When you're 12, people write off your stories as childish make-believe. It's something you can outgrow, pretend was all in your head. But if I tell the same story again, I won't be able to escape it so easily. Helen Ashcroft is wrong. People won't believe it any more now than they did back then. A few will, of course, those who want to believe in such things. But most will add me to the list of conspiracy theorists, alien abductees, Bigfoot sightings, and religious figures seen in corn crops and burnt toast. I won't risk the life I've built. I'll keep my mouth shut. I place two $20 bills on the bar and stand up. Sorry, I tell her. I don't remember any of it. It was a long time ago.
But you're here, aren't you?
She asks, turning on the stool to face me.
You came all this way because you're still looking for it, because you were hoping it's still out there.
I want to tell her that she's wrong, that I'm here for another reason. But there is no lie I could tell that would make sense. So I head for the doorway when she calls after me.
The island has been spotted again.
I stop mid-stride, but don't turn around.
I spoke to a woman on the Northern Isles this morning. She saw it just offshore last night. Your island. It's still in the area. I turn around. She stares back at me. I have a rental car. You can ride with me if you want to come. The lump in my throat is making my head throb, my fingers twitching like a tiny electric shock pulsing through me. You don't have to give a statement. I won't even use you in the podcast if you don't want. But I'm going up there tomorrow, and I'm guessing you'll want to see for yourself if there's anything there. She dips her chin, green eyes leveled on me. This is your chance. I meet Helen in the lobby just after 8 a.m., and we climb into her small Ford Fiesta rental car. We drive to Villaraya, a small farming community on one of the northernmost islands. We'll take almost 2 hours. Good day for a drive, she comments as we set off, smiling, as if she's trying to bend back the barrier I've set between us. Start small, then maybe I'll crack wide and tell her everything. Out the window, the damp sky melts in with the dark Atlantic, and I watch a plane circle upward from the distant airport before it vanishes into the gloom. And I wonder if this was a mistake. If I should have taken the first flight out of here, instead of allowing this woman to take me farther north in hopes there might still be something out on that open ocean. Or maybe I'm hoping we'll find nothing. Just deep blue sea and a clot of floating debris that someone mistook for an island. We pass a cluster of houses. A fishing boat sits on a rusted trailer. A young girl with long red hair and green tights pumps her legs higher on a metal swing set in a front yard. She frowns at us, then waves. A change of heart. I wave back. I can picture her sitting on the couch in my office, knees pulled to chest, explaining how she dreams of leaving this small community and going somewhere big and bright and noisy. I'd give her platitudes. Dreams become reality when you work for them. Finish school, apply to universities, get a job, save money. Sometimes I think I'm a shit counselor. Because when life hands you a pile of crap that's impossible to dig out from under, my words won't change anything. I know you don't want to talk about what happened to you, Helen says, accelerating up a rise in the road. And this is off the record. But I've always been curious about one thing from your story. My story. It was so long ago when I told the details of what happened that night to police, when my statement was leaked to the local newspaper. My story, as if it were a tale loosely spun together and could easily be pulled apart. I was just a kid, I say. I can't be sure if any of it was even true. Helen's eyes flash to me, dubious, like she can see I'm only trying to shrug off what I don't want to remember. But the man you saw, she continues, your report, and others over the years, say that he was in his mid-30s. She looks at me for verification, but I give her none. When you met him, he was the same age as when his wife died, when he vanished along with the house. I look back at her, unsure what she's asking. Are you sure he wasn't older? In his 80s? I shake my head and turn toward the window. I hadn't planned on giving her anything, but I say this small thing. I'm certain. He was in his 30s, late 30s at most. I know what it means. The man hasn't aged. Her breathing changes, and she shakes her head. I interviewed a physics professor last year. He wrote a book about time, examining our linear perceptions of how time is experienced and understood. It was fucking crazy stuff, hard to follow honestly. But it made me wonder if time isn't actually a straight road with guardrails, but maybe there are exits and off-ramps and roundabouts. She gestures toward the black stretch of road ahead of us, her analogy made clear by the intersecting roads on either side. And sometimes we stumble off one of these exits, deviating from the original timeline, and find ourselves in some other, I don't know, different variation of it, all bent and contorted. I look at her, but her face is stoic, no hint that she's making a joke or trying to bait me into giving some comment about time that will make me sound unhinged later. I know what happened to me that night was impossible. I was gone for only a couple hours, yet I returned a week later. I'm not delusional about the improbability of it, but I also can't explain it. I don't know why time moved slower for me on the island. I don't know why the man I met was in his 30s when he should have been a man with thinning gray hair and bent shoulders. Maybe the man I met was not Clay Lockhart, I suggest. She cuts her eyes over to me. Then who was he? An imposter. I shrug. Only pretending. Helen slows the car as we pass a row of houses where a herd of sheep grazes passively beyond a wood fence. A man impersonating Clay Lockhart to keep the legend alive? She surmises. But how the hell did he get himself a floating island? Maybe it was only a ship, a fishing vessel. But my 12-year-old mind thought it was an island. I find myself participating in this conversation, theorizing with a woman who could easily go back on her word and reveal everything I've said to her. Okay, Helen says, nodding. So, a man. Some local fisherman, perhaps. Out of work, unstable, wanting to make the old stories true, builds himself an island-shaped ship, then sails around the Atlantic claiming to be Clay Lockhart. She pushes out her lips, letting the words settle in her mind. I can go along with that. Believe it even. But why only come ashore once in a decade or two? Why not make landfall every few months? Let himself be seen. Make his lie more believable. More eyewitnesses. Use it to his benefit. Profit off it even. She taps her fingers against the steering wheel and exhales. I can tell she loves this. This is her sweet spot. Speculating. Looking for the cracks in a mystery. Finding new threads to tug apart. Questions to ask. If we were recording her podcast right now, I could imagine the momentum building, the story spreading itself out like unrolling a dusty old quilt. My eyes flash to the back seat, wondering if she is, in fact, recording us secretly. But the black bag on the seat, which I assume contains microphones and equipment, is zipped closed. If it is recording, it'll be muffled, hard to make out. Still, I lower my voice. People do strange things, I say. Maybe he was drunk, ran his ship aground the night I encountered it. And after that, he decided it was a bad idea, went home, tore the ship apart, and never sailed it again. Until now, Helen points out, glancing at me with pale green eyes. She's right. Would he suddenly set out again, cross the Atlantic to the Faroes, and begin his hoax all over again? Maybe. But he would have aged as well. He'd be too old by now. Maybe he has a son who's taken over the family hoax? Doubtful. None of it really adds up. We fall silent, both of us turning over the possibilities, and the farther we drive, through long, dark tunnels and over bridges, the more certain I am that we'll find nothing. The island is likely nothing more than an abandoned boat or debris from a cargo ship. Could be anything. The mind has a way of aligning objects with things we already know. Familiar things, stories, legends. We want to believe in something larger than ourselves, so we make the ordinary moments into something bigger, more memorable. It's part of our human drive to find meaning. Helen Ashcroft is a textbook example of someone searching for more beneath the mundane. She wants to believe in a floating island trapped in time, and she'll chase the story as far as it will go. I spin the diamond ring around my finger, searching for comfort in it, for solid ground. James. He will anchor me to the real world once I'm back in Seattle. He will kiss me and pull me against his chest, and I will breathe in his familiar scent of the cafe and the constant rain, and I will let all of this go. At last, we reach the small community, hemmed in on two sides by rocky, treeless hills. The entire terrain is barren. No shrubs, no evergreens. Odd-shaped farmlands intersect one another, and the single-lane road leads us toward the sea, where all the homes are painted a stark Dutch white. Helen parks beside a tiny church with a red door and a small graveyard overlooking the Atlantic below. I step out of the car, breathing in the salt air. A narrow, meandering creek passes beside the church before spilling into the sea below. The ocean is choppy here, heaving inland like foamy bathwater, with a series of bluffs rising up to the left. It feels like a storybook, a town written about but never seen up close. There are no tourists here, no coffee shops or bus stops. Helen grabs the black satchel from the back seat and slings it over her shoulder. After fiddling with a few things inside the bag, she unravels a microphone, then holds it straight out in front of her, capturing the sound of the wind and the thrashing sea. Ambient noise for her podcast, to play during moments of pause, to build suspense when revealing clues about the island. Her face is serious, short nose twitching slightly, the wind brushing her flat dark hair back from her forehead. "Polam Yorkie hasn't lifted yet." The voice, raspy and thick, cuts through the air behind us. A woman is walking up the road, moving toward us, canvas overalls rolled up at the ankles, boots muddied, and a brown flannel shirt flapping in the breeze. She doesn't smile so much as pull her lips up into a confounded grimace, trying to figure out just what in the hell Helen is doing with a microphone pointed at the sea. Her face shows the years worn into it, skin bowing along her jowls, but pulled tight at the forehead. She might only be in her 50s, but her face is just as weathered as the paint on the nearby church, making her appear much older. The harsh sea air and gusting winds have not been kind to her. Helen steps forward, a hand outstretched to greet the woman. "I'm Helen Ashcroft," she says. "We spoke on the phone, and this is Ellie." She nods to me, and I appreciate that she doesn't say my last name, particularly because her recorder is still on. "Pleasure," the woman says, her accent an odd blend of Faroese and British. Maybe she was born in the UK, came across the cold Atlantic at some point in her life. "I'm Errol." She slants her eyes to the ocean, 100 stories carved into her features. "Can't see out past the rocks. Too much Polam Yorkie," she repeats, then amends. "Sea mist." I wonder if this is a term she uses often, or if she's only uttered it now for our benefit, giving us a sense of the local dialect. "How was the weather when you saw the island?" Helen asks, getting right to the point of our 2-hour drive. "Clear as Lake Sjorvakshva on a spring day." I don't know what this means exactly, but I assume it means you could see for miles, and that there was no disputing what she saw. "It was out beyond the point, just sitting there like a ship deciding whether it was safe to come into the bay. I could see the waves breaking against its shore, and for a time I think it was stuck on the rocks. Sat there for a good 15 minutes. Helen steps closer to the woman, holding the microphone out in front of her, the wind surely louder than our voices. "Did you see anyone on the island?" she asks, her expression widening, hopeful. Errol tilts her gaze to the ocean again, toward the far cliffs where she must have seen the thing she is so sure was an island. "Nah, no sign of anyone. But it was a good distance out there. Could only make out a house and a few smaller structures.
You saw the house?
Helen's tone rises in pitch.
Did it have a chimney and gray-blue shutters?
The woman's jaw shifts back, and she takes a moment to answer, pulling the gusting air into her lungs. Couldn't make out anything like that. I only know it sat there for a time before the winds picked up, and it finally broke loose, swept out into that god-awful Atlantic. Her face turns wistful, many seasons of brutal storms flashing across her eyes. Winters when the rain was surely so harsh you might have felt drier if you'd waded out into the sea. Months when the sun barely scraped above the horizon, the dark leaching into every crevice, inescapable.
Did anyone else see it?
Helen presses, cheeks pink now from the cold, eyes unblinking. But Errol shakes her head. Nah, I was the only one out on the shoreline that morning. Couldn't sleep. The sun was only just risen. Helen makes a sound at the back of her throat, and I can almost sense the questions leaping around in her skull like ping-pong balls, too many to get out all at once.
Is it possible you were dreaming?
She asks. Her voice is curious but not condescending, and I can tell she's done this many times before. She's mastered the art of coaxing answers out of people.
Not that you imagined it, but you know, that feeling when you're sort of half asleep and the waking world has that dreamy, not quite right quality? Maybe you were in that place, felt awake, but you weren't, if that makes sense.
I respect that Helen asks this question, that she isn't willing to believe this woman just on her word. She's after the truth, whether it makes for a better story or not. I know what you're saying, the woman answers. The Flanders boy used to sleepwalk up and down the shore at night when he was young. We all feared he'd walk straight out into the ocean one of those nights. But when he was around 14, just grew out of it. She clears her throat and sets her gaze back on Helen, her sagging jawline meeting in a hard resolve. But I can tell you clearly, what I saw that morning wasn't a dream. It was solid and real as the ground beneath our feet. There was an island out there. Can't say for sure if it was a piece of Scottish land, like the old stories say, but it was an island, sure as anything, and one I hope to never see again. Helen's eyes flash to me, like she's looking to see my reaction, before turning back to Errol.
Why's that? Why do you never want to see it again?
A seagull veers through the clear sky a few yards away, landing on the rocky bluff and letting out a screech. It's a ghost island, Errol answers. Only the dead can live on a place like that, and we don't need ill omens on our seas, cursing our fishermen. Helen falls quiet, and I wait for her to ask another question, but she lowers her microphone and switches off the recorder. Again, her eyes skip to me like she's expecting me to speak, to reveal to this woman that I too once saw the island and spent both a whole week and only a couple hours on it. But I turn away from her and walk toward the bluff, looking out at the choppy sea. Behind me, I hear Helen and the woman speaking low, maybe discussing if there's anything else that should be included in the podcast. And finally, Helen appears beside me.
Do you think she's telling the truth?
I lift a shoulder. Hard to say.
Did it sound like your island?
Air gusts from my nostrils. My island. How do you know I was telling the truth? I ask in return. I was only a kid when I saw it. Maybe I was only dreaming, like you said.
Were you?
I look away from her. I wish it was a dream.
I don't think you'd come all the way here, Helen says, if you didn't think what you saw was real. You wouldn't have come hoping to find it again.
But there's nothing to find, I counter, glancing at her. Only rumors and near misses. I should have gone home today. We stayed that way for a while, watching the light change and the clouds slide in from the east. A soft rain begins to fall, and Helen jogs back to her rented car to toss her recording gear into the back seat. I follow, but more slowly, letting the rain dampen my hair and stream down my raincoat. Inside the car, Helen already has the engine running and heat blowing through the vents. We don't speak as she turns the car around and starts back up the single-lane road. The barren grassland and sloping hills remind me of sleeping woodland animals. We pass farmhouses with damp, mossy foundations, fenced pastures, and sheds with the eyes of cattle or sheep peering out. The sky becomes pale and flinty, a storm sinking over the Faroes. But my heart feels dried out, exhausted. I've chased this memory too far, wasted too many days, ignored the real world, my real life, long enough. It's time to go home. I tilt my head back against the seat, watching the last of the daylight flatten against the sea to the west, the sky shedding all its color, soft and matte, as if this place were saying its goodbyes, its good riddance to me. Through the passenger window, I notice a soft glint of light, like sunlight refracting off glass, only a handful of yards from the coastline. I sit up, leaning toward the window. The thing is moving slowly, a fishing boat most likely, but I can't make it out clearly through the rain. Stop the car. What? Helen asks over the thumping of the windshield wipers. Stop! I press a hand to the window, starting to open my door before she's even slammed on the brakes, the car swerving onto the shoulder of the road. What's wrong? She asks, but I step out onto the gravel shoulder, leaving the door open behind me, and hurry to the embankment. My heart hammers in my ears. Holy shit! Helen gasps. I hear her open the back door, probably grabbing her recording gear so she can narrate what we're seeing, what's happening. But I don't wait for her. The sound of the car engine still running behind me, windshield wipers thudding back and forth, I scramble down the slick, grassy embankment to the pebbled shore below. I need to see. I need to be closer. I need to be certain. Waves roll and heave up onto the empty beach, and from here, the island doesn't seem too far off. Only a few yards, a good swim at best. I glance back and I can see Helen at the top of the slope, clenching her microphone, speaking into it, describing what she's seeing, but I can't hear. Her voice is lost to the wind. We're on a remote sketch of road. No cars or nearby homes. No one to verify what we're seeing. My body vibrates as the rain streams over me. Adrenaline pumping wildly through every cell, every nerve, every memory I've tried to push away. I swing my eyes back to the sea, a crush of thoughts piling up in my mind as I try to remember. In all the years I spent imagining this moment, what it might feel like to see it again, I can't recall what I'm supposed to do now. Do I watch it drift by, content to simply see it? Do I trust my eyes, trust the sea air? Do I trust my own mind? There's been something unfinished inside me since the night I first witnessed the island. A loose thread that was never stitched back into place. A story without an end. I tried to ignore it. I tried to pretend. But it was always there. The part of me that still believed. That needed to know for sure. That's been screaming silently to me since I was 12 years old. The part of me that's still out on that island. I need to finish the story. I yank off my rain boots, my coat, and my jeans, and leave them in a pile on the rocks. Up the embankment, Helen is still speaking into her microphone, her free hand fidgeting at her side, eyes trained on the impossible island floating just offshore. She's not even looking at me. I hesitate. Even if I yelled up to her, told her what I'm about to do, she wouldn't hear me over the wind. So I turn, in only a t-shirt and underwear, like some reckless teenager who drank too much strawberry wine after prom, and I pick my way over the smooth, pebbled stones and out into the Atlantic. It's cold, jarringly cold, splinters across flesh cold. But the adrenaline is still thumping through my veins, and I wade in deeper up to my chest. I can feel the ground dropping away beneath me, the dark gray of the ocean, the deep. And I pause, suddenly doubting this stupid thing I'm about to do. But there is something else inside me, something louder. That grinding, impetuous need to know once and for all, to know the truth. And it propels me forward. I pull the damp air into my lungs. I can't believe I'm doing this. And I dive forward, ducking beneath a wave. The water is bracing, seizing my thoughts, but when I come up for a breath, the air is sharper in my lungs than the water against my skin. I think I hear a voice behind me, Helen shouting, screaming for me to come back. But I don't turn to look. I keep kicking, arms wheeling over my head. I was a swimmer in college. Not competitively. I hated the idea of swimming against anyone else. I did it in the evening after classes. I liked the way the water felt, the buoyancy, the numbing quiet when my head dips beneath that artificial blue waterline. And I think a part of me knew it also reminded me of the sea. A part of me wanted to be ready, in case this day ever came. I lift my head, but the island is still a good distance off. I miscalculated how far I'd need to swim. The rising and falling curve of the waves is deceiving. But I drive my legs even harder through the water. I need to reach the island before it drifts too far away, before I lose sight of it. I need to know that it wasn't all in my head. The waves toss and surge over me, the ocean becoming deeper, a depth that I try not to think about. I sweep my arms through the cold, pulling myself forward. I can see the rocky shore rising up ahead of me, the tide pushing me closer now, waves cresting and falling. But I'm so numb I hardly feel it. 2 more strokes, 3. I reach for the rocks, but a wave barrels into me, drawing me under. I kick to the surface, gulping in air, and my hand touches one of the rocks, slick, jagged. But before I can heave myself out of the water, another wave slams into my back, thrusting me forward against the rocks. I feel a sharp impact at my hip bone, a cracking pain down my leg and across my ribs. I cry out, gulping in more water, but the next wave throws me fully onto the shore. My hands reach out, bracing, but it's the back of my skull that collides with the blunt edge of a boulder. A cosmic burst of starlight spreads across my vision, blotting out the dreary sky, first turning everything searing white, and then a nauseating black that flips the world inside out. Chapter 6. I feel arms hauling me up from the slick rocks. Eyes blinking, I try to peer through the rain, across the thrashing sea, to see if Helen is at the shore. I think I spot her on the beach, arms waving, shouting wildly. But then the thick fog and sea mist swallow her up. Maybe she was never there at all. Warm blood courses down my thigh from where the rock tore open my flesh. The air feels strange in my lungs, as if I'm breathing in the rain, gulping it down like a fish. And then I too am swallowed up by the dark, a blotting out of pain and cold, and nothing else. The bed I lie in isn't mine. It's hard, the mattress curved in all the wrong places. The pillow smells of someone unknown, wool and dirt. I open my eyes, blink around the room. but it's all watercolors and fractured light. My skin feels papery, wafer thin, like the dampness might separate it from my skeleton. I wonder if I'm going into shock, the cold making my thoughts spin and darken, unable to settle clearly on anything. So I let myself sink back into sleep. Time weaves around me. I lose track of the hours. A shadow slides over me. A man. Pain, pain, pain. It runs its dagger through me, straight down my leg, like it wants to see me scream. And I do, but it only comes out as a whimper. So I sleep again. Amber light streams through a window, touching the side of my face, warming me. I pull the bedsheet up to my chin, stretching my legs a little, and pain crawls up my torso. My eyes snap open. I'm not at home. I am here, in this strange place. Inhaling, I push myself up, back rigid against the headboard. My fingers slide down my side, finding the source of the pain. Folding back the blankets, I see the bruised, swollen flesh along my left hip bone. But there is something coating the wound, a balm, a waxy substance just above the line of my underwear. The man has been tending to me, touching my bare hip while I slept. I try to swing my legs over the edge of the bed, but there is more pain, a new source. The back of my head throbs so fiercely it feels like it's being squeezed between two concrete walls, right in time with my heartbeat. Fuck. I sink back against the headboard, eyes pinched shut. Get up, I tell myself. I can't stay here. I shift my legs slowly, biting down on the pain, and slip off the edge of the mattress. My feet find the floor, a dagger lancing along my rib cage. My head wheels, the room rotates, but after a moment of deep breaths, I blink and everything settles. I focus on the bedroom door. Fresh air, I think. If I can breathe in fresh air, all the violent upheavals happening in my body will soften. I straighten up, take a step, and the pain in my hip stabs down into my leg, making my knees buckle. I hit the floor with a thud, ears ringing, lungs heaving, muscles spasming. The bedroom door swings open, footsteps, and then his arms are around me again, bracing my ribs, lifting me up and placing me carefully back into bed. "Gonna no day that," he mutters under his breath. Gaelic or some Scots dialect, words that melt into the pain. I ease myself down to the rough pillow, head vibrating. The man looks down at me. "That hip needs to heal," he says, words I actually understand. I relax my shoulders back, close my eyes, and let out a long breath before looking up at him. But my vision is still whirling, and he's just out of focus. "Where am I?" He walks to a wooden chest of drawers, pours a glass of water from a ceramic pitcher, and carries the glass back to me. "Where you're supposed to be." The water is frigid as it spills down my throat, but soothes me when it hits my stomach. I blink again, and the man's face is a little less vague. "I need to get back," I say, teeth feeling brittle and cold. "Too late for that." Sunlight streaks through the bedroom window, golden like honey. The curtains, the color of wheat, are tied open beside the frame. The light touches his face, cheekbones, eyes, a piercing, painful blue, like they've seen the harshest of winters, known grief and anger and desperation. An overgrown beard covers most of his face, light brown, speckled with strands of red. But even through the beard, I know. He is the same man I remember from a long-forgotten dream, from a childhood that was haunted by thoughts of this island. But it's more than this. Helen was right. The man I met that night off the coast of Nova Scotia was in his mid-30s, tall and broad-shouldered. He should be in his 50s by now, body slightly more slumped and used up. But this man in front of me is unchanged from the man I met almost 20 years ago. Dark, damp hair, shoulders towering above me, long-sleeve cotton shirt rolled up to his elbows. This is the same man. The same. As if time has stalled or slowed around him, like a photograph left undeveloped. He hasn't aged a day. The air seems to shake around me, in disbelief, in confusion, a tinny vibration pressing against my eardrums. "Do you have a boat?" I ask, head pulsing with too many questions that I don't have time to ask, because I know I need to get back to the mainland before we drift too far out into the Atlantic. He takes a few steps back from the bed, shakes his head. "Lost it to a bad gale some years ago, and it wouldn't do you any good unless you could see land." "We can't be that far from the Faroes yet." He turns to the window, features cast in silhouette, a face that's been carved by the sea winds, a sleeplessness about him, an exhaustion, eyes like a long-awaited storm, as if they are always watching for something, for the rain to come, for death, or something else. He is a man who shouldn't be here, who shouldn't look as young as he does. "The Faroe Islands." His mouth slackens, and I can't sort out what it is, but he is different somehow than how I remember. The way he moves, breathes, the muscles in his forearms tensing as he slides his hands into the pockets of his wool pants. I placed a glass of water on the side table, beside a candle stub burned low. "I can't stay here," I say, releasing a shaky exhale. "I need to get off." I never intended to be here this long. I only wanted to see the island, step foot onto its shores, to prove it was real. To know, once and for all, that I didn't make it up all those years ago. And then I would swim back to the mainland, to Helen, having seen the truth, with a story inside me I couldn't deny. "You shouldn't have come in the first place," he answers, a severity to his voice, an irritation. "When we get close to land again, I can swim back to shore." A twitch pulls at his temple. "Nae tellin' when that'll be." Pain races down my hip, and I blow out a breath, resting my head back. But when I pinch my eyes closed, trying to conjure up a different outcome, a way out of here, memories slide like sand through my mind to the last time I was here. With trembling fingers, I reach into the collar of my shirt, searching for the chain around my neck. But it's gone. My eyes flick up, meeting with his. Stillness passes between us, his face unreadable. But from his pocket, his hand unfolds, revealing the chain sitting like a pool of silver in his palm, the locket like a glaring eye. He took it from around my neck while I slept. "Why do you have this?" he asks, running his thumb along the edge of the locket, as if it were an old friend he is trying to recall. "There was a wee girl who was here," he continues. "She stole it. I never saw it again. How did you get it?" Guilt tightens in my chest, and my mind whirls. At the unfathomable nature of this moment, this conversation. "I took it," I admit, my eyes flicking to the window, the doorway, observing every detail, wondering if any of this is real, if I've lost my mind, if I drowned out there at sea, and this is some momentary illusion before I tumble into the afterlife. "I'm sorry," I manage. "I never should have." He closes his fist around it, like he doesn't want me looking at it. His. But when his eyes lift, there is a new thread of curiosity in them.
That's not possible. The girl was here only a year ago.
My heart thuds like a small clipped bird, desperate, panicked, needing a way out. It was 20 years ago. He slides the locket back into his shirt. The chain still holds the small, delicate shell that Nana gave me, but I don't dare ask for it back. I am a thief, a stranger in his house. Again. Still, a shard of relief ripples through me, knowing the locket is back where it belongs. You haven't aged, I tell him in a near whisper. You look just how I remember. My voice falters, breaking under the weight of how impossible it is. He walks to the bedroom window, touching the curtain.
The sea can play tricks on a person.
A gust of wind throws rain against the glass. The house rattles.
You learn not to trust what happens out here.
The last 20 years of my life, all the time I spent trying to convince myself that none of what happened that night was real, is now crumbling in my hands. I feel both relief and something close to shock as I stare up at the same man I met all those years ago.
You need rest,
he says now, turning away from the window, the dim light sliding along his face, the scruff of his beard, the quietness of his eyes. I shouldn't be here. This shouldn't be happening.
Get some sleep if you can. Storm might sound bad, but trust me, this house has weathered far worse.
He stops in the doorway, hesitates.
I don't know your name.
My throat feels too dry, my head feels too full of thoughts, but I say, Ellie. He nods to himself.
Clay,
he answers, as if we are meeting for the first time, as if he doesn't want to dwell too long on the years that stretch between past and present, the threads of time that separate the real world from this one, mainland from his island, who we were from who we are now. I know, I reply, and his eyes stay on me a moment longer, as if he's gazing into the past, just before he steps out into the hall and is gone. But he doesn't close the door fully. He leaves it open a crack, perhaps to give me comfort, to assure me that I'm not a prisoner. I can leave at any time. I can leave this room, anyway, but not the island. I twist the gold engagement ring around my finger, the diamond just as lustrous and sharp-edged as the day I first slid it on. Has James heard what has happened to me? About the island? How I waded out into the stormy Atlantic? Is he on a flight to the Faroe Islands, fingers tapping on his cell phone, hoping I'll call, text, all just a misunderstanding? Has he called Nana, both of them formulating a plan, their voices hurried, an unspoken worry at the backs of their throats, a strangeness they don't dare give voice to? That I have vanished, history repeating itself. Unexpectedly, I think of Mom. She still lives in San Francisco, last I heard. Nana talks to her from time to time. But after college, when I changed my number, I asked Nana not to give it to her. We barely spoke as it was. There was nothing left to say. And I decided that what I needed most was distance, boundaries. She was never really a mother to me. And yet, I think of her now, just a flicker in the back of my mind. And I wonder if she knows, if she's heard about my disappearance, and if it even matters. My hip bone throbs, my whole body feels heavy as iron, while my head pulses with every whack of my heartbeat in my ears. So I sink down against the pillow that smells like mint, wool, salt, like him. And I sleep. The hallway is lit by a single candle, the wood floor cold beneath my feet. A closed door sits on my right. To the left, an open doorway reveals a small bathroom. I only glance at it as I pass. Clawfoot tub, pedestal sink with a round mirror above, white tile floor. No toilet. It's from another era, in need of renovation, a kind of bathroom found in an old farmhouse in one of those HGTV fixer-upper shows. Maybe they'd decide to maintain the vintage feel, or maybe they'd demo it and give it a sleek, concrete bathroom with modern fixtures and copper lighting. At the stairs, I grip the railing and use it to guide my way down, my hip lighting up, a white-hot pain with each step. The front door stands ahead of me, an upholstered couch to the right, the color of oatmeal, and a brick fireplace with chopped wood stacked beside it. I limp toward the door, fighting the throb at the back of my skull. The doorknob is cold in my palm as I turn it, and at once the wind pushes the door inward. It slams back against the wall. I don't know how long I've been asleep, how long I've been in this house, but I know I need to get out of here. Stupidly, I left my cell phone in the pocket of my jeans back on the beach before I dove into the sea. But even if I had kept it, it would be waterlogged from the swim, and likely dead now anyway. I have no way to call for help. At the edge of the front porch, rain pelts my face, and I blink, lifting a hand over my eyes to peer toward the stormy skyline. I can't even make out the sea beyond the edge of the island.
Drake,
his voice says softly behind me.
You step out there.
He nods from just inside the open doorway.
You'll be soaked through in no time.
My throat is dry. How long was I asleep?
Been 2 days since I brought you up from the shore.
I can't stay any longer. They'll be looking for me. Wind gusts past me, spraying rain through the open doorway onto the floor. Clay tips his eyes at me.
I don't want you here any more than you want to be here.
His words are biting, and my chest tightens.
But we'll need to wait for the storm to pass to see how far we've drifted.
I stare out at the sea, drawing in the scent of brine and fish and algae. I don't know what I thought would happen. Leaving the shore, swimming toward a memory. But not this. Maybe I thought it would be like before, when I motored Nana's boat to the island, then left it just as easily. I didn't think I'd be trapped. I lower my hand, because he's right. I'm not going anywhere in this storm. I can barely stand. So I turn, crossing the porch and moving slowly back through the open doorway. He swings the door closed behind me, and the air inside the living room settles back into a muted calm, rain streaming down the roof. The room is shadowy, but not unwelcoming. There is a softness to it, hints of the woman who once lived here. A folded blue quilt over the back of the couch, floral cushions in hues of yellow and green, a few paintings on the walls, seascapes mostly. On the mantel, over the unlit fireplace, sits a wooden clock, frozen in time. It reads 11:42. Was this the time the island separated from the mainland? Beside the fireplace are 2 rows of shelves filled with books. The spines look dusty, unread for quite some time.
Here,
he says, offering a hand. I stare at his palm, work-worn, rough, and I reluctantly take it, knowing my hip can't hold me upright much longer. He leads me into the kitchen, a room that feels all at once familiar, but forgotten. My left leg is trembling by the time he places me in a chair near the wood stove. I reach out my hands toward the warmth, listening as he opens cupboards behind me, then cranks a lever at the kitchen sink. The sound of water rising up from a deep well underground, and the feeling of déjà vu is like a shiver behind my eyes. I've sat in this very spot, faced this same stove.
Drink,
he instructs, pushing a mug into my hands, steam rising from the surface. The flavor is mild, earthy, like garden roots with a hint of lemon or mint. I can't quite tell. My taste buds feel numbed. That night, I whisper, lowering the mug to my lap. When I got back to shore, everyone thought I made it up, that I lied. My vision sways, like my thumping head is trying to pull me back into the past. I've spent my life trying to convince myself that it wasn't real, that this place and you weren't real. He looks back at me, creases pulled stiff along his forehead.
Aye, and yet here you are.
He's exactly how I remember, but also not. He's changed somehow, in ways I can't quite untangle. How is any of this possible? I need to make sense of it, need some part of this, sitting here, back on the island, to remedy every moment I was mocked as a kid. All the hurt and therapy and nights when I couldn't sleep because I was replaying what happened to me. I need him to tell me I'm not insane. I need him to give me some proof that this is all real. But he is steely, quiet, eyes flashing past me to the shelf beside the wood stove, where the locket I stole is now hung back on the same hook. I took something from him that night. I hurt him deeper than I probably understand, and he doesn't owe me a thing.
I'll get you some clean clothes,
he says at last. I glance down, my bare legs like two ghostly pale tree limbs. I had been so intent on reaching the front door, I failed to realize that I'm still wearing the t-shirt and underwear I wore when I swam out to sea, and nothing else. Thank you, I say. My eyes click back to him, his skin darker than I remember, tinted by the sun, and I watch as he strides back into the living room. I hear his boots on the stairs, a soft wisp of dust trailing down from the ceiling as he walks across the second floor. When he returns, he hands me a heap of fabric, a pair of pants made of linen, the color of dry grass, and worn slightly at the hem, a folded button-up shirt, darker, navy blue like the sea. He leaves the kitchen again without a word. These clothes belong to his wife. The storm eases against the house as the sun curves along the edge of the ocean, slanting through the windows, afternoon turning to evening. Clay walks out onto the front porch, a mug of tea in his left hand. Desperation scratches at me as I follow him out, squinting into the disappearing gloom where the clouds are rising up into the atmosphere, turning to nothing, calmed now that the weight of rain has left them. The sea is visible, white caps settling along the belly of the Atlantic. Where is it? I ask, scanning the horizon. Where's the mainland? His eyes scrape over me.
Gone.
I've changed out of my old clothes into the ones he gave me, the pants buttoning high at my waist, the shirt a little fuller at the bust, but the shoulders squared almost perfectly against my collarbones. After I tuck the shirt in at the front, observing myself in the graying bathroom mirror, I marveled at how well the clothes fit. Now, with his eyes on me, I feel uneasy standing before him like this, and I wonder what he's thinking, if it unsettles him to see another woman in his dead wife's clothes. Or just to see another woman at all, after all this time. How long? I ask, wiping the damp sea air from my forehead. His eyebrows cut down. Until we see land again.
His right hand slides into his pocket, chest rising with each breath. He is different, I think again. In the years since I last saw him, he's been shaped by the sea, the tide, a life on this island I can't begin to imagine.
Could be days, or longer.
How much longer? He starts down the porch steps, boots heavy against each wooden board. How long since you last saw land? I press.
He looks back. I saw it 2 days ago, when you swam from the shore.
No.
I shake my head, unsure why he's messing with me.
Before that. When did you see land before the Faroes?
He pulls the wet air into his lungs, takes a drink of his evening tea.
5 months and 21 days.
A stone drops into my gut. He strides away without looking back, shoulders wide and strong, hair lightened in places like streaks of sunlight. I watch him make his way down the dirt path, heading toward the barn at the end of a stone fence, where 6 sheep have gathered at the gate, waiting for him.
5 months and 21 days. A lifetime.
I watch him until he disappears into the dark interior of the barn, and my eyes sway out to the sea, the last of the sun sparking off the surface. I feel dizzy, the pain in my skull returning. Because if time moves slower on the island, then it'll be years before we see the mainland again. Years before I get off this island. Chapter 7. Hours pass, and then days. Rainy, cloudy mornings, followed by even darker afternoons. I sleep most of the day, dreaming of the sea, of drowning. I wake layered in sweat, then stagger to the window to check the shoreline. But see nothing. No sign of land. Day 5, I move slowly downstairs, tired of the small, dusty bedroom, of the constant gray light through the curtained window. He leaves the house after sunup, and I watch him from the kitchen window, repairing the roof on one of the smaller sheds, carrying buckets of fresh water out to the sheep's trough. He stays outside until the sun sets, purposeful, tireless. I remain in the warmth of the house, adding wood to the stove, the bruise on my hip fading, the pain softening until I hardly feel it at all. I only leave to use the privy, as he calls it, a wooden outhouse a few yards from the back kitchen door. It isn't as bad as I'd feared, tidy and clean. But when it rains, I dread the wet march through the mud and the howling winds. Time passes like an itch against my skull. We barely speak. I know he doesn't want me here. His tone is always rough, quick, as if he could cast me aside like a useless stone out to sea. I am an unwanted guest in his home, on his island, and I know he's hoping a slip of land will appear just as desperately as I want it to. But even for all our wanting, it does not come. He catches fish in the evening, hauls in crabs from the shoreline. He tills the wet soil in a patch of rectangular land beside the existing garden, then pulls up yellow squash and carrots and other hardy root vegetables. We eat together in the kitchen, mostly silent, and I feel like a ghost, a passing shadow, a burden eating his food and sleeping in his bed while he contorts himself on the couch each night. We can't go on like this. Rain streams down the kitchen windows where I'm peeling potatoes, like he showed me, using a small wood-handled knife, the blade sharp and precise, then drop the peelings into a metal bucket that will be taken outside to the square compost pile behind the house. But after the last potato, which he called a tatty, sits naked in a pot of water, ready to be boiled on the fire,
I stare out the window, the sea thrashing against the shore, and a feeling of unease starts to crawl up from my toes into my ribcage. Anxiety that turns to panic. Almost like claustrophobia. I shouldn't still be here. In this kitchen, this drafty, battered farmhouse that I swear tilts and sways in the constant wind. There must be a way out of here. I find a pair of rain boots in the hall closet, about my size, and a black rain slicker that's 3 sizes too big, and I head out into the downpour. He's in the garden, pulling up weeds. There must be a boat, I shout through the rain. A way off. He doesn't lift his head.
No boat.
Spare wood, then. Supplies to build something. A raft. Fabric for a sail. He flashes his eyes up at me.
You know how to build a boat?
No, I say, but you must. He resumes his work, moving down the row of tomatoes, snipping off the dead leaves with his thumb and forefinger. His hands are used to being in the dirt. His arms and shoulders are muscled and strong beneath the cotton of his rolled-up sleeves.
You know how to sail?
He asks. No, but I could learn. He keeps working, doesn't reply. Please, I shout at him. I know you don't want me here, so help me find a way off. He exhales, shifts back on his heels, irritated, but his eyes fall to my feet, to the boots I'm wearing.
Where'd you get those?
What?
The boots.
In the hall closet. He stands up, wiping his palms against his legs.
Take them off.
What? I shake my head, confused.
I said, take them off.
Frowning, I step out of the boots, my bare feet sinking into the cold, wet earth. He won't look at me, but walks to my side, grabs the boots from the ground, then heads for the house. The rain falls harder, the soil turning to soup, and I know that the boots must have been his wife's, and for some reason, I'm allowed to wear her clothes, but not the boots. When I reach the house, making muddy footprints through the front door, he's already at the stairs. I'm sorry, I say, shivering. I should have asked before I took them. I won't do it again. He stops, breathes in a way that feels like it unsettles the entire house, makes time stall against the walls. He turns, looks at me, but I can't tell what he's thinking. I just want to get out of here, I add, my voice pitiful, small. His jaw tenses, eyes hard, and he crosses the living room back to me, his boots heavy with each step. His hand touches my arm, gentle but firm, and he leads me back out the door. What the hell are you doing? He releases me once we're standing at the edge of the porch, and he points out at the sea.
That's no ocean out there, he growls. It's a black hole that'll swallow you up. Sailors die in that water. Even with a good, sturdy boat, you wouldn't survive on your own.
You want me to stay here for 5 months, waiting for us to see land?
Nay,
he answers, a coldness in his eyes.
But we've no choice, have we?
I listen to his footsteps cross the floor below me. The soft, unnameable sound of him pulling off his boots, undressing in the living room while I occupy his bedroom, and then the subtle depression of couch springs before everything falls quiet. The farmhouse is old, small, no spare bedroom. There is heartbreak in the way he moves, in his eyes. The grief is sharp and unmistakable. I've seen it in the kids who walk into my office. But he is also gruff, boorish, and often rude. A man who has lost all his civility, his manners. He is nothing like James, and it makes me long for James in a way I've never known before. It makes me feel guilty for leaving, for hesitating when he asked me to marry him. He is a kind, patient man, a predictability about him that I crave now more than anything. But I am stuck on this impossible island with a man who is none of these things. And I promise myself, when I finally return to the mainland, to Seattle, I'll tell James how deeply I love him. I'll promise to never leave his side, not for anything. I will be the fiancée, the wife I should have been long ago. I resolve myself to this, and it gives me something to hope for. I spin the engagement ring around my finger, the diamond a small weight, linking me back to James, to home. I count the days I've been here. This will be the 7th night. But how many nights have passed back home? When I was 12, I had only been on the island a few hours, but it was a whole week on the mainland. Time distorted somehow, bent and tangled. I try to calculate the difference now, but the results are too terrifying. 7 days here could mean months on the mainland. I've been missing for months. I imagine Nana wandering the shoals in front of her house, hoping I might appear from the sea. Has James flown to the Faroes, chartered a fishing boat, joined a search party out looking for me? But after so long, months in their timeline, surely they can't imagine I'm still alive. The odds of finding me would seem slim by now. Maybe James has gone back to Seattle, called my patients and told them, what? That I've disappeared without any hope of being found again? I'm sure the local news has spread to national media outlets. Young girl who vanished at age 12 has disappeared once again 20 years later. When I finally manage a way off this island, I'll need to go into hiding just to avoid the press. But James will see to that. He's good in a crisis. He'll know what to say. She needs time to process what's happened. I'll be back in therapy in no time, hours spent talking to one of my colleagues, sorting through the details of this imaginary experience, dealing with the trauma again. Because maybe that's all this is. Trauma. A head injury. Maybe I'm lying in a hospital bed back in the Faroe Islands, trapped in a coma-induced nightmare. Maybe I just need to wake up. I slide myself beneath the blankets, my face against the cotton sheet, breathing in the salty, earthen scent. And as I begin to drift off, I think how oddly safe I feel. There's something about the soft depression in the mattress, the weight of the wool blankets, the sea wind against the walls of the house, the unbroken quiet, not a single hum from electronic devices, no cell phone dinging from the bedside table, no TV static or central heating or street lamps through the window, no cars driving through the rain outside, no dog barking next door, no sirens in the distance. Out here, it's a different kind of quiet. I feel sheltered, as if this old house were holding me in the palm of its hand. Admittedly, I haven't slept this good since I was little. He's standing shirtless on the front porch, like a figurehead on the prow of a sailing vessel, undaunted by the lashing rain. Like he was built for this place, this island, this hard-fought life. I watch him from the living room window, eyeing a small scar on his right shoulder, another across his bicep. More evidence of the battles he's faced against the sea. He sips his tea, quiet, steam rising into his face, and my thoughts bend in on themselves. He's handsome, I think, in this early morning light, just risen from sleep. A kind of handsome that would make most men arrogant, vain. But he is neither of these things. Rough, perhaps, lacking some decorum, but not self-important. I imagine he's always lived an isolated life, even before the island split away from the mainland. My mind slips deeper, wondering at the last time someone touched his skin, the last time his wife laid her fingers against him with hunger in her eyes. It's been over 70 years since his wife died, since that awful night. But how long has it felt for him? 2 years? 3? All too recent. He is a solemn, unknowable man with skin like sap. A man who has lost too much. He takes another sip, then turns. I snap my eyes away, but it's too late. He knows I was watching him. 10 days gone. He heads outside just after sunup, even when it's raining. I stand on the front porch watching the waves, the gray sky, hoping for a bit of green, for the Faroes to appear against the horizon. But the waiting starts to feel like madness, like I'm pushing the land away with my eyes. So I find a broom in the kitchen and I sweep the house. I dust the windowsills, pulling away cobwebs from the corners. I lock myself in the bathroom and cry, anointing myself with tears, feeling the full weight of this whole fucked up situation. Then I brush away the despair and step back out into the hall. Because there is no relief in the tears. The bathroom is mostly useless anyway, without a toilet. The clawfoot tub still holds water for a bath, but Clay explains that buckets of water need to be heated on the stove, then carried up one at a time. And he hasn't offered to do as much. I distract myself, daydreaming that tomorrow will see land. Tomorrow, I will return home and sleep in my own bed. Tomorrow, I will see Nana and James, and I'll begin the work of repairing the life I left behind. I organize the kitchen cupboards, anything to keep the hours from feeling like years, where plates and mugs have been stacked haphazardly without any order. I learn how to crank water from the faucet into the sink. It can be finicky in the cold of early morning, and I boil water for tea when Clay comes inside in the evening, shivering and wet. He tells me that the well that once ran deep underground no longer works, since the island broke away from the mainland. But he built a series of gutters along the eaves of the house to collect rainwater, diverting the runoff into a metal cistern in the cellar below the kitchen. Water is precious, saved and used sparingly. I made the mistake of washing my face in the sink one morning, letting the water spill greedily through my hands, wasting most of it, and he rushed over, slamming his palm against the faucet handle to shut it off. "Nay," he scolded, shaking his head, explaining that each drop must be rationed. I wanted to reply that rain is always streaming over the house. Surely we'll never run out of water. There's always plenty more falling from the sky. But I kept my mouth shut, because what do I know of water conservation? My period starts. I cut out pieces of fabric I find in the hall closet. Remnants I imagine his wife saved to be used later for mending shirts. In the evening, I wash the strips of fabric and hang them to dry on the laundry line outside, hoping he won't ask what they're for. The days rise and fall. The hours slippery, hard to grasp. I chop vegetables from the garden to make stew. I collect eggs from the wooden hen house at the end of the dirt path, then carry them back to the kitchen in a small basket. I notice him watching me, just like I watch him. Both of us creatures the other doesn't quite understand. We are wary, untrusting, yet we have found ourselves in a pattern of existence, of survival, counting the days. It's late, near midnight, if I had to guess, and I hear Clay stirring downstairs, pulling on his boots. "What's wrong?"
I ask from the stairwell, a blanket pulled around me.
Lamb about to be born,
he answers as he opens the front door. He stares at me, and I stare back, just before he steps out into the night. I hesitate before my legs carry me down the stairs. I make a cup of tea in the kitchen, thinking he'll need it, then pull on a coat from the hook beside the front door, the one he said I could wear. I make my way up the path, the moon swollen, shading the island in indigo. Before I've even reached the barn, I can hear the cries of the mother sheep, and I wonder if this is the sound that woke Clay. Stepping through the doorway, I can see the sheep near the far wall, separated from the others, and Clay is on his knees, feeling the sheep's swollen belly. Anything I can do? I ask, certain I'll be no help.
Best to let the rhythm of her body see this through.
He slides his palm up to her neck, assuring her, whispering words in a language I don't understand. Watching him, he's gentle, patient. I see a softness I hadn't expected. But things move quickly, and the mother sheep begins a pattern of lying down, baaing softly, then standing up again. Is she okay? I find myself fidgeting, hands tensed around the cup of tea.
Aye, only a matter of time now.
No more than a few minutes later, he's helping the tiny lamb emerge into the world, brownish and slick and fragile. I gasp, air escaping my lungs. I've never witnessed a birth before, human or otherwise, and I feel my heart slow, stunned by the raw, quiet abruptness of it. The lamb trembling for breath, the air cold around us. Brutal and calm, the whole thing impossible, yet performed countless times a day by every species on the planet. Instinctive, second nature. The mother begins cleaning the tiny lamb, and Clay feels along her belly.
Looks like it's only the one.
He stands, the sleeves of his shirt rolled up, and I see him let out a deep breath. She's healthy?
Aye. You and Lamb look fine.
He moves to the other side of the barn, retrieves a handful of cut grass, and places it beside the mother, running his hand along her neck before walking to my side. I brought this for you. I hold out the mug of tea. Might be cold by now.
I'll drink it all the same.
He takes the cup and leans against the door of the barn. There is relief in his eyes, but I find a hint of sadness in his posture, in the drowsy slope of his eyes. And then I remember. He lost his own wife and children during a moment just like this. But instead of new life drawing in its first breath, his wife took her last, and the day ended with a grave dug at the shore. The grave is still there, at the far edge of the island, just beyond the thicket of silvery white birch trees visible from the house, the place I have avoided. I feel like I should say something, offer some comfort or sympathy, but strangely, I don't know what those words would be, or if he'd even want to hear them from me. So I clear my throat and look back at the house. I think I'll head back. It's getting cold. He nods.
Aye, I'll be staying a bit longer yet. Grateful for the tea.
I walk to the house alone, and when I step inside, I look back through the window to where his silhouette is framed in the barn's doorway, shoulders bent, sipping the cup of cold tea. The bedroom is filled with reminders of the wife he lost. A small, round metal box on the bedside table. I touch the lid, carefully lifting it. Inside, 2 tiny pearl earrings, a simple gold band, a wedding ring. A candle on the bedside table rests atop a hardbound book. I slide it out, reading the cover. a complete poems and songs of Robert Burns, a Scottish poet, if I remember right. Was this her nightly reading? Would they lie in bed, side by side, his hands touching her while she read to him until he drifted asleep? Her voice carried into his dreams. I closed the book, a spike of envy thorning me in the gut. I miss this kind of intimacy. I miss James. It's just a daydream. It might not be true at all, but it nags at me. I sit at the edge of the bed, the early morning sun making soft patterns across the quilt. My eyes scan the room. A blanket folded on the wood chair by the door, a painting of a meadow above the chest of drawers, blue wildflowers slightly bent in the wind. Did she paint it? Or maybe it was a gift, a wedding present, and he placed the nail in the wall while she guided him, telling him to tilt it this way and that until it was straight. Maybe they laughed. Newlyweds who found joy in the smallest of acts. Maybe they kissed, made love on this bed. Maybe they were happy. I blow out the tightness in my lungs. Why can't I be happy? I've always kept some part of myself locked up, even with James, held captive by the past. Maybe there's something wrong with me. Maybe I'm incapable of this kind of carefree, delirious, fever-filled love. A defect in my worthless, malnourished heart. I touch my ring, twisting it around my finger, worrying over it. Day 23. I walk the perimeter of the island. The afternoon is clear, crystalline and bright, and I look for any trace of land rising in the distance. But there is only the Atlantic and the sunlight and the hateful wind. I cross my arms against it, looking back at the house, which stands at the highest point of the island. The walls are a salty white, shutters once a pale blue but now peeling away, windows pushed open to let in the mild afternoon air. Battered by years of relentless storms, the house endures. A fortitude, a grit that defies time. The stone chimney spits out ribbons of smoke from the kitchen, and a seagull spears through the blue sky, dipping low, then vanishes out into the glittering daylight. We can't be too far from land if a bird is sailing along the island's shoreline. But I also don't know the patterns of birds, or how far they travel. Days ago, I watched a fly buzz along a living room window. Then I saw a black butterfly with white bands across its wings in the garden. But when I asked Clay if the insects made it across the sea to the island, if the mainland might not be too far away, he only shrugged. Maybe. Insects can lie dormant for months. Nae tellin' what's brought them here. I close my eyes, then open them again. Too many days have passed, and I can no longer convince myself that any of this is a dream, that I might wake in my hotel room and shake off the absurdity of the nightmare. I walk up the stone-lined path to the garden, wearing a pair of leather boots that Clay set out for me, boots that were surely his wife's, but apparently hold less meaning than the rain boots I foolishly pulled on days ago. Clay has tilled a plot of dark soil, and he's walking the rows slowly, a canvas bag slung over one shoulder, his right hand dropping seeds into a narrow trench. He wakes earlier than usual now, to check on the lamb, and spends an hour in the barn each evening, ensuring that they're settled and fed. He cares for that lamb as if it were the most precious thing on the island. And maybe it is. I place my hands against the garden fence. Can I help? His blue eyes lift, a twitch at his temple, like he's unsure of the question. But he wipes at his forehead, then nods. I step into the garden, and he removes the satchel from his shoulder, then lifts it over my head. It's heavier than I expected, but he's so close I can feel his exhale against my cheek, the scent of mint on his hands.
Drop them in every few inches, like so.
He reaches into the bag, pulls out a handful of large seeds, then tosses one into the damp soil. I nod, understanding, and he takes my hand, placing the last few seeds into my palm. What are we planting?
Beans.
Methodically, I work down each tilled row, plunking seeds into the trench, and Clay follows behind, using a metal spade to fill in the soil over top. We find a rhythm to the work, and I like the satisfaction of nesting a seed in the ground, watching the soil fill in around it, knowing in time something much larger will grow here. An ordinary kind of magic, and it will give back what is given to it. In the easy motion of our work, I begin to whistle softly, just under my breath, almost unconsciously.
Hey,
Clay says behind me, not slowing his work.
You'll be whistling up a wind if you keep that up.
I frown back at him, not entirely sure what he's just said.
An old sailor's superstition, he clarifies. Never whistle on a boat or you'll bring on a bad storm.
We're not on a boat, I point out, dropping 3 more beans into the trench. He balks.
We're floating out at sea, ain't we? Best not to push our luck.
I can't help but smile, slanting my eyes back at him, and his mouth pulls up at the edges. I'll refrain from whistling. I agree. It takes 3 more hours, the sun warming my skin, sweat at my temples, but we manage to plant the entire rectangle of land, an expansion of the already large garden. I hook the empty satchel around a fence post and lean against the railing. My hands are sore, blistered in places, but my body feels tired in a good, earnest way. The nagging anxiousness that has haunted me since arriving on the island is briefly dulled. I exhale, gazing out at the calm sea. It's the first time I've seen it like this, so subdued, and it reminds me of my childhood, when the ocean was once a thing I loved, a thing I found beautiful, before it became a place that ruined my life.
Solasta,
Clay says, resting an arm against the garden fence and nodding out to the sea. When I don't reply, he adds,
It's a Scots word for shimmering, or luminous in the right light. My father used to say it every evening at sunset. He believed the Scots were gifted this land because only we could truly appreciate it. Anyone else would not see it for what it is, a place where the luckiest of men reside.
The sun nears the sea. The air is faintly sweet in my lungs, lilacs and wild rose from the garden, and I feel a sense of contentedness I haven't known, maybe ever. Your parents were born in Scotland? I ask.
My father, died there too, on the land he loved. But my mum was American, born in upstate New York.
His eyes cut over to me, his face as calm as the sea.
He often joked that he betrayed his country when he married her. But that's what a good woman will do to you.
A smile touches his eyes before he turns back to the ocean. He's half American, which explains the odd tenor of his accent. Why, at times he sounds like a full-blooded Scotsman, and other times there is a softening of his words, without a hint of Scottish English. He's a little of both, swaying fluidly between them. And your name? I ask. Clay? Is it Scottish? He tips his chin.
My grandfather's given name was Clayton.
His eyes settle back on the sunset, and as I watch him, my heart aches. He is a man with so much loss carved through him. I can't believe there's anything left. Not only did he lose his wife and unborn children that terrible night, but he lost his country, the land of his birth. And I wonder if he longs for it now, to return. I long for things too, and I swing my eyes back to the horizon, thinking of Nana, of the gray shingled house facing the sea, hoping there might be a way back. My Nana used to say that right at sunset, when the shadows are long, you can see a glimpse of the afterlife. Like a crack in a doorway, you can peek through, but only for an instant. Clay nods, as if he knows this to be true himself. And we stare out at the last golden rays of light, like we're both looking for it. That brief flash, a sliver of the truth, of meaning. But I'm also looking for a doorway of another kind, a way out of here.
Thank you, he says, for your help in the garden and with the house. It's been...
His eyes drop to his boots.
I'm grateful for it.
Maybe he was going to say it's been nice having me here. Someone to help with the daily chores, washing linens and sweeping dust from the house. A quiet relief inside him, the kind that makes him realize how long he's been alone. I smile a little. You're welcome. The colors of the sky grow deeper, darker, and he exhales, his shoulders settling.
I'm sorry about the boots, he says. I shouldn't have.
His jaw pulses, and he shifts his weight, resting his forearms against the railing.
My wife was wearing them the day she went into labor. She'd been up with the chickens. The fox had snuck in the night before, taken one of them, and she was worried about the others. She called to me, and I knew the babies were coming.
The sun flashes against the water, a surface of jewels, beginning its final descent.
But the labor came on fast. There was no time to go for help. It all happened too quick.
His words trail off, and I sense that he said more than he intended. If the old stories are true, the island broke away from the mainland that same night, and he's been adrift ever since, never having another soul to share his grief with, someone to listen as he recounted what happened. This may be the first time he's ever spoken about it out loud. I'm so sorry, I tell him, knowing more about his past than he likely realizes. The world beyond this island believes he is a fable, a folktale told by the old-timers. He doesn't know that there is a woman named Helen who has built a podcast about his story. He doesn't even know what a podcast is. He nods, looks away from me, then clears his throat.
I'm sorry too, he replies. Sorry there's no easy way off the island.
I lean forward against the wood fence, the sky turning taffy pink, stretched out, dissolving into the sea. It wasn't your fault. I shouldn't have gone into the water. I shouldn't have swum out here.
You have someone waiting for you.
His eyes fall to my hand against the railing, the diamond gleaming in the setting sun. A thing that seems garish in a place like this. I should have taken it off before starting our work in the garden, and I pick at a clod of soil beneath the band. His name is James. Even to my own ears, the words sound thin, tasteless. He asked me to marry him just before I left. Clay lifts an eyebrow.
Why did you leave then?
I needed to see the island. I clenched my hand closed. I needed to see if it was true, if this place was still, if it was real. Air slips between my lips, a shaky exhale. If you were real. I turn, and he's watching me, eyes bottomless like the sea.
like we're both trying to calculate the strange fate that brought me back here after all these years.
The sea has a way of setting things right, he says. You'll find your way back home, to where you belong.
I nod, forcing a smile. His words are meant to comfort, but they stir up something else I can't quite pinpoint.
Rain coming,
he adds, tipping his eyes up as drops begin to explode against the dark soil.
Best head in.
Chapter 8.
I'll draw a bath,
he announces as we stomp into the house, shedding our damp clothes beside the front door, then hanging them to dry from wood pegs over the stove. As if this were our routine, as if we've done this all before. He walks to the kitchen sink and pulls out a metal bucket from underneath, filling it with water, then moves past me to place the bucket over the stove. You don't need to do that, I answer. It's too much work. He turns, but won't look at me.
You have a bath while I start dinner.
Maybe it's because I helped him in the garden that he's being so agreeable, so generous. But I can tell that he doesn't want to make a big deal of it, so I nod and thank him. He hoists 5 steaming buckets of water up the stairs to the bath, dumping them into the tub until it's full.
You'll find whatever you need in the cupboard.
He nods at the bathroom vanity, then pauses, looks at me a moment, before turning in the doorway.
I'll leave you to it.
He seems uncomfortable. Maybe it's the image of me sinking into the bath unclothed. A woman in his house who isn't his wife, who is by all means a stranger. But I wait for the sound of his footsteps to fade down the stairs before kneeling and opening the cupboard doors. Inside, I find a glass jar filled with sea salt, dried lavender, and something green, maybe rosemary. This was his wife's, of course. I can't imagine he would use such things when he bathes. The salts are something she probably made herself. Salt from the sea, boiled down, and herbs grown and tended by her own hand. I unscrew the metal lid and inhale. I nearly tip over. I nearly let out a tiny sob. I hadn't realized how much I've craved the feeling of something familiar. A scent I know from home, herbal and floral. I pour a small amount into the bath, not wanting to use too much, and I watch the salts sink and dissolve as I strip out of my clothes, then step into the warmth. Tears start falling, silent, wordless. I let them fill the tub. Dirt and sweat and relief. I run my hands down my face, my arms, ridding myself of a layer of garden soil. I tip my head back against the edge of the tub and breathe in the humid air, savoring the weightlessness, the clean, civilized feeling of my skin. And a sense of hope stirs in my gut, a certainty that I will find a way off this island, that everything will be okay. Someday soon, I will lie in my own tub, on the second floor of my rented home. Cars speeding by outside, hot water running straight from the faucet, bubbles spilling over, James downstairs opening a bottle of wine he brought home from the cafe. Someday soon, this will all be a memory, a story I will tell at dinner parties. The time I survived Saltwell Island. But all too soon, reality finds me, the water growing tepid, my skin starting to prick with goose flesh. I rise, wrapping one of the gray towels around me and drawing in a final breath, filling my lungs with lavender, before stepping out into the hall. But Clay is there, moving away toward the stairs. Beside the bedroom door, I see that he's left a fresh pair of clothes. "Thank you," I say. His eyes flash back to me, and he nods before continuing down the stairs. I dress in the bedroom.
The clean pair of linen slacks are softer than the others I'd been wearing, and a dark tan color. The light green sweater is surprisingly delicate, draping easily across my shoulders as if it were made for me, something I'd wear back home. These must be her good clothes, the ones he didn't want me to wear before. Kept safe in a drawer, perhaps. I can smell the potatoes boiling in the kitchen, but I hear Clay's footsteps on the stairs and the slosh of water being poured into the bathtub once again. He's preparing a bath for himself. We will both feel the comfort of clean skin tonight. While he bathes, something that takes half the time of my bath, I finish preparing the potatoes and steam the handful of clams he gathered from the shore earlier in the morning, seasoning it all with sea salt and fresh thyme from the garden. I've just set the table with 2 plates, 2 forks, and 2 cotton napkins when he enters the kitchen, hair still damp, eyelashes glistening, dressed in wool slacks and a white cotton shirt. He looks relaxed, a softness about him I've never seen before, and I can't help but smile. He brushes past me, expressionless, and picks up the large bowl of potatoes, placing it at the center of the table. But when he sits across from me, his features pull together, looking from me to the table, then back again. "What is it?" I ask. He shakes his head. "Nothing." But I can see a shiver in his eyes, a thought, something he won't say. Did I forget something? Maybe I did something wrong with the clams, the potatoes. Maybe I used the wrong silverware, or I've disturbed something of his I shouldn't have. Nay, no. He lifts his eyes back to me, mouth settled into an easy line. You just... that scent? Lavender, is it? I nod. It reminds me... it smells like... His voice breaks off. It's been a long time. I'm sorry if... maybe I shouldn't have... He shakes his head, smiles at me. Barely, like his mouth isn't used to the movement. It's nice. I forgot how much I've missed it. He nods to himself. It reminds me of another time. Summer days when the light stays long in the sky. I don't know what to say. I'm quiet for a moment too long. When did you last? I mean, when was it summer here last? He exhales, using his fork to slide several potatoes onto his plate. Hard to say. Months. But it's not summer exactly. There are no seasons on the island. It's the tide that decides the weather. I can tell he tries to speak more clearly with me, in words I understand. His tone flattened, taking on a steady American lilt. What do you mean? I ask, filling my plate with potatoes and several clams. I feel hungrier today than I have in days. Working in the garden and the soak in the tub has renewed my appetite. A year or so back, the island blew south. The air warmed, the sea too. I stayed for a couple weeks before the tide, or fate, sent me back north. You have no control over where you go? Nay. A tiny smile edges along his lips. To travel, hopefully, is a better thing than to arrive. I stare back at him. It's something my father used to say. His life has been at the mercy or cruelty of the sea, and I can't imagine what he's seen out here, what he's lived through, alone. Have you ever wanted to leave the island? I ask. Return to the mainland, to Scotland. His eyes settle, calm and thoughtful. I dinna belong in that world. Your world. His voice is level. Sure. I've seen parts of it, when the island runs aground, and I know there's nothing for me beyond this place.
He spears a bit of potato, chewing quietly, and I watch him from across the table. I wish I could see more of his face through the scruff of his beard. Maybe I'd be able to decipher his meaning when he speaks. So much of him is unreadable. Do you ever feel lonely? Wind rattles the window above the sink, then falls quiet.
We're all alone inside ourselves,
He answers. But there is no sadness in his words, no melancholy, as if he was simply stating a fact, benign and harmless, a quiet truth. I glance briefly to the locket hanging beside the stove, shivering in the firelight. I'm sorry, I say, for taking it all those years ago. I was just a kid. I didn't know what it was, what it meant. I hope I sound earnest. I hope he can hear the regret in my voice. He doesn't turn, doesn't look at the locket, but he nods.
I knew it would find a way back here eventually.
When his eyes lift, there is a sudden quiet in him, pensive, thoughtful. He is a man who has seen the far edges of the ocean, a man with nothing to prove, and nothing left to lose. How did you know it would come back? He leans back in his chair, considering this.
It belongs here,
He answers, his tone plaintive, infused with memory.
The island is...
He hesitates, searching for the words.
It grips your heart and winna let go. Anything taken from this place will always return.
I think of the years that have passed since I first stepped on the island, how desperate I was to forget it. But it was always there, at the center of my chest, like a second beating heart that begged to see the island once more. To return. Maybe I would always find my way back here. The island wouldn't let me go. I forced my eyes away from him, swallowing, my head buzzing. The shell, I say, nodding at the locket. My Nana gave it to me when I was little. I've worn it every day since. This time he turns, eyeing the white shell that hangs suspended on the chain, pressed against his locket. Without a word, he stands up, pushing back the chair, and walks to the wood stove. His fingers touch the chain, the locket, and I hold my breath. Carefully, he unclasps the chain, his hands surprisingly deft, and he lets the locket slide into his palm. He looks down at it a moment, eyes heavy, and places it quickly into the pocket of his pants.
I suppose we've both taken something from the other,
he says, moving back to the table and holding the chain out to me.
My apologies.
I lift the chain, careful that our hands don't touch. Relief swells through me as I run my thumb across the fanned ridges of the shell, and I close my eyes, remembering Nana's face, the softness of her smile each morning at breakfast when I still lived at home, the worry in her eyes as she waved goodbye the last time I saw her.
I know what it is to miss someone,
he adds. I open my eyes. My loss is nothing compared to his. He will never see his wife again, but I will see Nana again. I will get off this island and return to Jane's. My loss is only temporary. His can't be undone. I nod, not knowing what to say, then slide the chain around my neck, reclasping it, and press the shell to my chest with my palm. Thank you for today, I tell him, changing the subject. For the bath, for giving me these clothes to wear and letting me stay here, letting me sleep in your bed. It's more than I feel I'll ever be able to repay.
He
says, light returned in his eyes, a twitch at his upper lip that again makes me think how different he seems from the man I remember, but in ways I can't put my finger on.
Couldn't leave you out in the cold to die.
I lie awake and watch the rain against the window, little trails like tears, the wind a howl. This place seems to be cloaked in a thin layer of sadness, inescapable, the past haunting every room. When the light is dim, when I pinch my eyes closed, I think I'm back in Seattle. I think I hear James downstairs making coffee, the scent of dark roast filling the house. I think the pillow beneath my head is my own. But always, the sound of the ocean ruins the illusion, waves breaking against the rocks outside. And the stranger I share this home with, a man who is both distant and cold, but also kind, quiet, something gentle just beneath the surface. I push back the sheets and crawl out of bed. I adapt, as women have been known to do throughout history when faced with unforeseeable circumstances. The shape of each day begins to change. At first, the hours had felt sharp-edged and strange, but now their corners have softened, turned round and familiar, and I find myself moving fluidly through the old farmhouse as if it were my own. As if I belonged here. I rise early now, with the sun, with Clay, making tea for us both, eggs scrambled, the scent of bread rising from the wood stove. I've never been any good in the kitchen. James used to say my heart wasn't in it. He thought I added too much salt to everything. I overcooked pasta when he suggested al dente. He'd usher me from the kitchen, always politely, always good-naturedly, then take over himself. In the last year, I just stopped entering the kitchen altogether when he was around. But now there is a necessity to cooking, and it feels different here on the island, in the farmhouse. Simple, nostalgic, returning to a time before our kitchens were filled with gadgets. And when I burn the acorn squash in the oven and tell Clay as much when he sits down at the kitchen table, he slides a bite into his mouth and says, "Tastes better than when I make it," then finishes it without complaint. Maybe he's just being polite. Or maybe he's grateful to have someone else cook for a change. To walk into the house, exhausted after a full day, and have a hot meal waiting for him. I find a rhythm in the kitchen. The quiet of the wind, no TV blaring from the other room, no emails to check, no phone calls to return. Only the rise and fall of the sun to mark the days. In the evenings, after we eat, I find a needle and thread in the hall closet. The same closet where a rifle is kept against the back wall, beside an old tackle box. To keep the harriers and owls from stealing newborn chicks, he explained when I first noticed the rifle. But out at sea, without predators stalking the henhouse, the Winchester sits unused. I make a stack of his shirts that need mending, the elbows worn through or a button missing, and I use a basic stitching pattern I learned from Nana. It's not pretty or neat, but it'll hold. I feel a need to keep busy, to pass the time, to contribute in some way. I'm eating his food and sleeping in his bed, uninvited. And each day, we begin again. I open the doors into the barn in the afternoon, letting the sheep graze along the shore of the island where the grass grows tall and thick. The little newborn lamb has begun following me wherever I go, legs unsteady as she bounds up the trail after me. Clay says I encourage it, and maybe I do. She's even followed me into the house a handful of times, standing in the kitchen, tail waggling, hungry for milk.
"She's got it in her head that you're her mother,"
Clay says, nodding at her asleep at my feet on the front porch. "Maybe she's an indoor sheep, and we should let her live inside." Clay balks, smiling a little.
"I suspect you'd have her eating at the kitchen table if I turn my back."
I smile up at him, not denying it. The days slip by like sand in the wind, the hours impossible to count. Clay makes endless repairs across the island, a shed door with a broken hinge,
a window no longer sliding up in his frame. One morning, I even hear him up on the roof of the house, repairing a patch of missing shingles from the last storm. "You'll fall!" I call up to him as the wind rips across the eaves of the roof. But he lowers himself down to the ground easily, as agile as a feline, lips tugging into a half-smile. A boyish grin that I've started to notice in recent days. One he hid from me early on.
"Haven't fallen yet,"
he replies, pushing the sleeves of his shirt up to his elbows. He tips his eyes at me, a wildness in him, a fearlessness that comes from living at the very edge of the world. He turns toward the barn, and I watch him stride away through the soft rain. I find myself existing within a life I never imagined, one that feels both terrifying and foreign, and yet at times like something I've always known, or maybe even craved, in some basement part of myself. The simplicity, the hardness of daily chores, the exhaustion at the end of the day, the aching muscles that I never felt back home, even after a long run through the Seattle streets. This tiredness is something else, not purely physical, but chemical, a fatigue that can only be described as beautiful, whole and absolute. I sleep now each night as if I've never really slept a day before this, a restfulness that feels childlike, something from a storybook. She slept so deeply that even the wolves could not wake her. And when she finally rose with the sun, she was restored to who she was always meant to be. It's the kind of sleep that I won't be able to describe once I'm back in the real world. There are no words for it, unless you've felt it, unless you've been pulled into your dreams like sinking below a waterline. In the greenhouse, I harvest corn and tomatoes and sweet peas. Along the outer wall of the greenhouse grows an unruly blueberry bush, and beyond it a small orchard of green apple and anjou pear trees, their branches trimmed and manicured, the fruit nearly ready to be harvested. Beside the stone wall that leads to the barn, where a wheelbarrow is tipped on its side, an overgrown strawberry bush has tangled around a snap pea vine. I learn nearly every corner and hedge and shadow of the island. It becomes so familiar that I begin dreaming about it at night. The pace here is slow. Every task and chore is done with meaning and purpose, nothing wasted, nothing overlooked. I begin seeing the world differently, moving differently. Even my own hands feel changed, skillfully pulling carrots and onions up from the soil, washing bed linens in the metal basin by the back door with a bar of sheep's milk soap. I skip over the wet rocks at the shore, deft and precise, collecting the crabs and oysters and fish that Clay pulls from the sea, carrying them back to the house to be cleaned. These things that would have made me cringe in my life back home now feel like second nature. Out here, it's survival. If Clay loses a crop, if his chickens die off, he's in trouble. But he's also resourceful. He nurtures every plant in the garden, touching the leaves with care and devotion, as if they were a woman. Even the cellar is lined with glass jars filled with jams and pickled vegetables. He tells me that he'll show me how to make preserves at the next harvest. I smile at the thought of learning something new, though quietly, I hope I won't still be here by then. I busy myself with chores. I help where I can. I fill the time so my mind won't dig too deep into the darkness of what if. And always, I keep my eyes on the horizon. The young lamb loses interest in me, stops following me from the barn. She realized that her own mom is the true source of food. I was just a curiosity. I feel a pang of sadness at first, longing for the company. But I know it's better that I don't get attached. Better if I don't have something to miss when I finally leave. Seated at the kitchen table,
Sipping tea just after sunrise, I think about the little coffee shop 4 blocks from my house. A tiny brick building with only 3 tables crowded along the sidewalk. The coffee was overpriced, but on weekends I'd stroll down, order a latte and a cranberry scone, then sit alone watching the people moving past. The dogs happily tugging on leashes, the kids skipping by, the lovers hand in hand, savoring the slowness of an early Saturday morning. I'd stay until another customer would begin hovering over my table, waiting for me to leave. Then I'd walk home, usually in the rain, my umbrella shedding every drop, the air tasting more alive in my lungs. Now I stare down at my lemon balm tea, craving a stiff cup of coffee or a pinch of sugar, some remnant of home, something decadent to satisfy my longing. I feel Clay watching me, and he places his mug on the table, then stands up, walking to the kitchen sink. He retrieves an empty mason jar from the shelf and one of the sharp knives from the drawer.
Follow me.
My eyebrows crunch together. Where?
I may not know every thought that passes through a woman's mind, but I think I know what you're wanting now.
I almost smile, but rise and follow him into the damp morning. He leads me to the far side of the island, beyond the grove of slender birch trees, their bark curling like paper, past the grave marker, where wild lavender, yarrow, and stonecrop cover the ground. I haven't explored this remote section of the island. There's nothing here, mostly rocks and shrubs, no chores to be done. And I haven't wanted to venture near the burial ground, a place that feels like his, not to be disturbed. A reminder of what he's lost. But we pick our way through the overgrown terrain, and when we round a stand of rocks, almost to the sea, I see a wooden structure, low to the ground, and I hear the sound. Bees. I look to Clay, and he nods. I knew there were bees on the island. I'd seen them in the garden, but assumed they were strays who'd become marooned on the island last time it made landfall. But here sits a wooden beehive, a dozen bees buzzing lazily through the air.
It's a small colony. They dinna produce much, so we tend to leave them be, he says. But we can harvest a wee bit of honey for our morning tea. And the propolis is good when you're under the weather.
How do you harvest it?
Gently, he answers. Walk with me and do as I say, and you winna get stung.
I think I'll wait here. His mouth pulls into a smile.
If you want honey for that tea of yours, you'll need to summon some bravery.
I frown, but he reaches out and takes my hand, and I let him pull me forward. The sound of the bees grows louder, a steady hum that makes me feel slightly off balance, almost drowsy. At 5 yards away, several bees begin swirling around us, as if inspecting our intentions.
Slow your breathing,
he instructs.
And your heart rate. They can sense fear.
I am afraid, I whisper.
Nothing to be scared of. Just the unknown is all.
I want to make some comment about how the unknown is precisely what I'm afraid of, but I keep my mouth shut, eyes ahead, trying to keep my breathing steady. We reach the wooden box, square, perched a couple feet off the ground, and he pauses, observing the bees as if he's studying their movement, their temperament. Bees swirl lazily around my head, mostly docile, but some begin landing on my arms, my shoulders, and I try not to flinch, resisting the urge to swat them away, an action I'm certain would stir up anger within their tiny bee minds.
I'll pull a frame out of the box, and you fill the jar,
he explains, handing me the mason jar and the knife. I take them, my jaw constricting. I remember as a kid being stung by yellow jackets during late summer, and it hurt like hell. Nana said they were more aggressive at the end of the season, when their food supply dwindled. I have no idea if a honeybee sting is as painful, but I'm certain a few dozen stings all at once would be excruciating. Clay turns to look at me.
Ellie, just breathe. And go slow.
I nod, unable to argue. He removes the top cover, which looks like a small wooden roof for the hive, keeping the rain and weather from spilling inside, then places it carefully on the ground. The bees hover close to him, curious about this sudden activity. You sure about this? I mutter. He smiles at me, but doesn't answer. I swallow, no longer drawing in air as I watch him slide out a narrow frame from inside the box. It's shaped like a window frame, but instead of glass, the interior is a sheet of sticky, fragrant honey and wax. Instantly, my mouth begins to salivate.
Use the knife, he says, to scrape off a corner of beeswax.
I lean toward the frame where he holds it in the air. It looks heavy, weighted by the golden syrup, the bees growing more active as they gather around us. I've used this knife in the kitchen many times before, but it suddenly feels awkward in my hand, clumsy. I touch the blade to a clump of wax, sliding it behind the comb. I'm careful at first, unsure how much force I should use, but the wax breaks free, and I manage to guide it into the open mason jar, filling it a quarter of the way. A long breath leaves my lips, honey dripping down my fingers, and I look to Clay. Should I try to get more? He nods.
Aye, then we should leave them be.
I place the knife back on the frame, wedging it beneath the comb, but the bees are growing more anxious, and one buzzes near my ear, inspecting me. I turn my head slightly, trying to urge it away, but it returns, landing at my temple, its legs carrying it to the corner of my eye. I wince, blinking rapidly, trying to shimmy it loose, but it's determined now. It crawls down my cheek, to the edge of my mouth. Clay, I hiss. He looks at me, arms still holding up the frame, his own torso covered in bees.
Stay still,
he says calmly.
It'll leave as soon as we do.
I shake my head, my heart rate starting to spike. The bee makes its way along my upper lip, and I'm certain it's going to sting me. Its movements are different from the others, more aggressive, like it's assessing an invader, which I am.
Ellie,
Clay starts to say, but the panic in my chest turns to terror, and the next few movements happen so fast I hardly register them. I yank my hand away from the frame, spinning around to swat the bee from my face with my elbow, the only part of me not holding the mason jar or the knife. The bee instantly darts away, and I stagger backward, shaking the rest of the bees from my skin. I hear Clay behind me let out a quick gust of air, and the sound of the frame hitting the ground. I turn and see him gripping his hand, blood dripping through his fingers, droplets covering his boots. Shit, I say, knowing instantly. When I swung around, moving wildly, frantically, I must have slashed the blade right through Clay's hand where he was holding the frame, only a few inches away. Clay! I start toward him, but he waves me back.
Walk to the house, he says, voice cool and steady.
I do as he says, moving quickly toward the house, the last of the bees lifting from my arms, vanishing back to their pillaged hive. At the front porch, I set the jar of honey on the steps, then finally looked down at the knife. The blade streaked with blood. Guilt plummets through me. Oh, fuck, I say when he comes up behind me. I'm so sorry. I can't believe that was so stupid. I shouldn't have.
It's fine.
He starts up the steps, but I grab his arm. Let me see. He shakes his head, but I reach out, touching his hand and forcing him to release it. The cut is small but deep, blood rising steadily to the surface along the base of his thumb. "We need to stitch it," I tell him.
"Yeah."
He pulls his hand back. "Look," I say, "that cut is deep, and it'll only get infected if we don't close it up." He exhales, looking down at his hand. "Wait here," I tell him. For once, he does what I say, and sinks down into one of the chairs, pulling the handkerchief from his back pocket and pressing it to the cut to staunch the blood. I return a minute later with a needle and thread, and a glass bottle of white liquid I found in the bathroom that smells of rubbing alcohol. I kneel in front of him, and he looks pliant, like he's lost all his courage. "You have no fear about climbing onto the roof or disturbing beehives, but you're afraid of a small needle?" He shrugs, looking me in the eyes. "I'll be as careful as I can," I assure him. He allows me to take his hand, and I pour a small amount of the white alcohol onto the cut. He winces, but doesn't pull his hand back. I wash my own hands at the kitchen sink, but I can still smell the faint scent of honey on them as I thread the needle. Blowing out a long breath to steady myself, I ease the sharp end of the needle through his skin along the edge of the cut, and he lets out a small moan, this time trying to yank his hand back, but I grip it tighter.
"I ain't a sweater that needs mending. That's my skin,"
he remarks. "I never said I was any good at this," I reply with a smile. "But if you keep flinching, you'll end up with more holes in you than you already have." His shoulders relax, and he lets me pull his hand closer so I can finish the stitch. I never thought I'd be able to stomach so much blood, or suture someone's hand back together. But I stare down at my work, impressed. I turn his hand in the morning light, inspecting it, ensuring the thread will hold, and suppress some dormant urge to lay my lips over it. His palm is rough, strong, the sweet scent of honey coating his fingertips. And there's something about touching him, the closeness, the comfort of another person's skin. It feels like something I've missed, like I can feel him watching me, and I quickly release his hand, rocking back on my heels. "Sorry," I repeat, looking away from him. "I should have been more careful with the knife." He nods, lips tugging upward.
"Just glad you were here to sew me up."
So I am good for something after all. He pushes himself up from the chair.
"Dinna let it go to your head," he says with a wink. "We shed a little blood to get some honey. I'd say it was worth the trade."
2 days later, the afternoon warm, the winds calm, I move through the kitchen preparing rosehip tea, and I find myself humming a tune, an Adele song that I remember watching her sing live on TV years ago. But if by chance you're here alone, can I have a moment before I go? Grabbing the mason jar of honey from the shelf, I add a spoonful to my steaming mug, remembering the way the honeycomb peeled away beneath the knife, remembering the warmth of Clay's palm as I pushed the needle through his flesh. I replaced the lid on the jar, then walked to the sink in my bare feet, singing a few notes aloud. You look like a movie. You sound like a song. Oh. I forget the words, mumble something, then continue. This reminds me of when we were young. I rinse out the tea strainer and set it to dry on a kitchen rag, humming the lines to myself. When I hear him clear his throat, I whip around and find Clay standing at the back door, hands holding a pair of leather gloves. The cut beside his thumb has turned smooth and pink, healing well. His eyes are watery in the cool air, and he smiles a little.
"It's a nice tune. What's it called?"
Heat flushes my cheeks. I can't remember, actually.
"It's a sad song."
I lift a shoulder.
Maybe a little. Adele has a history of suffering a broken heart.
Adele?
The woman who sings it? She's very popular in my time.
I like when you sing it.
His eyes tip to his feet, then back up, the sun across his face. Then he reaches into his canvas coat pocket, pulls something out, and extends his arm. The thing in his hand is small, white and smooth. A tiny shell, curved in on itself like a mouth pinched closed. It's a cowrie shell. I remember them from my childhood.
Found it on the shore. Reminded me of the one you wear.
He swallows, relaxes his shoulders. I step forward and touch the perfect, rounded surface, noticing a tiny hole at the opening of the shell.
Made a small hole,
he explains.
For your necklace.
His eyes find my throat, my chest, where the chain drapes against my skin. I lift the shell from his palm, startled by the kindness of this small gesture. The time he took to puncture a hole through the fragile surface of the shell.
You dinna have to wear it if you don't want.
I do, I answer quickly. I want to wear it, it's beautiful. And it is, seeing it up close, the perfect curve and slope of it. Not a single flaw, not damaged by the waves or rocks of the shoreline. I wonder how long he spent searching until he found this one. Thank you, I tell him. He nods, gripping the leather gloves between his hands, like he's unsure what to say next. There's a hint of shyness flicking across his blue eyes.
Okay, he says, I'll leave you to it.
He lowers his head, clomping down the back steps and out toward the garden. I close my fingers around the shell. I let the sway of my heart press softly against my ribs. I allow the quietness of such a small gesture crack me open just a little, unlocking a door inside me, comforted by what it means, but unsettled by what it might. I weave myself into this unforeseen life, his life. Twice, I see him walk out to the steep cliff edge of the island, where the gravestone marks a grassy plot just beyond the birches. He stands there for a time, shoulders toward the wind, his voice carried out into the sea. And I wonder what words he speaks to his wife and the twins who never took their first breaths. What sadness he shares only with them. Does he speak of me, a strange woman wandering through his house? A woman he must suffer until we run aground again, until I find an escape? I imagine the night he pushed a shovel into that ground, splitting it open, laying his sorrow down inside. Maybe the land couldn't take it. The terrain fractured, tore away from the mainland, sent the island out into the sea. Some grief is too deep, even for the soil to hold. I mark the days in my mind. 29, 33, 40. I've been on the island for over a month. I watch each sunrise, the golden crest rising over the house at a different place each morning. Adrift at sea, there is no rhyme or reason to east and west. We are at the mercy of the tide. Some mornings the sun winks through the bedroom window. Other days it rises into the kitchen, slanting across the table where I drink my tea. The leeward side of the island, where the wind is calmest, is always changing, erratic and unpredictable. It's an odd thing to feel directionless, to lose one's bearings, to not know my location in the world. But to be truly lost, it's something most will never experience. Alice down the rabbit hole, with no way to wake up. And there is the other concern of time, the one that itches at me, the one I try not to think about. How much of it has passed back home? Months now, edging into years. every hour here equal to a day on the mainland, or longer? How many search teams have scanned the Faroe coastline? How many ships have been sent out looking for a woman who swam toward an imaginary piece of land? Perhaps they suspected Helen of something nefarious, questioned her for hours, accusing her of pushing me into the ocean, killing me off for a good ending to her podcast. No, that wouldn't make sense. If only she'd had a camera instead of audio gear. If only she'd been filming the moment I swam out toward the island. Instead, there is only her verbal account of what she saw that rainy afternoon, microphone held to her lips as she shouted for me to come back. But what does that prove? Maybe they didn't search for me for very long. Instead, they decided quickly that I had surely drowned. Because how do you search for a fictional island? How do you convince others that it's real enough to look for? I will be filed away along with all the other conspiracy theories. Ellie Mills, another unanswered mystery. I push the thought away because I need to believe I'll find a way back, no matter how much time has passed. I hold on to this because it's all I have. Day 52. Maybe 53. I'm starting to lose count. Clay and I find a rhythm in our shared existence, an ease to our daily life. I crave the nights when we sit together in the kitchen, talking like old friends. He asks about the world I left behind, and I tell him about satellites and smartphones, podcasts and social media. The Cold War has ended, but many others have begun. I tell him about civil rights and AI and how no one talks to strangers anymore unless it happens online. He doesn't respond, just frowns or shakes his head, in confusion or disbelief. And I wonder if it's better to not know how everything has changed. Better to remember the world how it used to be. How it is here, on the island. Uncomplicated. Other nights, we sit silent on the front porch, sipping tea with honey, and I like the quiet between us. No need to muddy the minutes with words. Sometimes he looks at me, really looks, and I wonder what thoughts churn inside him. Sometimes I can't pull my eyes from his. Like I'm waiting for the song to begin, the riddle to be unraveled, waiting for the feeling to pass, for his eyes to turn a different shade of blue. Waiting for so many things. The days feel like weeks, months like years. It's early evening, a breeze curling up from the sea, sailing through the open windows, smelling of the basil growing beside the back door, when Clay walks into the kitchen holding a barber's blade. His eyes are soft, flickering. I see the question he doesn't know how to ask, jaw shifting side to side as if he's working over a length of seagrass. "I'll warm some water," I say in response. Outside, Clay drags a wood chair to the edge of the porch, then sits facing the sea. I gather a cloth, a bowl of steaming water, and a bar of sheep's milk soap that Clay made himself but hasn't yet taught me how. There are limits to what I want to know. If I'm not staying, if soon I'll be departing, then there is no use knowing everything. No point tethering myself too tightly to this place. I stare at Clay from the shadow of the doorway, the profile of his bearded face like some sculpture or oil painting, a man who belongs in stories, whose life out at sea is written into the lines of his silhouette, where shadow and sunlight turn him into something immortal and ageless. He is a man who stirs up faraway thoughts that shouldn't belong to me. I touch the engagement ring on my finger, absently, before striding out onto the porch. With the bowl of water resting on the railing, I hold the blade between my fingers, scraping the edge with my thumb to check the sharpness. "Have you done this before?" he asks, sapphire eyes flicking up at me. Once, months ago, early one spring morning, James and I had showered together, made love beneath a spray of cool water, and then he'd asked me to shave the stubble along his jawline. I felt so connected to him that day that I doubted all my doubt. I wondered why I was always so hesitant with him, why I always pushed him away. But the enchantment was broken by the time he left my house and walked to the cafe. All the questions came roaring back in, and I had a terrifying sense that I was living someone else's life. That somewhere I had taken a wrong turn onto a dirt road, and now it was dark and I didn't know my way back. Now, I run my hands along Clay's jawline, his chin, softening his skin with a bar of soap. It feels odd, being this close to him, touching him in this way. I hadn't realized how blonde his beard was, a dark, sandy color threaded with a few strands of red, while the hair on his head is a light chestnut, streaked by the sun. "Did you inherit your father's hair or your mother's?" I ask, trying to ease the tension in my chest, the restless patter of my heartbeat. He squints, like he doesn't understand the question, then answers, "Neither." His eyes settle back on the sea, sunlight sparking off the waves. "My father would say it was the Viking in our blood that granted me the light hair." I smile, wondering if it's the Viking blood that gave him his striking blue eyes and the tall, hardy posture of someone who has conquered lands and slayed kings, who is unafraid of death, of anything the sea might toss his way. He is quiet as I slide the blade easily, cleanly across his jaw, slicing away the hairs. Only his breath stirs the air between us. The thick curls of his beard fall through my fingers to the porch. The unease I felt when I started melts away, and there is an effortlessness in the motion of my hands against his face, a comfort in it. It almost feels devotional, each stroke a ritual, as I delicately curve around his mouth, his temple, every breath from his lungs into mine. The evening air we share. And the more his face is revealed, the shape of his jaw, the slope of his chin, my heart starts to beat heavy against my ribs in a strange, nocturnal way, almost unbearable. At last, I wipe the blade clean with the cloth, then lightly run my fingers across his temple, brushing away the last of the soap. He looks up at me, blue and blue and blue, every feature of his face exposed, his jaw clenched down, and I suck in a breath. His skin is golden, eyelashes suspended over ocean-deep eyes, a tiny scar across his chin, healed jagged, without stitches. He looks younger than he did with the beard, years scraped away, revealing the youth in his skin. He's in his mid-30s, but the overgrown beard had made him seem rougher, older, and weathered. But now I see who he is beneath. The structure of his face, the symmetry. He rubs a hand along his chin, feeling the smoothness of his skin. And I realize, all at once, he is not different, as I had first thought. I am different. When I stepped onto the island all those years ago, I was just a girl. But now, standing beside him as the sun melts into the Atlantic, we are the same age, and he is striking in a way I could never have seen or noticed before. He is impossible, improbable. He is a man I hardly know, who is nothing like James. And yet, the feeling inside me is like mercury, silvery, slippery, untrustworthy, and most of all, dangerous, foolish, a symptom of exhaustion most likely, of stress, of feeling all alone,
lost at sea with no way of getting home. But then, delicately, he takes the blade from my hand.
"Thank you,"
he says, and I swear I hear it in his voice. The same uncertainty, the same near breaking, the same thinking of things neither of us will say aloud. He smiles, and his face is sunlight, a small dimple pulling at his left cheek. He is beautiful. But he stands up before the moment strains us both, breaks us. He strides down the porch steps, walking out to the cliff edge, to the precipice of the sea. A man who looks like a ghost, a god, a thing etched into old books. I turn inside, leaving the bowl of soapy water, the cloth dripping onto the porch boards, and I retreat to the bedroom upstairs, hiding from my own thoughts. I braid my hair in a long plait down my back. I press my head into the pillow. I twist the diamond ring around my finger. I try to think of home, of the cafe, James bringing me espresso and a bowl of sun-dried tomato pasta, some new recipe to try, a dish she's thinking of adding to the summer menu. But my thoughts won't behave. I still feel the weight of the blade in my hand, the tiny hairs flitting down to the porch. We were so close, only inches apart. With his eyes on me, he could have lifted his hand. He could have touched the soft place at my wrist. I would have dropped the knife, let it clatter to the porch. The air would have left my lungs. Or maybe I would have leaned closer, just a little, just enough to feel my heart race. I'm a stupid woman. My thoughts tangle up so easily, like I'm 17 again. Maybe I would have even let his fingers stray along my arm. Would I have stopped him? Walked back inside? Or maybe I'd let it last a little longer. I'd want to know. I'd want to feel what it was like, the roughness of his hands, or the tenderness. Would he touch me delicately, like when he tends to the garden, each flower as precious as glass? But in truth, I've already imagined it, well before tonight. Treacherous thoughts I don't want to admit to myself. When we're both asleep in our separate rooms, I've thought about tiptoeing down the steps, the wood creaking beneath my feet, and easing myself beneath his blanket, edging myself close to him on the couch. The warmth and comfort of another human, so I wouldn't feel so alone, so lost. Maybe he'd think it was a dream, his hand sliding over my chilled flesh, breathing against my throat, whispering words in a language I don't understand. Maybe he's thought about it too, and neither of us know how to stop. I am a stupid woman. I've already gone sea-mad. I watch him from the garden, where I'm snipping off thyme and rosemary leaves, placing them in a basket. He's at the shore, gathering driftwood from the rocks that we'll use for a fire. Other things blow in from the sea, too. Trash, mostly. Unrecognizable pieces of plastic and styrofoam bleached by the sun. But he moves steadily, practiced, the sun on his bare back. It's warm today, not a hint of wind. I watch him, and I can see the heartbreak he carries. The grief. It's the heaviness that digs in. It has teeth. It'll tear a person apart over time. But he carries on because he's had to, because he's strong, because time doesn't just let him be. It toys with him out here, makes a mess of things. He lifts his head, hair turning even more golden in the sun. His eyes survey the ocean. There's a coolness about the way he stands, shoulders bent but sturdy. I want to call out to him. I want to see his eyes sway back to me.
But I don't. And after a moment, he continues up the shoreline, his arms weighted with driftwood. I watch. I don't pull my eyes away, even when I tell myself I should. In the bedside drawer, I find a few loose pieces of paper, torn from a notebook perhaps, and the short stub of a pencil rolling around at the back. In Seattle, I kept a notebook on the bedside table. Not a journal exactly. One of my former therapists suggested I write everything down, record the details of my life, my memories, that it would help me sort through the mess. But I found it trivial, tiresome at the end of a long day. So I started writing out short lines. Poems, I suppose. They felt easier, less direct. It became a habit, something that soothed me each evening. Now I sit in bed, the candlelight on the bedside table flickering across the paper, while my eyes trail over the pencil marks. I've forgotten who I am. Right from wrong. I know what it sounds like, this pity. I know I have everything to lose. Maybe I already have.
Bad storm blowing in,
he tells me on day 64. We close the windows and most of the shutters, leaving the ones in the kitchen so we can keep watch on the barn, the sheep, and the chickens tucked into their henhouse for the night. I light candles and ladle salted carrot soup into 2 bowls with thick slices of bread. It'll be cold tonight, windy, hard to sleep. We eat at the kitchen table, beeswax candles flickering from nubs melted on the windowsills. And once the bowls are back in the sink, he opens a lower cupboard and places a bottle of dark liquid on the table, along with 2 squat glasses that we've never used before.
Might as well have a dram, since I doubt we'll sleep.
The bottle is nearly full, unlabeled, and he pulls the cork, filling the 2 glasses before sliding one toward me. That same shivering light in his eyes that I've grown to love. His smile lives there, in his eyes more than his mouth. He has become known to me, familiar, like a tide I didn't notice rising until I was knee-deep in it. I've tried not to name it. I've told myself that these days, here with him, are about survival, that anything I feel is just proximity, circumstance. But the truth of it is sitting here between us, unspoken, built by the hours and the silence. The wind roars against the house, and he lifts his glass, tipping it to mine.
Slunjava,
he says. I oblige, tapping the edge of my glass to his. To getting off this island. His mouth tucks flat, eyes to his glass.
Aye.
We both drink, but he swigs back nearly half his glass while I sip gingerly. I recognize the taste, some form of whiskey, hard and bitter, and it tumbles into my stomach with a thud. I bite down on a cough. Clay smiles, nodding.
Neil Hagdorn, he says. My old neighbour made the stuff. Kept us warm through some bloody cold winters.
It's, I touch my throat. Not what I'm used to. I'm a glass of red wine in the bath kind of girl. A cocktail at the cafe with James on a Friday night. Whiskey straight, without even an ice cube, is like a punch to the gut. Yet I take another drink, a larger sip, because I need it. I need something to deaden all the doubt making a racket inside me. When I lower my hand from my throat, he nods at me.
You're wearing it?
I'm not sure what he means, but when I follow his eyes, I realize he's looking at the necklace, where Nana's tiny scallop hangs beside the cowrie shell he gave me. I smile. Of course. It's lovely. Most days, I keep it tucked inside my sweater, pressed to my skin. 2 shells, one that represents the past, a home I'm trying to get back to, while the other has meaning I'm unsure of. He pulls his eyes away, back to the whiskey. We are silent for a time, listening to the storm grow in strength outside, and I allow my eyes to skip down the features of his face. The scruff of his beard is a few days grown. He's shaved himself a handful of times since our evening on the porch, but he's not as skilled. He's nicked himself along his chin. Tiny marks. Yet he hasn't asked me for help. Maybe he senses the strain from last time still hanging in the air. Maybe he doesn't want to feel whatever that was again. Or he's afraid to. I know I am. Still, I squint at him across the table, marveling at the passage of time. It really is remarkable, I say, already feeling a little loosened from the whiskey, my edges blurred. You haven't aged at all. The comment makes his mouth pucker down, and he settles back against the wood chair, hand against his glass, swirling it in a circle. The cut on his thumb has long since healed, and only a smooth scar remains.
The sea can play tricks on you. It cannot always be trusted.
This is more than that, I answer. This is something else, something beyond logic. It's as if time has no bearing here, on the island. It's a relief to say these words aloud, even if I know it makes him uncomfortable.
Perhaps what we know of time as only a partial truth.
I lean forward against the table, taking another sip of the whiskey. But how is it possible? He finishes the liquid in his glass, then fills it again.
Dinna ken. I stopped keeping track of time long ago.
He lifts the glass, but doesn't drink.
This island is anchored to no land, no calendar, no place that is governed by man.
His eyes flick to the window, rain blowing hard against the glass.
The island is its own country now.
He takes another long sip of the whiskey. The country of Saltwell, I mutter, running my finger around the rim of the glass. Population 2. Or, no. I smile to myself. Population 1, tourist 1. I take another drink, and this time it only warms me, so I swallow another, my head feeling soft, the corners of my vision melting into the background. I like the feeling. I want to forget for a night where I am, all the reasons why I shouldn't be here. 2 months, I muttered to myself. He squints at me. I've been here over 2 months. My grip tightens around the glass.
Aye, and I'm just starting to get used to your clattering around the house.
I make a face, but I can see the smile edging at his lips. That's not true. I'm as quiet as anything. You hardly even know I'm here. My tone is light, teasing, and I feel myself wanting to laugh. Now it's him who makes a face.
You been knocking around the house like a hairy coo was set loose in here.
A what?
A hairy coo,
he repeats, as if this clears it up.
A Highland cow.
I laugh, loud and full, unable to hold it back, and take another drink of the whiskey. It tastes like water now, like nothing. Wow, I say, still grinning. I've never been compared to a cow before.
You should be honored. A Highland cow is a beautiful sight. Wish I had one on the island.
I lift an eyebrow. Apparently you do. I wave a hand at myself, and he laughs, eyes twinkling, relaxing even more into his chair. But when the quiet settles over us, I force myself to look away from him. That old, peculiar itch working its way up into my chest. I watch the rain thrash against the kitchen windows, listen to the house groan and settle, trying to keep its footing.
"You from Nova Scotia?"
he asks, and I tilt my eyes back to him. The question feels so normal, as if we're sitting at the hotel bar back in the Faroe Islands and he's trying to make small talk. Pass the time. I shake my head. Lived there when I was young, but moved away to go to college. Didn't go back after that. Things were difficult there. After the night, I inhale, looking away. After I met you, people didn't believe me about the island. He nods, savors another drink, touches the table with his other hand. His movements seem slower than usual, careful, or maybe I'm imagining it. I live in Seattle now, where I went to university.
"With James?"
he asks, glancing at my ring. I extend my fingers, staring down at the ring. It seems absurd suddenly, wearing it, out here in the middle of the Atlantic. I put it on the day before I swam to the island, a promise that I would return to Seattle and marry him. But I think I also wear it now because it feels like a tether to home, a reason to hope, someone to go back to no matter how much time has passed. No, I answer, turning my hand so I can no longer see the ring. We don't live together.
"But you'll be married?"
The question makes every muscle inside me tense. Yes. I swallow another sip. I think so.
"You think so? It seems an odd thing to be unsure,"
he says, pushing the bottle of whiskey toward me.
"You either love the lad or you don't."
I love him, I answer quickly. Clay lifts an eyebrow like he can hear the waver in my voice, like I'm trying to persuade him and myself into believing it. It's not that. I lift the bottle and carefully fill my glass again. He's a good man. I know that. I just wonder if I'm not any good at love, at knowing what I want, at seeing what's right in front of me and trusting it. This is far more than I intended to say aloud, more than I've ever admitted to anyone about myself. The whiskey has muddled my head. But as I stare down at the glass, I wonder if this is the center point of my whole life. I've been unable to trust myself, trust what's right in front of me, because I've never trusted what I saw that night when I was 12 years old. But now I know I was right all along. The island is real. My mind was never as faulty as I once thought.
"You shouldna need convincing about who you marry."
Clay rests an arm over the back of the chair, the glass of whiskey suspended at his lips before he takes a drink, and I have to look away. From him, from his liquid blue eyes.
"He's either the one you want, or he ain't."
I smile a little. If you met him, you'd see that I'd be stupid to say no to him. I'd be a fool not to marry that man.
Aye, but a happy unmarried fool is better than a miserable married one.
I laugh, and he lifts his glass toward me again, and we both drink, candlelight in our eyes, warmth in our bellies. You were sure, then, about your wife? I ask.
He nods. "Sure as that storm is pure Baltic and will drench you to the bone if you step outside."
His accent grows thicker the more he drinks, and I smile, liking the sound of it. He smiles too, at the memory of her, most likely.
"She was a kind woman who became like a frightful storm when her temper rose."
His eyes flash to me, and I wonder what he would say about me if ever asked. That I was often clumsy in the kitchen, asked dumb questions that any sturdy woman in his time ought to know, and generally had no idea how to behave around a herd of sheep. Being away from him, I say, my words a little muddied, a little loose. I know I don't want to lose him. Clay makes a sound from the back of his throat, lifts an eyebrow. What? I press.
It's easy to love someone from afar. It's the loving them when they're right in front of you that's hard. The everyday, the harshness of life. If you can still love him during all that, then you know what you have will last.
We stare at each other, and a lump gathers in my throat, a fist in my chest. Or maybe it's the weight of his eyes, the burden of his words. Not because they hurt, but because I know they're true. I'm afraid, terrified, that what James and I have won't last. What if the hope I've felt is just a story I've told myself? A fiction about how things will be different once I get back home? What if the story starts to slip through my fingers and I no longer know what to believe, what to trust? Do you think I'll ever get off this island? I ask softly, before taking another drink.
If you're lucky, the storm will blow us south, and we'll run aground on one of those soft, sandy beaches with the sagging palms.
I breathe, then take another sip.
A year passed, and he blew ashore onto an island. A couple lads fishing on the beach said it was called Guadalupe. Picked some fruit from the trees before the tide took me back out.
The Caribbean. I grin, sinking back into the chair, the glass against my lips. I could use a pina colada right now. The scent of coconut sunscreen and a trashy book. He lifts an eyebrow at me. If only this were a cruise ship. I finish the last of my drink, and the alcohol swims inside me now, making my cheeks flush, heat roaring through me, and I shrug off the oversized sweater, letting it drape across the chair so I'm wearing only the white cotton camisole I've been sleeping in each night. Another item that belonged to his wife. The clothes he lets me wear. His eyes seem to fall to my shoulders, my throat, my skin exposed in the candlelight. I push myself up from the chair, needing to move my limbs, feeling too trapped by the chair. Too trapped by all our words and what-ifs. I wish you had a record. My thoughts get stuck on my tongue. A record player. I crave the steady, soothing sound of music. I miss Netflix and podcasts and the drone of voices that are not mine or Clay's. I long for a distraction, for the endless dark hole of the internet, for anything other than the monotony of these days that seem to go on without end. I hadn't realized it until now. I had been so caught up in the chores of each repeating day, but now I see how on edge I've been, how much I've missed the real world. I wobble into the living room. I close my eyes and twirl in a circle, imagining a radio playing the week's top hits. I let myself sway a little. Then when I open my eyes, Clay is standing in the kitchen doorway, watching me with a tiny, careful smile. And a thought fills my mind. James has never looked at me like that. With a faraway question in his eyes, like I am something he needs to unravel. And truthfully, my heart has never raced when his eyes fell on my flesh. I steady myself, exhaling. What? I ask. You've never seen a drunk girl dance? He smiles wider and shakes his head. It happens all the time in my world. Spring break, New Year's Eve, 21st birthday parties.
Aye, I've seen a drunk lass dance before, he clarifies. I've just never seen you drunk before.
I laugh, turn in a circle, then, without bidding, my legs carry me toward Clay, my arms reaching out. I pull him all the way into the living room, where I fold my arms around his shoulders, like I'm leading him onto a dance floor without music or lights or another living soul.
Ellie,
he starts to say. Can you hear it? I cut him off. The scratch of the record player, the music echoing through the speakers like wind through a screen door. I smile, eyelids fluttering, losing myself in the imagined moment, resting my head against his shoulder. Reluctantly, he places his hands around my waist, softly, careful, like I might break, and we move in time with the silent music, listening to the storm beat against the house. The motion of our steps soothes me, calms the alcohol in my bloodstream, and I feel his hands against the small of my back, pulling me a little closer. When was the last time he touched a woman like this? Too long. Years. He touches me now like he's holding me up, keeping me from falling. A man who is calloused by the sea, but softened by it too. Unshakable. Both steel and linen. And when I lift my head, his gaze flicks to me, watching me like he's caught somewhere in the past and the present. I pull myself back, my head spinning, being so close to this man who smells of salt and clover and afternoon sun on skin, whose hands feel so good against me that it frightens me. My lips fall open, searching for a word, but I swallow instead, reaching out for the edge of the couch. I stumble sideways, my balance tipping too far in the wrong direction. His hands find me again, steadying me, and my palm spreads across his chest. The sweet smell of whiskey makes my heart press tightly against my ribs, and his shoulders flex as he slides an arm around my waist and leads me toward the stairs. Neil Hagdorn makes a stiff whiskey, I say, my eyes slipping closed, my legs feeling suddenly weighted and useless beneath me. A second later, he hoists me up into his arms. I wish I wasn't so drunk. I wish I could form a clear thought, a clear sentence. But then he's climbing the stairs with me in his arms.
His whiskey's been known to steamboat even the hardiest sailors,
Clay answers. I'm not a sailor, I mutter, smiling, my face only a few inches from his. I'm a pirate. I laugh, and I can see the smile in his eyes. We reach the bedroom, and Clay lowers me to the bed. It feels impossibly soft, the mattress curving around me, smelling of mint.
Best you sleep it off, or risk staggering out into the sea.
I blink up at him, wanting to make some joke about how I swam across the sea once. I'm sure I could do it again, even drunk. But stop myself, certain that the words will leave my lips in a long slur.
I'll have a strong brew for ye in the morning. I suspect you'll be needing it.
I let my head sink back into the pillow. You're not so bad, I say, eyelids shuddering closed. Not as rough as you'd like me to think. I might even start to like you. Could be friends, even. We are roommates, after all. He makes a sound from the doorway.
You're good and sloshed.
I don't even know what you're saying, most of... My voice trails into nothing, into my dreams, into the dark of my eyelids, until there is only the sound of his footsteps on the stairs and the wind against the walls of the old farmhouse. Shit. 2 glasses of whiskey, maybe 3, and it knocked me flat on my ass. But not before he had to carry me to bed. Shit. What did I say to him? The details are murky, shadowy flashes of memory that feel like a dream. I wish they were. Did I try to convince him to dance with me? What the hell was I doing? My head pulses in time with my heartbeat, each thud cracking against my temples as I wobble from bed. At the doorway, I brace myself against the wall to keep from retching, to keep from pinwheeling to the floor.
The stairwell is crooked, the ceiling tilting too far to the left. I grip the banister and half slide, half stumble down the stairs, pressing a palm to my forehead as I reach the living room. When I lower my hand, eyes watering, Clay is crossing from the kitchen, a mug in his hand.
"Wasn't sure I'd be seeing you on this side of the living today,"
he says with a knowing grin, unable to hide his amusement. I don't answer, but I take the mug. The scent from the steam is bracing, the herbal tea awakening my whiskey-clotted mind. I don't know what happened. I touch my temples with my fingers, trying to push away the ache.
"I should have warned you,"
he answers. I make my way toward the front door. "I need fresh air," I mutter. Back home, after a night of too many glasses of wine with James, I always slept with the windows open, even in winter, because the clear air always seemed to steady my swirling head and stomach. Clay walks beside me, a hand against my back, like he's afraid I'm going to tip to the floor.
"I need to check a few things after the storm,"
he says as we reach the door.
"But I'll be back to make breakfast. You should rest."
I nod, pulling open the door. I just need a few deep breaths, and then I'll sink onto the couch and wait for him to return. But when the door swings wide and the cool morning air rushes over my face, I see down to the shoreline. I see something that wasn't there before. A boat. Clay? I suck in the damp air. Do you see it? I don't trust my own eyes. The fog of my hangover could be materializing things that aren't there. He moves past me, stepping out onto the porch, a hand over his eyes.
"Aye."
Leaving the cup of tea on the railing, I stagger down the steps, then propel myself toward the dirt path. I sway briefly, touching the garden fence for balance, before pushing myself on, the skyline tilting, my eyes wincing away from the bright morning sun, until I reach the rocky shoreline. I buckle over, certain I'm going to vomit, sweat beating at my temples, but I draw in a slow, measured breath and tell my stomach to stay where it is. I lift my head, and there, bobbing aimlessly against the rocks, is a small wooden boat, not much bigger than a bathtub. No motor, only a single oar knocking idly against the hull. But it's floating, and it isn't taking on water, at least not that I can tell. I nearly drop to my knees. A fucking boat? Relief and shock and disbelief thunder through me. A real, not imagined, boat. As if the gods of the sea have thrust this little life raft onto our shores just for me. As if they've taken pity on me. Here you go, Ellie. You deserve a break. Sorry for all the bad luck. My escape. My way out of here.
"Storm must have brought it in,"
Clay comments, coming up beside me. I stand up straight, pull in another breath, and without a word, I start down the steep slope. Every rock is slick from the storm, but I reach the water's edge and wade in up to my ankles. A short frayed rope sags in the water, the other end attached to a metal cleat along the starboard side. I manage to grasp it, heaving the boat up over the first few boulders, but the rope snaps, too sun-bleached and sea-soaked, and I fall back against the rocks, my hip lancing with pain, and the boat slides down into the sea. My temples throb and my body still feels like it's turned inside out, the whiskey pumping back through my veins from the effort. But I turn and see Clay maneuvering easily down the rocks above, stopping to blink down at me like I'm a lost, clumsy puppy. He reaches down and hoists me up to my feet in one swift motion. I close my eyes to steady myself, to keep from vomiting, and when I open them, he's already dragging the boat up over the rocks to the grassy embankment. I scramble up behind him, peering down at the tiny boat,
surveying its insides like someone buying a used car. I noticed something along the top edge, where the gunnel must have sustained damage at one point but was repaired. A piece of wood has been carefully fitted over the split boards, nailed in place, and sanded down. The repair seems recent, the wood still pale and soft. Someone mended the small boat shortly before they lost it at sea. Maybe they went overboard, drowned somewhere out there. Clay seems less excited about the discovery, his expression dubious, skeptical, as if it were a Trojan horse. "This is what I've been waiting for," I say, breath ragged, head still pounding.
Been waiting for land, not a boat? This thing'll get you nowhere.
Clay shoves it with the toe of his boot, and it teeters slightly, looking tiny in comparison to him. "It stayed afloat long enough to reach the island," I point out.
Even if she kept afloat, you dinna know where we are. Could be in the middle of the Atlantic, days from the mainland. You could paddle in the wrong direction, against the current, into a storm. No telling.
I frown at him. "I can't stay here any longer." He nods softly to himself, then turns toward the house. I need another oar, maybe a sail. But I don't even know how to sail, so constructing one would be pointless. I'm hoping that we haven't drifted far from the Faroes, maybe just a few miles, and we've simply been bobbing in circles for months. If I could row my way a few miles to the west, toward the setting sun, the edge of the Faroes will appear just above the horizon. I convince myself this is true, because it's the closest I've come to being rescued. For the rest of the day, Clay does his chores around the island, ignoring my attempts at finding another oar, or something that could substitute as one. I search the barn, the tool shed, the drying shed, and the root cellar. I find a flat board that could work, but it's heavy and much too long. When I ask Clay if I can use the handsaw to cut it smaller, he grunts and says that he needs the board. He can't part with it. Irritated, I drop the board at his feet, then spend an hour scanning every inch of the boat, looking for broken boards, holes that could sink me once I was out at sea. But aside from the small repair, the little rowboat is in good shape. The rain picks up, and evening settles over the island. I boil carrots and leeks, then fry several eggs for dinner. A nervous energy buzzes through me, anticipation that is marred by a twinge of fear. If Clay is right, and we're much too far from the mainland, I'll die out there. Starvation, thirst, ripped apart by deep-sea sharks just as the fog of delirium takes hold? What if the boat sinks and I drown? What if I choose to leave the safety of the island, only to find a much worse death out there? But what if I stay? If time has slowed since arriving on the island, then years may have already passed on the mainland. The longer I stay, the more time is scudding away behind me, unable to ever get it back. My life moving on without me. James moving on without me. I decide that if the weather holds up, I'll leave tomorrow, with one oar. And if I'm lucky, maybe the same fate that brought me the boat will reveal land only a short distance away, and I'll be rowing up onto a beach by tomorrow afternoon. Or rescued by a ship out searching for me. I'll be sipping a latte in a warm hotel room by tomorrow night, electric lights buzzing overhead, my cell phone ringing, Nana on the other end. Booking a flight back to Seattle, James waiting to pick me up, where he'll scoop me into his arms, kiss me, and I'll tell him I want to get married right away. Why wait? I'll resume my life in earnest. No more fear, no more doubt. I'll do it better this time. I'll live my life like I almost lost it, because I nearly did. I can feel the hope expanding in my chest, my mind cycling over all the things I will do differently, all the ways I will be different. The boat is my salvation, not just from this island, but from a thought pricking me like a needle. A temptation I may not be able to resist for much longer. At the kitchen table, Clay and I eat in silence. He won't even look at me. I want to tell him I understand why he thinks this is a bad idea, but that I have to try. Yet I don't say a word, because I know it won't change his mind, and anything he says won't change mine. When dinner is finished, he pushes back from the table.
I'll wash up.
He reaches for my empty plate, but I stop him. I do it without thinking. I touch his forearm, my fingers against his flesh. And he stalls, looking down at me. I'll be okay, I say up to him. He is silent, blue eyes lidded, watery in the candlelight. We both know it's time. I can't stay any longer. His mouth parts like he's going to speak, but no words fall out. I remove my hand, and he watches me a second longer, like he can't pull himself away. Maybe it's the loneliness I see in his eyes, the part of him that doesn't want to admit that he preferred having someone else on the island with him, the part of him that doesn't want me to go, even if these are thoughts he can't admit, even to himself. I almost say I'm sorry for leaving, because he knows this feeling too well, being left behind, the only one, the last one. But after a second, he forces his eyes away and walks to the sink. My heart feels like it's being dismantled. Maybe I'm seeing things that aren't there. Maybe it's not loneliness in his eyes. It's relief that he'll finally be rid of me, even if he thinks I'm a fool for risking the open ocean. Maybe I'm imagining emotion in his eyes where there is none. So I leave him alone in the kitchen, a single candle burning from the table, and I retreat to the bedroom, his bedroom, where I crawl beneath the blankets. Once I'm gone, his bed will be his again. Linen and silence and solitude. The island, too. I've been here over 2 months, and last night, a boat washed ashore. I have to try. The morning light is gray through the window, and I hear the wind before I've even opened my eyes. Rain gusts against the house as I walk out onto the front porch, sweater pulled tight across my chest. The ocean is churning and tossing against the shoreline. Fuck. I won't be going anywhere today. 2 more days pass like this. 3, and then 4. The rain unending, the temperature dropping, and I worry we're slipping into colder months, or we've drifted farther north, near Iceland or Greenland. You could leave the island, I say over a breakfast of bread and apple jam. You could come with me. We've barely spoken since the boat arrived, like we both know there's no point. I'll be leaving soon. Might as well pretend that I've already left. He pushes up from his chair, walks to the stove, where the cast-iron kettle has begun to boil. He carries it to the counter, but stops, staring out the back window, and I know what he's looking at. The gravestone at the edge of the island. He shakes his head.
This place is all I have lived.
He won't leave his buried wife and children. And what kind of life could he really manage on the mainland, now that he has become a fable, now that the world has changed beyond anything he could imagine? He pours the steaming water into 2 mugs, our morning tea. He leaves one for me before he heads out the back door. I know it shouldn't matter, but a twinge of hurt rips through me. I hate the distance between us. I hate the quiet, the side glances when he refuses to look at me. Some unknown part of me misses the weight of his eyes, the tenderness of them when he talks about Scotland, about his life before, about the sea, a thing he seems to love but also fears. 9 days have passed since the boat arrived, and I start to settle back into the rhythm of each day, watching the sky for a break in the storm, but knowing it could be weeks until it comes. He seems to relax too, a slow softening, like the heavy layer of clouds and constant rain has eased his worry. The storm that has prevented me from leaving has calmed his nerves. We wash dishes side by side, him scrubbing with a linen cloth, then handing each plate and cup my way, where I dry them with a rag before placing them back in the cupboard. We find our old, easy pace again, not just with the work, but with our conversation. After dinner, we sit on the front porch in the 2 wooden chairs, a blanket wrapped over my shoulders, mugs of chamomile tea in our cupped hands.
This place where you live? Seattle? You like it there?
I smile at the question. Yeah, it's okay for now. I tell him about my years at college, how I enjoyed the pattern of classes, the reading late into the night, even the exams. I liked having something to focus on, to hold my attention. I don't tell him that I think I liked it because it was a distraction. It didn't allow me to obsess over the past, my memories, the island. I even tell him about my life since graduation, the years I've spent counseling young kids. But I admit that it's felt dull somehow, lacking meaning, even though I know the work I do is important. Strangely, I felt unanchored by anything truly purposeful, a thought I never really allowed myself to examine, to consider, until now.
Sounds like you have a good life,
he answers, bringing the mug to his lips. It is good, I agree. I just wonder, I don't know. Maybe it's not the right life. Maybe when I get back, I'll find something that makes me happier. Something other than what I was doing. Unconsciously, I spin the diamond ring around my finger. Clay catches the motion.
What about James?
My eyes lower to the ring. I pause, shaking my head. I don't want to think about him. I don't know why, but it's a thorn in the back of my throat. I lift my gaze, the sun now a wavy orb against the sea. Life isn't nearly as simple on the mainland as it is out here. Clay nods.
Simple, aye, but dangerous too.
I try to imagine all the things he's seen and endured. Are you ever afraid, I ask, of what's out there, at the other end of the ocean? He lifts a shoulder.
Nay, rifles should suffice if I ever have need of it,
he says matter-of-factly. But we both know there are things out there that the rifle, tucked away, unused at the back of the hall closet, won't be able to stop. More complicated things, like the tide, the weather, and time. He turns back to the ocean, the opal of his eyes like a whole world reflected back. His beard has grown out, and his hair could use a trim. If I'm leaving soon, I should offer to give him a proper shave and a haircut before I go. Maybe in the morning, after breakfast. Or maybe not. I think of last time, my hands against his face, the closeness. He is a man who makes me feel something perilous in the cavity of my ribcage. Tell me a story, I prompt, about the island. He smiles, and I love his face when his lips pull into a grin. I love the lightness in his eyes, the slow shift of his eyelashes as he glances at me.
For that, he says, I think we could use a small dram.
He stands, walks into the house,
then returns with 2 short glasses of whiskey, handing one to me. The blanket slips from my shoulder. Our hands touch. Our fingers graze. And my heart does something I try to ignore. He settles back into the chair.
Sláinte.
Sláinte, I echo, taking a small sip. Careful this time. I don't plan to repeat the other night. But I keep my eyes on the horizon, unable to look at him until this feeling passes.
The island has taken me to many unusual places,
he begins, and I love the way his voice lilts when he tells a story, the cadence that feels like remembering, like an old dusty tome. A past that I wish I could see through his eyes, a life I want to know, to feel, as if it were cut into my bones. I want him to write it all onto my skin. He tells me stories about nights when the wind felt like it would tear the house from the rocks, when he swore he could hear ghosts howling through the halls of the house. He talks about standing on the shore and watching lightning turn the sky electric and crystalline, making the sea appear like it was on fire. And he recounts long, dark nights when he wondered if he was the last man alive in the whole world. He talks, and the wind settles around us, soft like honey. He talks, and I sink back into the chair, absorbing each word, wanting nothing more than this. In a few minutes, the sky will be a kaleidoscope of stars, a map that could lead us anywhere. But right now, I don't want anything else. Not the boat, not Seattle, not James. I only want this. Here. With the gentle sway of the island beneath us, the wind calmed to almost nothing. With a man who unsettles some dormant part of myself, but quiets the rest of me. He tells me about the time a gray seagull landed on the island, after he had drifted near a stretch of land he had no name for. It perched itself on the peak of the farmhouse and refused to leave. The island drifted back out to sea, but the seagull remained, squawking at him every morning when he left the house.
That thing drove me mad with its ceaseless bawling.
It lived on the island for 3 months, catching fish along the rocky shore, shrieking at Clay as if it were his fault the bird was trapped too far out at sea. At last, they drifted close to a series of small, uninhabited islands where thousands of birds were nesting.
But that damn seagull didn't want to leave. Like it suddenly preferred the island. The tide began pulling us back out to sea, and I had to climb up onto the roof to scare the thing off, force it to go, or it might have stayed forever.
His accent grows stronger the more whiskey spills past his lips. You were about as welcoming to that bird as you were to me when I first arrived, I say, flashing him a look.
I'm nae running a bed and breakfast,
he answers with a soft smile.
But I do seem to have a knack for picking up strays.
At least I do the dishes. He laughs and nods, draining the last of his whiskey.
I prefer you over the seagull.
I lift both eyebrows. That's quite the pickup line. I wish I could pull the words back into my throat as soon as they touch the air. But he smiles, stands up, and admires the setting sun. Only a half dome, the sea devouring most of it.
My wife used to tell me I wasn't any good at saying how I felt, but she claimed she could always see it in my eyes, that they revealed everything to her. She said I couldn't hide the truth when I looked at her. It was clear as water.
He looks back at me now, risks his eyes meeting mine, tender and dangerous and softly blue. And I see everything in them, just like she did. And I think maybe he wants me to see it too. I bring the glass to my lips, swallowing down the thoughts rising inside me like tide water.
I crave something I shouldn't. I am a silly woman. But as he watches me, I feel the air tighten in my lungs. I feel like someone from a different story, a different timeline, a gravity in the center of my chest, a thread always pulling, driving me insane. A pulsing in my eardrums that only grows louder when I try to ignore it. When he looks at me, he breathes, and the air seems to change. Subtly, like a sudden drop in barometric pressure, atoms dividing, seconds splitting. The line between before and after unspools, right from wrong, him from me. It all feels perilous and unnameable. The island falls silent, time unraveling and remaking itself. Or maybe it's all in my head, in my unreliable heart, a feeling that can't be measured, only felt, deep in the gut, in the part of me that's losing track of my place in the world. He tilts the empty glass in his hand, nodding to himself, as if he can feel it too, the ache hanging in the air between us. And he swallows, turning for the door. Abruptly, without a word. "Clay," I utter. He stops, shoulders stiff, like he's afraid of what he'll say if he doesn't leave the porch. I almost stand up. I almost move closer. But he exhales, looking down at me, and I swear I can see it in the whites of his eyes. See everything there. All the things he's been pushing down for months. Just like me. I almost smile. I almost don't. I almost can't feel my feet below me, feel my heart ratcheting up like a wind-up doll.
I did not know.
He shakes his head, clears his throat, as if he's speaking from some faraway place. A distant version of himself.
I was sleepwalking. Every day the same as the last. And then ye washed ashore, and ye woke me up.
He blinks, memories in his eyes, hurt in them, a flicker of sadness. But no, it's more than this. It's the long, stormy nights he spent on the island, alone, hands reaching, but finding nothing. An empty bed, cold pillow, the silence. Behind him, the sky melts into rosebud hues of pink, the sun paralyzed against the surface of the ocean. I swallow, the taste of whiskey still on my tongue, and he lifts his arm, slowly, a millimeter at a time, an eternity. But I don't flinch away. I don't say what I should. I let the evening air fill my lungs. I let his fingers find my cheekbone, my temple, lightly, delicately, like he's barely touching me at all. Cells colliding, like this is all a dream, a lie, a story told in a language so ancient it feels dangerous. But I need to know how it ends. I need to know what happens next. His hand is careful, strong, making me shiver. I hold in a breath, lungs no longer necessary. I can see all the grief, all the loneliness in his stare. But it's tangled up in something else. Something that might mean nothing at all. But it also might be. The sky turns watery, losing all color as the sun vanishes, split between light and dark, sundered. And a new thought tethers itself to the back of my mind. I could stay. I could forget the boat, push it out into the sea, empty, useless, discarded. I could maroon myself to this little island, a castaway, wrecked, beached, lost. Stay, stay, stay. My treacherous heart whispers, so soft and quiet it could fool me into believing it. I blink,
and he watches me, traces the slope of my jaw like he doesn't want to forget. The feeling of his hand is a warmth I haven't known in too long, an intimacy I've craved, a silence, a gentleness that waits beneath his palm. But with the next inhale, his hand falls away, like he forgot the reason for touching me in the first place, forgot who I am, an intruder, a stranger, forgot the hour, forgot that I'll be leaving soon. Soon. My body sinks down into the chair, eyelids pinched shut, breathing in the salt air. And when I shiver my eyes open again, he's gone back into the house. I drink down the last of the whiskey. I lie in his bed, alone. I press my palms against my eyes, remembering the feel of his hand on my flesh. He's touched me before, when pulling me from the sea, when working together in the garden or in the kitchen. But not like this. Not like this. There was something solemn in it, desperate, pleading. I've never been reckless with my heart. Even in college, I was cautious, reticent when someone asked for my number, asked me out to coffee, asked for my notes after class. I watched others fall in love quickly, and I never understood. With James, I was slow, hesitant. I needed convincing. I needed time. So why do I feel this way now? It must be the sea air, the madness of this place. Or maybe it's him. I drop my hands and twist James's ring around my finger, using it as a tether to pull my mind back. I've made promises to myself. I wear a ring given to me by a man waiting for me across an ocean. And still, my skin is thinking of something else. A man who is painfully, undeniably handsome, hardened by the sea, quiet and gentle and kind, who looks at me like he's peering through a crack in my surface, like he's letting in the light with his eyes. A man unlike anyone who has ever touched me before. I lie in bed, imagining things that are a knife's edge away from unfaithful. The morning is gray and wet, the day muted as I move through the house, avoiding Clay. But by early evening, the sun pushes away the storm, leaving the sky calm and mercifully blue. Barefoot, I walk down to the rocky shore where the ocean has gone flat and still. No threatening whitecaps or gusts of wind. It's placid enough to swim in. This is the break in the weather I've been waiting for. I've been handed an opening, an invitation, a question, as if the sea itself is testing my loyalty, my determination. I have to make a decision. Back in the house, I gather a loaf of freshly baked bread, a jar of blueberries I picked yesterday, and a canteen of rainwater. I hope I won't need any of it. I hope I'll see land within an hour of leaving the island. I hope this isn't a mistake. Tomorrow, just after sunrise, I plan to leave. Clay knows it, senses it, sees me preparing things, and he doesn't come into the house for dinner. He stays out at the barn, working even after the sun has set. I leave him a plate of boiled potatoes with thyme and rosemary, tidy up the kitchen, then start for the stairs when I hear the front door open. He stands in the doorway, eyes sloped down, hands in the pockets of his canvas pants. Candlelight from the 3 sticks I left burning on the table dance across his face, making him look golden and not quite real.
You leaving tomorrow?
He asks, voice measured, even. Too even. I touch the banister, my eyes hesitant to meet his. I can't stay here forever.
You'll die out there.
I understand why he says this, but he won't change my mind, so I say simply, I'm taking water and some food.
I hope that's okay. His jaw constricts. His shoulders tense down like he's holding back a tide of frustration and fear.
You cannot go.
You never wanted me here, I point out, narrowing my eyes at him. I thought you'd be relieved to be rid of me, to get your home back, your life. The house creaks softly, always shifting, always alive.
Not like this.
I'm surprised by the bluntness of his words. I've already been here too long. Too many days have passed.
You're worried about your life back on the mainland?
Yes, I answer, my tone short, because he already knows this, knows I can't stay. I left everything I know behind. They all probably think I'm dead. I have to go back.
To James?
My mouth falls open, stunned he would even ask. Yeah, I shake my head, the question peeling me open, unmooring me. But I don't owe him an explanation.
You're not going back to him,
he states, as if he knows more about my intentions than I do.
You're going back to a memory of him, not who he really is, not what you really want.
I can't believe he's saying this. Can't believe the words leaving his mouth. His accent dulled, muted, each word sharpened somehow. But more than his words, I can't believe the look in his eyes. The hurt shivering through them, the worry, the panic. Like he knows he only has a few moments left to say everything he's been holding in. Before it's too late. Before I slip away. You don't know what I want, I snap.
Maybe not.
He nods.
But I know what I want.
I squint at him, releasing my hold on the banister. What do you want? We stare at each other, and it feels like the air is breaking between us, like we are destroying it with every breath. And I realize I don't want to hear his answer. I don't want to know. Because I'm leaving, and his words might only make it harder. Stay. 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 My heart hisses again. I have to go back, Clay, I tell him. It's not fair to everyone else. For me to stay, to wait any longer.
Fair?
Clay scoffs, tilting his head down.
Life is rarely fair. It'll destroy you if given the chance. So I suggest you spend less time worrying over what's fair for everyone else, for James, and more time deciding what's fair for you.
I don't have any right to compare fairness with Clay, a man who lost everything the night his wife died. But I look down at my hand, at the ring, and it feels like someone else's engagement band, someone else's life. It's where I belong, I say. Words that feel cut into my flesh.
How do you know?
My eyes flinch up. What?
How does one know where they belong? How can you be so sure you belong back there?
He gestures to the sea, to some unnamed continent in the distance.
And not
here? I ask, bristling. He stares back at me but doesn't reply. What do you mean? I press. But he turns in the doorway, walks back outside into the clear night, boots thudding down the porch steps. I go after him, irritated, angry, needing answers now, needing him to tell me the truth, tell me all the things he's been thinking these last few months, but was too afraid to say aloud. Tell me what he was thinking when his hand touched my face on the front porch. Are you listening to me? I call. He stops on the path, swiveling back to face me.
Aye,
he answers.
I hear every word you say.
And there is something in his face I can't decipher. An ache, a need, something I've seen flashes of before. Then why do you treat me like this? Like you couldn't care less about me until a boat washes up on shore, and now you tell me it's too dangerous to go? Why do you walk away? Why do you cringe sometimes when we get too close? Why are you looking at me now like
Because I don't trust myself around you,
he says roughly, shoulders squared.
Because at night, when I think of you asleep in my bed,
He shakes his head, unable to finish the thought. My heart stops pumping blood. I blink, shifting my gaze to the moon as it inches above the roof of the barn, and I swear time sputters, falls apart in my hands.
You came to this island once before,
he goes on, looking up at me.
You are the only person to ever step foot here after all my time at sea. And now, months ago, you found yourself here again.
My head thrums. I feel drunk.
Out here, the sea decides what comes and goes.
His voice finds a cadence that reminds me of the tide outside Nana's house when I was a kid. The whoosh and rush of the sea at night when I slept. It soothed me, and something about his voice settles me now.
It decides who lives and dies. It does not make mistakes. And for reasons neither of us can understand, it brought you back here. Twice. And if you leave again, how many more times will you come back? Will you return again? Find yourself thinking about this place? Longing for it, like a sailor's song in your bones you can't be rid of. But the next time, if you do find your way back, you will be someone else, older, and I will have stayed the same. Time will have betrayed what we are right now.
His eyes feel like two sharp ends of a blade, his mouth a perfect symmetry, each word held carefully on the curve of his lips.
This is all there is, right now.
He lifts his chin, his tongue scraping against the edge of his teeth.
If you go, if you leave.
He points to the boat waiting on the shore, his words bleeding into my flesh, spoken hoarsely, like they have pained him for too long, burned holes in his throat, and now he's finally letting them out.
If you leave, there's no coming back to how things are right now. This time will be long past.
I'm shaking, and my heart is contracting like a balloon losing all its air. The meaning between his words sinks in too deep, and I feel myself doubting everything, every choice, every chance. This moment I have to finally leave, to go home.
You're not a stranger in this house,
he adds, softer now.
This is your home for as long as you want.
His eyes flash to the sea, then back.
You could stay,
he suggests with a tilt of his upper lip. 3 words that could change everything.
Stay on the island. Be sure of what you want before you leave. Before you make a mistake you can't take back.
A mistake? I echo so softly I doubt he's heard. His face relaxes. His boots shift in the dirt.
If you want to go, I wouldn't stop you. But I'm asking you to stay. I want you to.
His voice falters. I think of the nights I lay awake, imagining what it would feel like to sleep beside Clay. The sound of his breathing, the warmth of his skin, his hands reaching for me across the mattress. Thoughts I tried to shove away. But now I know he was awake too, unable to sleep. Treacherous thoughts skipping through his mind. We were only a floor away, a few steps, but neither of us brave enough to say. I don't trust myself, I admit, voice trembling. His eyes tip up slightly.
Why?
Because of you. Because of this place. All these years, I thought I made you up, that it was all in my head. I've spent my whole life running from this island, but also, somehow, running toward it, desperate to see it again, just one more time.
But now that I'm here, my legs sway beneath me, like the ground is crumbling, a subtle tectonic shift. I don't know what to do.
It does not need to be so hard.
He looks at me like he can see all my truths and lies, all my sleepless nights, like he forgives me for everything I haven't yet done, like he will always forgive me, no matter what happens next.
Just tell me what you want.
What I want. As if it were that simple. As if this were a fairy tale and the heroine always gets her happily ever after. As if the real world weren't waiting for me beyond the pages of the book. I swallow, knowing that it's time I woke up. He looks to his feet when I don't answer, rubbing a hand across his neck before his eyes find me again.
What'll you do when you get back, Ellie?
He asks.
Pretend you were never here. Spend the rest of your life trying to convince yourself this place doesn't exist.
I want to tell him all the ways in which I think I could be happy here, in this house, with him, but my mind is tangled up in too many what-ifs. I can't trust my own unstable heart. I can't look at him and tell him the truth, that I do want to stay, but I can't. I'm sorry, is all I manage. His jaw settles, the ember in his eyes gone out. He can see I've made up my mind. But what he can't see is the hurt tightening like a fist in my gut, the doubt seething just behind my eyelids. I turn before my lips betray me, swallowing down the urge to go to him and touch his face, and instead I step through the doorway into the house. I climb the stairs, leaving him outside. A man I crave in ways I've never wanted anyone before. And I close the bedroom door softly. Both of us haunted by what we can't have. Haunted by our pasts. I don't sleep. I'm not even tired. I watch the sky through the window. No rain in sight. And by the time the light begins to change, beckoning the oncoming sunrise, I've made up my mind. There is no one coming to save me. No one who will rescue me from this island. And this thing, with him, what happened last night outside, it can't be real. I can't let it be real. My life is waiting for me back in Seattle, not here. This place is a fable, an impossible mound of rock and soil. What I feel for him is desperation. My heart spun off course, swayed by the Atlantic winds. I can't allow myself to be deceived by this feeling at the center of my chest, at the root of my spine. I'm wearing another man's ring, and I have to go back to him. I dress in the same t-shirt I wore the day I swam to the island, but I pull on a wool sweater and a pair of linen pants that belong to Clay's wife. I can't set out across the sea without pants, or a way to keep warm. He is already on the front porch when I step outside, my bundle of prepared supplies in my arms. I have to go, I say, firm, convincing myself. But just being this close to him again sends a shudder of doubt back through me. It's the only thing that makes sense. I've pretended long enough, played house, as if it could last. But the real world is waiting, and I can't live in this dream any longer. Like Alice down the rabbit hole. It's time to wake up. He doesn't speak, just peels me open with his eyes. He carries my supplies, eyes slanted out to the sea as if he's judging the tide, the wind, trying to gauge my chance of survival. I ease the little boat down into the water, the sun perfect and shimmering against the calm sea, but it all starts to feel terrifyingly real. The boat now seems too small, the sea too large. But this might be my only chance. I can't risk waiting any longer. He places my things inside the bow of the boat, but before I can step inside, he grabs my hand, pulling me back. His eyes are like two dark storms, and I sway a little, swallowing, my body so close to his I feel sheltered from the soft wind, from the sea waiting to swallow me up. I rest my palm against his chest, where his heartbeat is a drum, where I can feel the air leaving his lungs. I stare into the painful blue of his eyes, begging him not to let me go, to tell me something to make me stay, begging his mouth to move over mine, pleading with him to take me back to the house. Stay, stay, stay. He's so damn close. His skin smells like sunlight, like the sea. And I want to rise onto my tiptoes, press my lips to his so badly it feels like my body will shatter if he pulls away. But I slow my breathing. I rock back on my heels, severing the tension held in my chest. I can't allow myself to forget why I'm here, on the shore, my mind already made up. I don't need a reason to stay. His eyes fall to my hand against his chest, the ring glinting in the dull light, and his fingers slide down the sleeves of the sweater that belonged to his wife, releasing his hold on me. I touch the sides of the boat, feeling weightless, wanting to touch clay again, but knowing it's time to go. He holds the boat steady so I can step inside, and I stare up at him, knowing this is likely the last time I'll ever see him. Even if someday I find myself back on the island again, like he said last night, I will have aged. I will be an old woman, but he will remain the same. Maybe in another time, another life, I could have stayed and we could have... I close my eyes. Time just isn't on our side. He watches me like this isn't enough, a coward's excuse, a lie. Or maybe he understands. Maybe the coldness in his eyes is because he knows it's what I have to do, and that stings the worst, because he's accepted it. Goodbye, Ellie, he says, and I can hear all the regret, all the unsaid things hanging in the air. He pushes the little boat away from the shore, the hull scraping briefly across the rocks, and then I'm adrift out into the deep ocean, away from the island I found again after all these years. Proof that I was right, that I didn't make it all up. I drift away from him, and my heart feels like it's severing in half. Chapter 9. I think of the seagull that Clay scared off the island, how it had wanted to stay, but he forced it to leave. This isn't like that. This is the opposite. I've thought of the island nearly every day of my adult life, wondering if it might still be out there. It has tormented me, made me what I am. I tried to forget it, but couldn't. And now, as the little rowboat drifts farther from the island, the ache inside me worsens. The day is calm, blue and crystalline, not a hint of wind pulling me in any direction, and when I reach for the oar, I see something tucked beneath the seat, something that wasn't there yesterday. I pull it free. A second oar, made from the piece of wood I had asked Clay about days ago. He's carved and shaped it. One end is now flat, the other end narrowed so that it fits perfectly into the oarlocks. He spent time on it, in secret, to be sure it would work. My eyes pinch closed. He may not have wanted me to leave, but he wouldn't let me row out into the sea with only a single oar. He's given me a chance at survival, at returning home. To James. And this last selfless act is almost enough to make me turn around. But I force myself to take up the oars, and I begin rowing away from the rocky shore of the island. The sea is flat, untroubled, and the farther I row, the island looks more and more impossible,
a solitary outcropping of land, a white house at the highest point, smaller structures dotting the grassy slope. If I were a passing vessel, a freighter or fishing ship, I could easily convince myself it was a mirage. But I keep my eyes on it, afraid to lose it from view, while also hoping I might see a sliver of land rising up in the opposite direction, some hint of mainland. My arms begin to throb with a steady motion, and soon the island is a faint band of dirt just visible in the distance, surrounded on all sides by unbroken sea. I'm rowing away from the rising sun, hoping to travel west, but I really can't be sure. Time bends out around me. An hour passes, maybe a little more. The sun begins to feel torturous. The wide-brimmed hat I took from the tool shed is the only thing shading me from the heat. I rest my arms, sinking back in the boat and staring out at the endless blue. My head is muddied, messy, unable to sort through the stacks of reasons why I'm doing the right thing, why I needed to leave, while my heart screams at me, pleads to go back. But I pick up the oars and find a new rhythm, refusing to slow my pace. And soon the ache in my arms seems to fade. The sea pulls me out into its depth, glittery and cajoling, welcoming me into its arms. If fate brought me back to the island after all these years, maybe it will return me home once again. Another hour passes, maybe two. No way to be sure. The wind starts to stir up from the Atlantic, picking up momentum, and soon the surface of the water churns and tosses around me. To the east, a wall of clouds is building in the distance, dark and low. Rain clouds. They might not reach me, I say silently to myself. Or I might get slammed by a downpour in a matter of minutes. I stop rowing and lift my gaze from the ocean back to the island. What's left of it? It's nearly gone. Only a sliver against the sea, but it's still visible, even after hours of rowing. I draw in a deep breath, bobbing on the surface of the Atlantic. The air electric, a static that's hard to pinpoint. I think of Nana, imagining how worried she's been, staying up nights wondering what happened to me, if I'm still alive, if I've drowned, or if I might come wandering up the shoreline at low tide with a story to tell that no one will believe. Time repeating itself all over again. I try to think of James. I try to feel some longing for his hands against my skin. Try to picture seeing him again, stepping off an airplane, crying, and the relief I might feel in his arms. But I don't feel anything. All I feel is clay. The memory of his fingers against my cheek, the way his eyes fell into me, lidded, greedy. Fuck. I don't know what this is. Why my mind breaks apart when I think of him, why I feel like I'd do anything to feel his hands again, to lift onto my tiptoes, lean in close, and promise I'll stay. Promise to never leave. I don't know why I want to make promises to him at all. Why, right now, sitting in this tiny boat, I only want him. Days ago, he asked me how I know where I belong. I had thought the answer was simple. It was obvious. I made a promise to a man waiting for me back in Seattle. But belonging has nothing to do with responsibility, and everything to do with the muscle beating beneath my ribs. I press my hands against my eyes, doubt clawing at me from the inside. Far more dangerous than the approaching storm. This is my chance. This boat is my hope of finding a way back to land. So why does it feel like the wrong direction? Why does it feel like I'm no longer certain of what I really want? Maybe because I haven't known what I want. For years now, for most of my adult life. Maybe because I've thought of the island every day since childhood. And now that I've found it again, I'm afraid to lose it. I'm afraid that my life back in Seattle is not what I think it is. Not what I've ever truly wanted, but what I thought I was supposed to have. Fear had kept me there. Fear that I couldn't trust my own mind. So I needed something steady, reliable, like James, to keep me from tipping into madness, to keep me from chasing after impossible things. But there was another fear, one I couldn't shake, that I might wake up one day when it was too late and realize that I deserved something more, that I wanted something more. Nana once told me, there is nothing more powerful than a woman who knows her worth and won't ever be convinced otherwise. I've never been sure of who I really am without the story I kept inside me since I was 12. That girl was brave enough to step onto the island for the first time. But is the woman I've become strong enough, certain enough, to return to where it all began? Hands shaking, I reach inside my coat and touch the silver chain around my neck. 2 shells, one from the past, the other from clay. A shell that held meaning I didn't quite understand. But perhaps it's the one that reminds me of what I really want, who I might become if I'm willing to risk everything I used to be. The old storm-rattled house, the bedroom where I slept, it made me feel sheltered, safe. And Clay. The thought of him is a merciless ache in my chest, a campfire glow, something primitive, as basic and necessary as air. When Mom left, I felt the gravity ripped out from under me, but Nana made things sturdy again, built scaffolding I could hold on to. When I moved away to Seattle, I felt off-center once again. I lost my bearings, north from south. I could no longer hear the sea from my bedroom window. But these last couple months, sleeping in his bed, waking to the tide and the rain lashing against the house, I felt rooted again, calm, like a still pond without a whisper of wind. I felt like myself. The me I might have been if life hadn't destroyed who I was little by little. Overhead, the sky grows darker, a low echo of thunder rolling across the sea, like a truth breaking through the clouds. Maybe we're not meant to know what's right or wrong, to know which path to choose, which life. Maybe the not knowing is the point. Because maybe we're meant to be a little reckless, madcap and foolish and wild. Maybe that's where life truly begins, at the edge of what we fear most. Maybe we're meant to chase the things we can't explain, to find what we can't live without, and do whatever it takes to hold on to it. I spent so much time running from what happened that night, pretending the island didn't exist. But now I lift the oars, pressing them down into the water, heaving the boat back toward the thing I've dreamed about most of my life. It's always been about that small dot of land, Saltwell Island. But now, it's also about him. I row hard, terrified that the storm will blow me farther out to sea, where I'll lose sight of the island for good. Waves spill over the bow, the ocean turning angry, and for 20 minutes I seem to make no progress, the island never drawing closer. The wind lashes at my face, and then, as if it were seeking me out, the rain starts to fall in gusting sheets. The storm has found me. I tilt my eyes down, away from the downpour, and a gust rips the hat from my head, sending it tumbling out across the waves. I dig the oars into the water, pulling, trying to move the little boat. My lungs burn, but I know I can't stop. The waves grow higher, and with each swell, the island vanishes ahead of me, swallowed up by the sea. But at the crests, I catch just a sliver of it rising above the tide. The rain shifts, blowing sideways now, and I can feel it pushing me away, farther from the island. "No!" I scream, shoving the oars into the water as if they could anchor me. And when I lift my eyes, looking for the island again, it's no longer there. Gone. I stop rowing, counting the waves as they rise and break over the boat, waiting for the swell to lift me, waiting for it to reappear. But when the lull comes, when the sea stills for half a second, there is no island. I turn, scanning the horizon. Maybe the wind spun me off course. Maybe the island is behind me now, just out of view. Or maybe it's truly gone, slipped back into a ribbon of time, and it won't return for another 20 years. By then, it'll be too late. I will be too late. Air sputters from my throat. I lift the oars from the water, gasping, the storm pushing me deeper into the dark Atlantic. I close my eyes, the salt wind on my lashes. Maybe the current will carry me to another shore. Island, perhaps, or Iceland. And when the tiny boat scrapes against some foreign coastline, I'll feel only the hollow ache of regret. This mistake I've made, leaving the place I spent my whole life trying to find. I shake my head in disbelief, in anger. Why did I climb into the boat? Why did he let me go? A cold certainty sinks through me. Even if I survive, even if I reach land, I won't return to James. The woman who left Seattle all those months ago is gone. What's left is someone else entirely. Tears leak from my eyes, disappearing into the rain. My body begins to shake. I couldn't see what I had become. I couldn't see that the old me was long gone. She drowned at sea the moment I left the Faroes and swam toward the island. She died a watery death, and I became someone else when he carried me up from the shore to the house, placing me in his bed. And there's no going back to my old life. I scream into the rain, into the storm, hating it for carrying me away from the island. Why would it let me wash up onto its shores, only to rip me away so easily? But my anger turns into terror, and now I beg. Take me back, I whisper, I plead, tears streaking my face. I remember once standing in the living room, watching the rain stream down the windows from the wet Seattle sky. James had come up behind me, hardly making a sound, but he didn't touch me, like he knew I was somewhere far away. You think about it, don't you? He asked. I knew he meant the island. I knew he could see when my mind carried me back to that night. I didn't like to talk about it, but in my silence, I was always remembering. He exhaled, was quiet a moment, then said, That island will take you away from me one day. He had said it so swiftly, as if it were nothing at all. A whisper in the dark. Then he turned and walked back into the kitchen like he hadn't said a thing. But the memory surfaces now, and I think he always knew. I would leave him one day. I would go in search of the island, and I likely wouldn't come back. After that first night, after I stepped onto the island, I became bound to it, tethered. And everywhere else would always feel wrong. Even my own heartbeat ached against the relentless rush of each second, each hour I spent on the mainland. A painful cadence that moved much too fast. I craved the drag and lull of every slow minute on the island, every second that stretched into lifetimes. That long, endless pause that calmed my thoughts. In Seattle, I struggled to remember how to breathe, how to think, how to sleep, while my body resisted the swift pace of a clock that didn't feel like home. I longed for a place I couldn't forget, a steady, deliberate rhythm I once knew. Just like Clay said, anything taken from this place will always return. I wipe away the rain from my eyes, and the ocean settles a moment. A brief calm, the wind stilled. I lean forward against my knees, peering across the black surface of the sea. And there, in the distance, a tiny, almost imperceptible mass. A dark shape rising from the water, as if the sea itself were surfacing for air. The island. I almost laugh. I almost tilt my head back and let out a howl of relief.
But instead, I tighten my grip on the oars and drive them back into the water. I row hard, knowing I can't lose sight of it again, using the last of my energy to pull the little boat forward. But unlike before, the tide seems to carry me, as if it never wanted me to leave the island after all. With each wave, the boat skids toward the island, faster than I can row. I cover the distance in half the time it took me to row away. And in another few strokes, the belly of the boat scrapes up over the lower rocks, and relief, disbelief, shudders through me. I made it back. On shaky legs, I drag the boat partly up the embankment, then drop it in the sand. I no longer care about the boat. The waves can take it away. I don't give a shit. I scramble up the shoreline, my clothes heavy with rain and sea water. Scanning the island, I don't see Clay. He's not in the garden or at the barn. I followed the dirt path to the house, banging up the steps and pushing through the front door. I'm about to shout his name when he appears at the doorway into the kitchen, his eyes raw and red, betraying him. I couldn't leave, I whisper, breathless, hair dripping down my shoulders.
You're druket,
he says, a word I now know to mean soaked to the bone. But I hear the tremor in his voice, something soft and distant. My heart bangs against my ribs, uncertainty pushing against my vocal cords, but I force myself to say what's been inside me for too many days. I don't want to go back to Seattle, back to James. I want to stay here, with you. He doesn't speak, doesn't smile. In his eyes, there is only silence, turbulent and unnameable. I don't know what he's thinking, and I feel the tears coming. I need him to say something, tell me I'm crazy, I'm wrong. But he steps forward, closing the gap between us. Boots against the wood floor. The seconds pound in my ears. Blood drains down to my toes. And then he lifts his hand, careful, deliberate, touching my cheek with his palm. He is warmth and relief, the scent of him like salt air and wood smoke against my skin. Wind sails through the open door behind us, scattering raindrops across the floor. And somewhere inside me, a half-remembered part of me, small, shriveled from neglect, stirs awake, craving the light, craving something only he can give. His thumb glides down my cheek, absorbing the rain. He's closer than he's ever been.
Ellie,
he whispers. And I know there's no going back. Nothing will ever feel as good as the weight of his eyes on me, drenched in his stare. A shiver slips down my spine, and his eyes darken, devouring me. A nocturnal animal, hungry, starved, near death. I'm gasping for air, staring at the soft shape of his mouth. And there's hardly any space between us, hardly any reasons left to keep us apart. My legs sway beneath me. Time falters. And he watches me, like he's memorizing the raindrops on my lashes, like he can't breathe, like he's been holding his breath since the day I washed ashore, fighting some quiet need inside him. And there's nothing he wants more, nothing he wouldn't do, to finally kiss me. His thumb glides softly over my upper lip, and then his mouth brushes mine. Delicately, patiently, fracturing all my doubts. All the seconds I stared at him in the garden, unable to look away. All the years I dreamed of the island, certain I'd never see it again. All the mistakes, the near misses, every one of them brought me back here. The island, the Atlantic, time slipping off course, defying the stars, defying physics, and bringing me to him. To now. I rise onto my tiptoes, kissing him back, deeper, needing him to never let go. He is what I want. My hands inch beneath the worn cotton of his shirt, feeling the sturdiness of each muscle up to his chest. I feel like I'm awake for the first time, truly awake, ripped from the pages of a book. His fingers trace the hem of my sweater, beneath the shirt I wore when I first swam to the island, and his hands are trembling, like he's using my skin to keep himself steady. We have both waited too long. Nights when we lay awake in our beds, wondering, while the wind ripped at the eaves of the house, while the cold settled around us, and we knew there was only one way to keep warm, one way to calm the ache inside us. I am becoming someone else, a woman who risks everything, my old life, who I used to be, just to be here with him, to feel his heartbeat against my palm, his lips sliding down to my throat, burying kisses in my flesh. And then he's hoisting me into his arms, my legs wrapping around him, and he's carrying me up the stairs, like he did the other night when I drank too much of Neil Hagdorn's whiskey. But this time, my mouth is on his, my arms around his neck. I'm breathing him in, all of him, and I feel like I'm falling from a great height, but I don't care. He kicks open the bedroom door with his boot, crossing to the bed, a bed where I have slept alone, his bed. But time seems to slow, and his breathing softens along with his eyes. He places me on the edge of the bed, and my heart rises suddenly, unexpectedly. It's been a long time since I was with anyone other than James. But his eyes lower, looking at me like he did that day on the front porch, when my fingertips touched his jawline, when he gazed at me like I am the storm and the sea, like he has waited a lifetime for me. And my heart settles. I pull my soaked sweater over my head, dropping it to the floor. I remove every last piece of my clothing. And he watches me, as if we have all the time in the world, each motion careful, deliberate, as he steps free from his boots, then eases his shirt over his head. The air is gone from my lungs. Seeing him like this, only inches between us, makes me feel lightheaded. But the roar in my ears is louder, and I reach up, my fingers sliding along the ridged muscles of his neck, and I pull him down to kiss him harder. Fuck. I can't believe this is happening. I've thought about this, about him, secretly, stupidly, naively, never imagining my mouth would trace lines across the slope of his chest as he eases me back under the quilt. Never imagining I'd feel his breath against my ear. His hand slides along the inside of my thigh, tracing my flesh, moving higher, and I don't want him to stop. His fingertips are reshaping the valleys and soft hills of my body, forming a new terrain, erasing who I used to be. Ellie, he says, only a few inches from my lips. I can see the question in his beautiful eyes. He wants to know that I'm sure, that this is what I want. I smile and plant a careful kiss against his mouth, tasting the sea on him, the chilled air. Answering his question with my hands in his hair, pulling him closer. He keeps his eyes on me, steady, as if he wants to see every flutter of my eyelashes, every quiver, every sound that escapes my lips. And when he slides himself inside me, gentle at first, I know with certainty, like a hum beneath my skin, unmistakable, alchemical, that this, here with him, in this bed, inside an old wind-weathered farmhouse on this island, is right where I want to be. I wait for the guilt to find me, but it doesn't come. My head on his chest, I listen to the slow rhythm of his breath while he sleeps. I watch the shadows scattering back into dusty corners where they will wait out the daylight, until it's safe to come out again. I match my inhale to his and slide my hand along the strong muscles of his shoulder, formed by the hard labor of daily work. thinking of how it felt to have his body over mine, to look into the blue of his eyes and see myself reflected back. Again, I imagine the guilt bubbling up in my chest, but it doesn't materialize. My hand arcs down to his stomach, and my eyes catch on the diamond ring gleaming in the soft morning light. It feels like a hoax, like it was put on the wrong woman, and it needs to be given back. I slide the ring around my finger, unsure if I should remove it, place it on the bedside table. Letting go. But before I can move, Clay wakes. His hands find me before his eyes do, sliding across my ribs, around my back, pulling me to him. An unconscious motion, as if he's woken beside me before. He kisses my forehead, breathing in my hair.
I didn't think I'd see you again,
he whispers. His fingers tremble softly against my ribs, like I still might slip away, like he's dreaming.
I couldn't say it before, when you asked what I want.
His hand stalls at the small of my back, his chin tilting down so his eyes meet with mine.
I was afraid to tell you how I felt. Thought I might lose you if I did. That I didn't deserve.
He swallows, releases me a little.
But I know what I want now. I know that watching you drift out to sea hurt worse than I could have thought.
His voice settles, finds a different rhythm, losing a touch of the Scots.
I want you here with me. On this island, in this house. I want you.
He breathes, his mouth over mine, suspended there, like he's unsure if he's said too much. Like maybe I'll confess that I'm going to leave again. But I only want one thing now. I used to think I wasn't any good at love. I used to think I was broken, missing some vital organ. But it wasn't that. I was just in the wrong place. Wrong time. My lips brush his in answer. I'm not going anywhere. I won't leave him again. He shifts slightly, and I feel the hardness of him. I press my hands against his chest, raising myself over top of him, and letting him ease back inside me. Last night wasn't enough. His eyes spear through me. His fingers count my rib bones up to my breasts, a shudder falling from his lips, like he's thought about this countless times, touching my flesh, moving against me with each exhale. As my core tightens around him and I feel myself unspooling, I fear that it won't ever be enough. Whatever this is, it's unlike anything I've ever known. Being with James was never like this, not even close. Whatever this is, it feels fated, primal and inevitable. Like he said before, I'm the only other person to ever step foot on the island. Maybe I would always find my way back here. Maybe this house, this bed, his mouth against the swollen tip of my breast, rain streaming against the windows, sunlight making crosshatch patterns through the trees, streaking across the bedsheet and over his chest, is the home I have spent a lifetime searching for. I wake in his arms each morning, our naked bodies wound together, the shell of my ear pressed to the hard muscle of his chest, listening to his heart beat out of time. Blood through veins, keeping him alive, this anomaly of a man. When he sleeps, in the coldest part of night, he often reaches for me, hands that long for my flesh, planting kisses on my collarbone, my neck, with his eyes closed. But sometimes I worry he's thinking of his wife. I wonder if it's her he's reaching for, clawing at the hard soil, trying to pull her up. This thought could untether me, so I keep it tamped down, just out of sight. One afternoon, I remove James's ring and hold it in my palm. The gold band, the diamond still shimmering bright, like a beacon, a warning, an eye watching me, I open the bedside drawer and tuck it in the far back, among the dust. James won't know I have taken it off. He won't know what it means. He won't know what I've done with another man. I close the drawer, exhaling. Piece by piece, I let my old life go. I forget who I used to be. 4 months pass, then 5, the days skittering by like thin-legged insects, uncounted, unnoticed. Clay and I work together in the garden, knees in the damp soil, sun against our necks. During the day, we let the sheep wander the island, yanking up the fresh grass. And sometimes I feel Clay watching me. Sometimes his hand slides along my calf, beneath the linen skirt I wear on days when it's warm. And I pull him to me, craving him. My hair tangles in the dirt as he makes a map with his mouth up my thigh, slides his fingers beneath my underwear, spreading me open, and whispers, "I imagined kissing you like this for so long. Imagine what you might feel like." And we make love in the garden, beneath the sun, our cries carried out on the wind where no one will hear. It's only us and the loyal sea, who will never tell a soul what we've done. It feels undeserved. This stolen, pilfered time, this quiet, this man's hands. I watch him from the kitchen. He is shirtless, using a heavy iron plow to dig a new plot of land where we'll plant more cabbage and kale, enough to feed the 2 of us. And the sight of him, sunlight and muscle and grit, unsteady something deep inside me. He's mercilessly, unbearably handsome, in a quiet, ruinous kind of way. If I had met him in the real world, at some corner bookshop in Seattle, I never would have spoken to him. A man like that would have seemed too imposing, elusive. A man meant for wild lands and distant seas, too unpredictable, too dangerous for someone like me. But I had chosen predictable back in Seattle, with James, and it made me edgy, anxious, trapped in a life that was choking me to death. Clay wipes the sweat from his forehead, glances out at the great swell of the ocean. And I think of walking out there, pulling him down to the newly tilled soil and making love to him under the afternoon sun, our bodies shimmering in the waves of heat. He wouldn't stop me. He'd lay his mouth on mine with the same greed. But some part of me doesn't want to break the slow fragileness of the moment, watching him like this, time dulled, but also somehow pinwheeling out of control. Like I know these afternoons can't last forever. The sea is too unforgiving. Time is too ruthless and underhanded. Something will change. It always does. Clay wades into the water up to his shins, using a rake to sweep up the long, algae-coated tendrils, then plops them in a bucket, which I carry up the rocks to the sandy bank. We'll fertilize the garden with seaweed and brown kelp we dredge up from the shoreline. We will dry some on metal screens, cook it over a fire, then boil it down to extract the salt. We work in silence. The heat and labor of it makes it too hard to talk. Once we've gathered 6 buckets, Clay climbs up the bank and we stand for a moment, breathing heavy, drinking from the canteen I brought down from the kitchen. The afternoon feels stretched, brittle, and I sense something in him. His razor-sharp eyes stare past me, up the shoreline, as he rubs the back of his tanned neck.
Let's get it up to the garden before it drays.
And the moment is gone. Maybe it was nothing at all. That night, my fingertip traces his collarbone, his arm draped across my hip. It's well after dark, the bedroom window open, but there's not even a breeze, only a carpet of stars and no moon. He is quiet, eyes lidded, drowsy. I plant a soft kiss on his shoulder. Tell me about her. His eyebrows come together, chest rising with a long breath.
Who?
Her. Your wife. I don't say her name, and I'm not sure why. Alice. It feels sacred, a name only he can speak. Her initials were carved into the locket I stole and kept hidden for years. He shifts beneath me, but doesn't get up from the bed.
What do you want to know?
You just never... I know I might be tiptoeing into territory he won't want to discuss, memories he'd prefer to keep in the past, but I want to know something about the woman who once slept in this bed, who haunts this house with her memory, haunts his heart. You've never really talked about her.
This was her family's land,
he says. I tilt my head to look at him. He nods to the window.
10 acres. Been in our family for 3 generations.
I thought it was yours, I say.
Nay, we had land nearby, not on the shore. When her father died, her mother was struggling to keep things going. I knew Alice since we were kids, went to school together. Was the right thing to do.
What was?
Marry her, take care of the house, work the land as well as my own up the ridge. Her mother passed on, and we made a go of it.
In all the rumors I've heard over the years about Clay Lockhart and Saltwell Island, no one ever mentioned this part.
It was a good marriage. We understood each other, mostly. We both knew our part, knew what needed to be done to keep things going. This house, the land, us. Marriage isn't always...
He exhales.
We respected each other, even if it wasn't the kind of love you read about in books. And I thought that was enough.
He looks away, pulls his mouth down, a rattle in his chest.
That night, when the labour started, I could tell something wasn't right. Too much blood. But we couldn't travel in the storm. After it was done...
He wipes at his eyes, looks at me.
After it all happened, losing her, I knew it was punishment.
Punishment for what?
Not loving her like I should have. Not looking at her like she deserved.
I shake my head, thinking of James. I was a woman who didn't know her own heart, and he could see it. He could see the past following me wherever I went. He could see the island in my eyes. Fate wouldn't punish you for that, I say. He makes a sound at the back of his throat.
Until you blew in from the sea.
He shifts his weight, turns to place his lips on mine.
I thought I'd live alone, in this house, for the rest of my days.
I run my fingers up to his chin, along his mouth, and he kisses each one, slow.
I didn't know being with someone could feel like this.
He looks lost to a memory, before he blinks and refocuses.
I'd do anything to protect you,
he tells me now, eyes shivering in the faint light.
To keep you safe.
I wonder if this is what haunts him, the guilt he feels from Alice's death. As if he could have prevented it if only he'd kept her safe, kept death at bay. I know, I answer, because I can see it in his eyes. His chest rises, then stalls as he stares down at me, fingers coiling through my hair.
Maybe it's always like this for you. Maybe this is how it was when you were with James. But I've never known this feeling with a woman before.
I reach up and kiss him again, breathing him in. It was never like this with James. 2 days later, the weather turns. The temperature so hot that sweat pricks my temples before I've even stepped outside. Do you think we're drifting south? I ask, standing at the cliff's edge, seagrass blowing against my ankles as we watch the waves churn and crash against the shore.
Most likely.
I run my hand along his arm, up to his bare shoulder, working the stiff muscles, then touch my lips to his upper arm, his collarbone, motions that have become habit. An intimacy between us that feels both familiar and ancient, instinctive, like there will never be enough of him, never enough moments between us, like I will never tire of his body pressed to mine. I turn my gaze back to the sea, watching, and for a fraction of a second, I think I see something out there. A thin band against the horizon, land rising up in the distance. But then it's gone. Only a trick of the wavy afternoon heat. Clay swallows, and I lower my hand.
Still watching for it, aren't you?
The sun catches on my lashes, the wind stirring the few strands of hair that have come loose from the braid down my back.
I see you, Ellie, and the early hours, watching the horizon, hoping to see a bit of land.
There is an edge of hurt in his voice, and I realize this is what I saw in him the other day when we were pulling seaweed from the shore. Uncertainty hidden behind his eyes. The sea air feels trapped in my throat, but I manage to shake my head.
You check the boat too, from time to time. I know you do.
His jaw flexes, eyes tired.
You make sure it's not damaged after storms. You tend to it like you might need it someday.
We might need it someday, I correct quickly. It's smart for us to have a boat, just in case. He keeps his eyes on the sea, while he builds walls inside himself, brick by brick. I see them going up.
You're still thinking of leaving, Ellie. You're only half here, and the other half is out there, back on the mainland. Maybe even back with him.
I touch his face and pull his gaze to me. I left James behind long before I came to the island. You know that. And I'm not thinking of leaving. But this is a lie. I have thought it. Not every day. Most days I'm right here with him, and there's not a single cell in my body that longs for anything else. But sometimes, usually early in the morning when the ocean is calm, Clay's still asleep beside me, looking like a figment of my imagination, I can't help but wonder, is there anything left of my old life? Any pieces that remain? My rental house in the Queen Anne neighborhood, only a few blocks from a triangle-shaped park and a tiny bookstore with creaky floors and rain-fogged windows. Dirty clothes in a hamper at the end of my bed, half-read novels on the nightstand, a chipped ceramic mug left in the sink, raincoat slung over the back of a chair by the door, unpaid bills piled in a bowl, a grocery list on the fridge. The things that made up a life. Have they been boxed up, stacked neatly in a storage unit, or maybe tucked in a corner of James's two-car garage, waiting for the day I return? Has Nana stopped looking for me? Have I broken her heart by not coming back?
I wouldn't blame you for thinking about it,
he says, his voice like a shallow grave, and I drop my hands from his face.
You need to be thinking about it. Need to know what you'll do when we see land, because we will, eventually.
The air darkens a little, a bank of clouds scudding across the sky, cloaking us in shadow.
Will you stay here, with me, or will you leave? It's easy to stay now, with an ocean between us and your old life. But when we scrape up onto some stretch of mainland, homes built at the shore, a town even, what will you do, Ellie?
The question is too direct, too terrifying to consider. I don't know. His lips release a long, labored exhale.
Someday,
he says, softer now, his voice losing all its hardness.
You'll have to choose. And you might only have a few moments to decide.
He can't look at me.
And if you think some part of you might choose your old life, then tell me now. Because when the day comes, there might not be much time to say goodbye.
Tears well in my eyes, hating the thought of this, hating the way he says it, knowing the panic I would feel seeing land again. Clay, I begin. I don't want to think about that.
But a part of ye wants your old life too. I can see it.
He sees what I thought I kept hidden, the wondering in my silence at night, the question that is still at the center of my thoughts. But I shake my head, wanting to touch him, to assure him that he's wrong. But we both know the truth. There is some part of me that longs for the world I left behind. But I also long for him. Desperately, painfully.
You don't get to have both,
he says now.
Your old life and this one. So if this is only temporary, a way for you to pass the time until we see land, until you're rescued, then dinna let me believe this is something it's not.
No, I sputter. Tears fall down my cheeks, crashing to the ground at my feet. My hands shake and I try to move toward him, touch him, but he brushes my hand away. Not harshly, but with finality.
Damn it, Ellie. You will have to make a decision, and you should make it now. Not for me, not for the life you think is right, or the one you're supposed to have, but for yourself. What do you want?
I don't answer.
What the hell do you want?
I can't give him an answer. Not the one he wants to hear, and not the one he doesn't either. Because I have no idea what will happen when I'm forced to choose, or how it will feel when I see my old life on the horizon. A way back, a choice to be made. This life with him is the truest thing I've ever known. But the old life feels interrupted, and I'm afraid of what I might choose when we're finally close enough to land to touch it. I'm worried it'll be too tempting to resist. Worried I'll do what he's afraid of. He leaves me on the cliff edge.
What's for you'll not go by you,
I hear him mutter, and I know its meaning because he said it before. What's meant for you will happen. I sink down to the ground, pressing my palms to my eyes, and I cry. The air between us feels strained. I want to go to him, promise him all the things he wants to hear, but I'm afraid I'll tell him the truth. That he's right, and I just might leave. So I avoid him. Strangers once again. He sleeps on the couch, just like when I first arrived, and I lie alone in bed. I hate the feel of his untouched pillow, the cold, vacant space beside me, missing his wild scent. I've grown used to his body next to mine, the soft sound of his breathing, the way I'd curl my toes against his when the wind beat against this house. He'd fold his arms over me, my back to his chest, the warmth of his skin keeping away the night's chill. Now I stare at the ceiling, guilt twisting in my gut, trying to devise the answer to his question. What will I do when we see land? I play through the scenarios in my mind. The one where I dive into the water and swim to shore without looking back, without even a goodbye. And the one where I watch the mainland float by without even a twitch, no hint of longing racing through my thoughts, perfectly content to let it pass us by. And both feel wrong somehow. So we do our daily work in silence, avoiding each other. And I pray that no land appears while there is a hole split wide between us. I make our morning tea, a small teaspoon of honey in each cup, honey we collected together months ago, leaving his mug on the counter. We are ghosts, only catching sight of each other briefly. And I hate it. But on the third day, I am standing on the front porch, listening to the rain soak the ground, when the door opens behind me. Clay's faded green shirt is rolled up to his forearms, his eyebrows sloped in that way that makes him look both sad and beautiful. He doesn't realize what he does to me. The scruff along his chin has grown out. It became our nightly ritual. The closeness of my hands against his face, moving the blade along his skin, letting the hairs fall to the porch, that usually led to his hand sliding up my legs. But for 3 nights, the blade and the porcelain bowl have sat unused. Now he breathes in front of me, quiet, but there is a storm gathering inside him. I want to cry, to tell him I'm sorry, but he crosses the divide before I can speak and presses his lips to mine.
I'm sorry,
he says against my mouth.
I shouldn't have said all that, made you choose.
He kisses me again, and I feel my body instantly give way, craving him all at once. 3 days was too many.
I did not want to know what you'd choose,
he says, lifting his mouth an inch, his voice soft, caramelized, every syllable thick with a Scottish lilt.
Whatever happens tomorrow, or the day after, the sea will decide, and I dinna want to think about losing you.
I rise onto my toes, touching his shirt and pulling him closer. I love you, I dare to say, whispering these 3 treacherous words against his mouth. I can't believe my own voice, but no part of me wants to take them back. It might not be a promise. It doesn't guarantee that I won't leave someday, but it's the truth. I love him, and the thought of being without him is more terrifying than anything I've ever felt. He kisses my throat, his hand dragging up the inside of my thigh, just above the hem of my skirt, like he's missed me more than air.
I dinna know how much time we'll have together, so I intend to make it count.
There is a rough, aching edge to his voice, and he does make it count. He makes love to me against the cold wall of the farmhouse, my fingertips digging into his back, tracing each broad muscle. The heavy, warm night air sails through the porch, doing nothing to cool our flesh as he mutters my name over and over, asking for forgiveness with every press of his body against mine, looking for redemption in my flesh, while I look for a way to stall time, to make this moment last, here on the front porch of his farmhouse, to keep time from slipping away. It's not too cold, I shout, the water lapping at my knees as I wade back deeper into the sea. Please! We've had a glass or 2 of whiskey, the bottle nearly gone now, and the night air is strangely warm, mid-70s at least, so warm that even when I strip out of my clothes, the heat still sticks to me. Don't you ever go swimming? I call up to him.
Nay,
he shouts back.
Only a mad woman would swim in that water at night.
Then you're in luck, because I'm the maddest kind. Now take off your clothes and come swim with me. He makes one of his exasperated sounds, then begins untying his boots, pulling his shirt over his head with one hand and stepping out of his pants. There was a time when I would have looked away, but now I watch him descend the rocks and wade in after me, a look in his eyes that tells me when he reaches me, I'll pay a price for convincing him to come in. I grin, backstepping through the shallows, but he's too fast and he lifts me from the water, swinging me over his shoulder and trudging out deeper into the sea. Clay, no, I say laughing, and once he's waist deep, instead of tossing me out into the cold sea, he lets my body slide down his, until my arms are around his neck, his hands at my waist. I brush my lips across his, softly, teasingly, yet he doesn't kiss me back. His eyes are warm, and he braces his hands around my torso, under my armpits, and then he picks me up, launching me out into the deep. I sink below the waterline, the cold surging around me, but the chill is a relief against my sun-scorched flesh, and I rise to the surface feeling like I've shed my old, ragged skin.
You look like a selkie,
Clay shouts, swimming in after me.
A woman come to seduce me and steal my soul.
I wrap my legs around him. I thought I already stole that.
You did.
He kisses me, holding me up in the water, and I feel deliriously, stupidly in love. This is surely what the Greeks spoke of, the old poets, and teenagers who kiss under bleachers, and I can't imagine a feeling better than this. I want more of it, 1,000,000,000 times over, feverish and feral and breathless, without end. But it also scares me, because nothing this good comes without a price. I feel him harden, even in the cold sea, and he takes in a breath against my lips. How could there ever be anything more exquisite, divine, primordial than this precise moment, floating in the vast sea, the air tasting like summer on my tongue, Clay with his eyes begging me to never let go, hoping for a promise that I never will. But a shiver of light appears in the dark, out on the horizon. Lights. We are not alone. Something is shimmering in the distance, at the surface of the ocean, and my hands release Clay. Chapter 10.
A ship,
he says, his voice ghostly, razor thin.
A freighter.
My heart begins beating wildly. My hands reach for the slick rocks, pulling myself up the shore, while my blood races down my veins. I want to see it from higher ground. I need to know for sure. From atop the bluff, the lights are unmistakable. A single row of them, like street lamps tucked neatly together with several smaller lights above. I can't make out the shape of the cargo ship in the dark, but I can imagine its outline framing the visible lights. Clay climbs up from the shore. "You've seen one before?" I ask, my voice trembling, a thing I can't hide. He straightens, his silhouette tall and lean in the moonlight.
From time to time, when passing through shipping lanes.
There is no urgency in his voice, no anxious thrill beating through his chest like I feel in mine. It's been 7 months since I swam to the island, and we haven't seen a single thing. No lights, no dot of land. And I had started to hope we never would, that I wouldn't have to decide. But now, it feels like shining a flashlight into a dark room. I stare for so long that the lights blur into one glowing orb in the dark, then settle back when I blink. The ship doesn't seem too far off, close enough I could reach it in the small boat. Except the freighter is moving far faster than I could row. I'd never get to it before it motored out of sight. My eyes swing up the path to the circle of rocks where sometimes we sit around a small fire in the evening, where Clay smoked until it lit the wood and sparked into the sky. I lift my head now, noticing Clay standing a few yards away, watching me. "I need a flame," I say, panic choking my throat. "One of the candles from the house." My heart is beating faster with each second that passes, knowing there isn't much time before the ship will chug out of sight. Then it'll be too late. Still, he does not move. My lungs tighten. This is the moment he warned me about, the one we both feared. This is my chance, my first real hope of being found. And now I will need to decide. I know that if I make a fire large enough and the ship turns, coming to our shores, I will have to choose. Him or the ship. I ease myself up, brushing my palms down my bare thighs, and I shift my eyes out to the dark sea, lights bobbing on the horizon.
"What do you want?"
Clay asks directly, but I don't dare look at him, or I know the ache that will knot itself in my throat. I know what I will want. Him. I know I won't be able to say goodbye.
I winna blame you for leaving. It'll hurt like hell, but I wouldna hate you for it.
I swallow hard, feeling like I'm going to cry or scream. We could leave together, I sputter, out of breath, out of time. He looks away from me, to the sea. A second passes, then another.
I'd do anything for you, he says. Anything you asked. But
I can see his heart beating at his throat.
I dinna belong in that world anymore. That time, your time.
I know he's right. I've always known it. He can't leave this island, his home. It's where he belongs. Asking him to leave would feel like death, taking him from this place, forcing him to live in a world that is nothing like he remembers it. Tell me what to do, I ask, I beg, keeping my eyes on the sea, the ship.
You know I can't. You already know what I want.
I coil my hands into fists, glancing up at the house. I could be up the porch steps and through the front door in 30 seconds. I could be back at the bonfire with a lit candle in less than a minute. It'll take some time for the tinder to catch on the larger chunks of driftwood, until the fire is bright enough for the ship to notice, massive enough to draw the attention of whoever is on night watch. I don't know. Fuck. I think of Nana, worrying herself into sleeplessness, illness even. The last time I saw her, she looked so bone-thin. I don't know how long she could go on waiting for me. But if I leave, if I go back to her, the island will drift away, and I'll lose him with it. For good. I press my palms to my eyes. I don't know. How can I decide my whole life in a single, fragile moment? How do I know what's right? What choice will I regret? Which one will keep me awake for years to come, wondering, wishing I'd done something different on this awful night? Before tears can spill from my eyes, Nana's words find me, as if brought in by the tide. Go find your island, she said in the driveway just before I climbed into the rental car. Be a little reckless for once in your life. You just might find exactly what you're looking for out on that ocean. Tears shed down my cheeks. I found far more. I found a dizzying, unshakable feeling that I never thought I deserved. And Nana wouldn't want me to give that up. For her, she'd want this life, the one that makes me feel like I'm drowning, like I'm punch-drunk, senseless and impractical, and in love. I dropped the piece of kindling in my hand. Like a static shock, sharp and unmistakable. There is no question of the choice I should make. I crossed the few paces between us, bare feet against the hard soil, my heart settling into a cadence I know. I trust. I touch his lips. This man, who is certainty and shelter against the worst storms, who I know I love, who I won't lose. I hear his breathing change, the rhythm growing heavy, desperate, like he's afraid of what I'm going to say. I don't care about the ship, I whisper, my lungs burning. 100 ships could anchor at our shores, and it won't change anything. I'm not going anywhere. I rest a hand against his chest. I don't want my old life. I want this one. His arms fold around my thighs, lifting me up against him, my naked flesh against his, still dripping with seawater, the heat of the night air pulling into our lungs. We leave the lights of the ship behind as he carries me up to the house. We don't make it to the bedroom. The couch is as far as we get. And when his hands press against me, when he eases himself inside me, gentle, slow, it feels different from all the times before. It feels like sorcery spun between us. Irreversible. Stronger than husband and wife, than a ring on a finger, than everything we've left in our past. The terrain of his body is not written down on any map. It belongs to me. My hands are the only marker. He mutters ancient Gaelic words against my flesh, his tongue tracing my earlobe, and my hands get lost in his sun-kissed hair, all while the ship makes its way farther out into the dark, past the island. The closest I've ever come to rescue. A thing I once wanted. But maybe I've already been saved. With Clay's mouth against mine, tugging against me, breaking me apart. How could I ever leave? How could I ever want what I had before, in my old life, when I have this? Chapter 11. What does it mean to start over? To dismantle yourself and begin again? I'm living my life without instructions, off the edges of the map, outside of anything I ever thought possible. And for the first time in my adult life, I don't feel afraid. The days grow warm, the nights muggy and windless. We haul blankets, pillows, and the last of the whiskey down to the grassy bluff overlooking the sea, and we sleep under the stars. He traces the veins along my forearm like he's charting a course, mapping constellations. Thin tufts of grass poke through the blankets, sand finding its way between the covers. But we don't care. I never went camping as a kid, or as an adult, but I find myself craving this, the dirt and the stars and the night air in my lungs. This place has made something different of me, woven in with the wild. I feel settled, calmed, like I'm remembering something so pure it's always been there, waiting, dormant, lost to time, a truth known by my ancestors. I think of all the children I've counseled over the years, the parents who've shared their grief, their stress, their worry and pain and listlessness, the endless number of phobias and panic attacks and unraveling nervous systems. If I only knew then what I now understand, I would tell them to run. Fucking run for your lives. Flee the life they bought on credit, the sterile house in a square, ordinary town, with false expectations and fast internet and pills to swallow down the numbness of it all. I would tell them to burn all of it down, so they can build something new. I wasn't the only one dying back there on the mainland. We all were, our lives poisoned by the very things we thought would save us. Now I sit with my knees pulled up, looking out at the Black Sea, Clay's hands at the small of my back, while the sky deepens into the colors of night. And I know I have left things behind that I love. But I love myself more. I love this more.
What are you thinking about?
How I wouldn't trade this for anything. His hand travels up my spine to the base of my neck, fingers in my hair. I settle onto my back, listening to the soft, easy sway of the sea against the rocks below. Tell me again about the green flash. He mumbles as I sink into his arms.
For centuries, sailors have claimed to see a green flash just as the last of the light is fading from the sky. A spark of green at the horizon might only be a tall tale, or it might be true.
But you've never seen it?
Nay, not yet.
He's told me all this before, but I like to see the hope in his eyes. I like to imagine the horizon shivering a soft hue of green just before the dark takes hold. His fingers coil around my necklace, tracing the shell he gave me all those months ago. It feels like a promise. He is mine, and I am his. For as long as this lasts. And I hope it lasts longer than time itself.
We're drifting south,
Clay says.
closer to the equator.
Have you been this far before?
Hard to say.
The days feel languid in the heat, making us slow, lazy. My skin tans from the sun, beating over the island, and most afternoons I wear only a thin cotton dress that I shortened using a pair of heavy scissors I found in the kitchen. Sometimes we retreat inside during the hottest part of the day, lounging in the shade of the porch. I make ginger ale,
made from fresh ginger root and a squeeze of lemon from our only lemon tree in the greenhouse, set to steep in the sun. Clay gulps it down, asking for it every afternoon. Sometimes I lie naked on the rocks, soaking up the warmth, feeling like I'm on a weekend vacation in Mexico or Bali, imagining a waiter coming to ask for my margarita order.
"You dinna make it easy on me,"
Clay says with a smirk one afternoon as I stroll up the dirt path toward the house, a shawl pulled over my shoulders.
"Wearing nothing and expecting me to keep working."
I give him a sidelong look, teasing, daring him to do something about it, and he follows me back to the house. We find a comfortable pace to our daily life. Waking each morning just before sunrise, Clay gathering our blankets from the shore while I go inside the house to make tea. I count my cycle, measuring the days alongside the patterns of the moon. I can't be sure if time can be trusted, but I calculate the days when I could get pregnant, doing my best to avoid them. I find a rhythm, a steadiness in my body that I never knew before. Like I can hear my own heartbeat, feel the blood through my veins. An intuition that's hard to explain. In the evening, I read to Clay on the front porch. Most of the books on the wood shelf in the living room are about gardening, raising sheep, repairing a thatched roof. But I retrieve the book from the bedside table. The complete poems and songs of Robert Burns. I read him old Scottish poems with my legs propped in his lap while he rubs the soles of my feet, easing the tension from the day. He smiles when I fail to apply the correct Scottish swing to my voice, and I poke him in the ribs for laughing at me. When our eyes sag with exhaustion, we carry our blankets back down to the bluff, spread them out in the grass, where a soft wind curls up from the sea, cooling our flesh, and we make love beneath the stars before drifting into sleep. And it all starts to feel too good to be true. Too easy, too comfortable.
"It hasn't rained in nearly a week,"
Clay says, standing between the rows of bean shoots and cabbage. The sky has been an endless, anemic blue for days, and even the water along the shore has turned aquamarine, a warmth to it like bathwater. We must be getting closer to the Caribbean.
"If it doesn't rain soon, we'll lose our crops."
We carry buckets of fresh water from the house down to the garden, pouring them one by one onto the parched soil. But the basin of rainwater in the cellar won't last forever. Either we will die of dehydration, or the garden will. Hauling buckets down from the house is hard work, making us sweat, making us even more thirsty, our backs and shoulders throbbing, and it hardly gives the plants enough to survive. We can't keep on like this.
"We need a good storm,"
he says, scanning the horizon, a hand over his eyes. But it doesn't come. The leafy herbs die off first, mint and basil. Then the lettuce, radishes, cabbage, and broccoli. They all begin to wilt. We harvest what we can quickly, early, before we lose it all. The strain in Clay's face makes me uneasy. He's always so steady, resolute, like he's seen every hardship this island can muster and nothing new can upend him. But this feels different. We continue to carry buckets of water to the garden, but our bodies are starting to buckle, especially in the growing heat. I usually collapse in the shade of the old elm tree that grows crooked beside the garden fence. Clay continues to work, bringing down buckets while all the other chores on the island go neglected. Day 15 since we last had rain, and we wade out into the ocean after a day of slogging water. My hands are blistered, forehead sun-scorched, after I forgot to wear my hat for the first half of the day. We sink in up to our necks, bobbing in the warm tropical water, neither of us able to speak, too exhausted, too afraid of what we might say. I know our situation is getting desperate. I dip my head back, letting my hair swirl around me. It's gotten long, uncut in nearly 10 months. Maybe I'll ask Clay to trim the ends. Or maybe I'll just let it grow, become wild and tangled.
We'll be needing to shear the sheep tomorrow, Clay says. This heat is too much for him.
I nod, keeping my eyes on the ocean, knowing that the heat isn't the only risk. It's the grass that usually covers the island, now turning brittle and dry. Soon, they will have nothing to eat. I pull myself closer to him, but still I don't touch him. I just want to be nearer. I just want to hear his breathing, the reassuring rhythm of every exhale.
We'll be okay,
he says, the setting sun in his eyes, like he knows the tension winding through my thoughts.
We'll survive. I always do.
I let my eyes flick closed, feeling the last of the sun against my face, the sultry warmth of the ocean against my skin. Sometime in the middle of the night, I feel a cold ping against my temple. I'm curled on my side, the dry grass stirring softly around us, a hand pressed to Clay's chest. There are no blankets over us. It's too warm for that. We haven't slept inside the house in at least a month. I start to drift off again when I feel another ping, and another. A droplet of rain. I sit up, looking out at the sea. The stars are gone from view, blotted out by clouds. Clay. I touch his shoulder. His eyes open, and the rain begins to fall in earnest now. I stand, tilting my head back to feel the drops against my face, cool and inviting. I laugh, and Clay rises to his feet, bare chest to the sky. He grabs me, kisses me hard, before we begin gathering the blankets and pillows from the grass, darting for the porch as the rain picks up steam, pummeling the island. I rush inside, but Clay stays out on the porch. I know he won't be able to sleep now. He'll stay up to watch the rain, to see if it continues to fall. I curl up on the couch, watching him through the open doorway until my eyes drift closed. My sleep is calm and restful, soothed by the sound of the rain against the roof. But when I wake, the air inside the farmhouse is anything but serene. Wind lashes the walls, banging the exterior shutters against the windows, threatening to shatter them. I stumble from the couch, moving to the doorway. But Clay isn't on the porch. I call out to him. He doesn't answer. The sight across the island is unlike anything I've ever seen before. Rain is pounding against the soil, wind gusting sideways, throwing whitecaps against the rocks, surging high up onto the shoreline like it's reaching for the house. This is not a simple rainstorm. This is something else. I want to escape back inside, but the banging shutters are too loud, and I know they will break the windows if left as they are. Barefoot, I hurry down the steps and out into the storm. I glance toward the garden, looking for Clay, but he's not there. A spiraling fear sinks through me. Did something happen to him? Did he get too close to the shore? Was he pulled into the sea by one of the thundering waves? The thought is paralyzing, my mind tunneling into darkness. If something happened to him, I'd be alone, on the island. Without him, I won't survive. Without him, I won't want to. The wind shrieks, and I pull in 2 deep breaths, forcing the thought down, forcing myself to move around the side of the house. I grab the loose, swinging shutters one by one and slam them closed against the windows, latching them in place. I'm soaked within minutes. I secured the 3 kitchen windows and the windows at the back beside the chimney when something whips past my head. I turn, but can't make it out before it's swallowed up by the dark. Only 2 more windows to go. The wind gusts around me, swirling in a chaotic, blinding blur. Still, I reach the next window, higher than the others, and I have to stand on tiptoes to reach it. My fingers shake as I latch it closed, then feel the whoosh of something else ripping past me just behind my head. I flinch away, but feel the sting at my temple. I touch my face, blood coming away on my fingertips. More debris tumbles through the air, ripped out to sea. I can't tell what it is. Maybe tiles from the roof. I only have one more window to secure when I feel a hand on my arm. I wince back instinctively, but Clay is there, grabbing me. He says something I can't make out. He's soaked, hair slicked against his forehead, hands muddied.
"Get inside,"
he shouts again, and this time I understand. But I shake my head, pointing to the window. He steps around me, grabs the shutter forcefully, and slams it into place, locking it closed. In the next motion, his hand reaches for me, and he's pulling me toward the house. We scramble up the porch, ducking inside, the door banging shut behind us. I sink to the floor, rainwater dripping around me. But the house is not silent. There are still shutters clattering against the walls on the second floor. Clay makes for the stairs. I listen to his rushed footsteps across the floor, and then the clapping of windows being pulled open, followed by the thud of shutters secured into place. Everything goes dark. A moment later, I feel his arms around me, lifting me up and placing me on the couch.
"You're bleeding."
He brings a damp cloth from the kitchen, presses it to my temple. "I'm all right," I assure him. The wind roars against the house. The walls rattle. The floor vibrates beneath us, like the whole thing is about to splinter apart. "Have you ever seen a storm this bad?" I ask, trembling beneath his hands. He shakes his head.
"This is no storm. It's a hurricane."
I remember watching news reports when tropical storms tore through the Caribbean, then made their way up the eastern seaboard. But I've never lived through one. I imagine the warnings blaring across TVs back on the mainland, urging residents to evacuate their homes or to shelter in place, describing the carnage locals could expect to see. They've surely named the storm something like Bernadette or Rhonda, as if it were an angry woman thrashing across the sea, seeking revenge. But without these reports, we have no idea how bad the storm will get. Is it a Category 2 or 5? How dangerous are the gusts currently tearing against the house? We stay in the living room, in the darkness, close to the front door, listening to the storm throw itself against the island until the rattling groan from the walls changes pitch, becomes a deep, splintering sound, as if the farmhouse is about to break apart under the weight of the wind. Clay shakes his head, looks resolute, then takes my hand and leads me down into the cellar, where the air is musty and cold and ancient. The force of the storm is muted, but in an unnatural way, and it's almost worse than the creaking and snapping of the house. A narrow window faces the back of the island, but it's dusty, never opened, and it only allows in the faintest light, a watery grayness that makes the cellar even more unsettling. "How long will it last?" I ask, perched on a wood bench against the cold stone wall lined with mason jars.
"No tellin'."
He sits, pulling me into his arms. Still, I shiver, not just from the dampness of my skin, but from fear. Clay tries to appear steady, composed, but I know him too well, and I can see the strain in him. He's never endured a storm like this before, and he has no idea if the house will hold, or even the island. The whole thing might crack apart, rock and clotted soil, separating under the force of the wind and violent waves. If the house tears away from the foundation, will we be ripped out with it? Two human forms, arms and legs flapping, sent out into the deep of the ocean. Even if we survived the storm, we wouldn't survive bobbing alone in the sea, defenseless, without land, without water, without a life raft. I sink my forehead into his chest, absorbing his warmth. The broad weight of his arms is a cocoon protecting me from it all, as if he were strong enough to stop a hurricane. We stay like this, silent, listening to the wind. Occasionally, he stands up, leaving me on the bench, and walks to the little window, looking out into the gray, trying to see something. But there is only the rain and the wet sky and debris gusting past. "If we don't make it," I start to say, but he pulls me against his chest, a hand at the back of my skull. He doesn't let the thought materialize, but he also doesn't assure me that we will make it. He doesn't say a thing. I think about my funeral. Nana and James standing over an empty grave. She surely died out there, people will say. In the cold, hostile Atlantic, no one could survive for more than a few minutes. They won't know that I died much farther south, in the warm Caribbean Sea, caught in a hurricane, in the arms of a man who should have perished decades ago. A tombstone will mark my name, my birth, but the exact date of my death will be unknown. Tears make soft trails down my cheeks, until the fear in my chest is so heavy it pulls me into an awful, fitful sleep. I dream of a blue heron, perched on the highest peak of the house. I run outside, screaming at it, shouting for it to leave us alone. I'm not sure why I'm so angry, why I'm so afraid of the bird. My eyes snap open, and Clay is sliding his arms out from under me.
"Tried not to wake you,"
he whispers. I sit upright. At the window, a dull wash of light filters through the dust. Sunrise, I think. The air smells of mud, heavy and earthen, like it's packed into my nostrils. Water drips through the wood slats above us. But the wind is gone, leaving a quiet that feels preternatural. Clay walks up the steep set of stairs, touches the door. "Clay," I say, afraid for some reason, not wanting him to open it, afraid of what we'll find on the other side. But he turns the knob, pushing against the wooden door with one hand. It refuses to open. He tries again, more forceful this time. Still nothing. He swallows, angles himself, then rams his shoulder against the door. It gives way a couple inches. He does this again, using his full weight to muscle the door back. Light spills into the cellar, and I feel hesitant to breathe. Clay steps up into the kitchen, then holds down a hand to help me up. The old farmhouse is still standing. The kitchen is still intact. Mostly. The back door was blown in, broken free from its hinges, water and sand soaking the wood floor. The kitchen table was thrown back against the cellar door, blocking our way free. Plates and mugs are shattered across the floor. We walk into the living room. The front door is still on its hinges, but it's wide open, resting back against the wall, allowing the same rain and seawater to spill into the house. Only one of the windows is broken, shards littering the floor. The wood shutters protected the rest of them, even on the second floor. Thankfully, our bedroom looks strangely untouched, not a thing out of place. The farmhouse held up somehow. But when we step outside, the landscape of the island is unrecognizable. I nearly drop to my knees. Clay stops only a few paces from the front porch, running his palms over his head. I stand beside him, my body shaking. Everything he has built, the garden, the greenhouse, the barn for the sheep, the chicken coop, even the tiny tool shed. It's all gone, splintered apart and sent out to the sea. And now the land is scarred and torn, leaving a wet, muddy wasteland. Not even a tomato vine or cabbage remains in the soil. I leave Clay where he stands and I walk out toward where the barn once stood. I'm hoping to find the chickens still alive, the herd of sheep, the lamb who's now grown. But there are only a few fragments of wood, a nail or two. The storm took the rest. I feel the tears coming, the hollow opening in my chest, grief and loss taking up residence. Gone. All gone. I want to scream. I look back at Clay, at the battered house standing tall behind him. How did the house survive? Well, the winds took everything else. A house held together by fate and spite and grief. A structure that's lasted far longer than it should have. Clay looks at me, and the hurt in his eyes can't be measured. Maybe it would have been kinder if the storm had taken him too, flattened the house and both of us in it. But it kept us alive, kept him alive, so he's forced to go on, rebuild somehow. I wipe at my eyes, not wanting him to see me cry. But when I blink, focusing beyond the farmhouse, I see something. "Clay," I say, pointing behind him. "Look!" In the distance, a clot of palm trees sways in the calm morning breeze. The storm pushed us toward a large mass of land, and now we're perched against a long strip of reef only a few feet below the clear water's surface. A calm, half-moon-shaped cove lies beyond the reef, and it's another 100 yards to the shore, where I can see the line of a sandy beach and the dense green of a jungle beyond. "Shit," I mutter, standing at the edge of our decimated island. The peculiar mix of awe at seeing land after almost a year at sea, and the grief of losing nearly everything on the island, twists strangely inside me. "We need to," I start to say. "We should try, before we drift back out." Clay stares cautiously at the shoreline.
Aye,
he agrees. The little boat that was once tipped on its side behind the shed is now gone.
"We'll have to swim,"
he says. I blink across the bay. It's flat and docile, but I can still remember my swim out to the island from the shore of the Faroes, how I nearly drowned, how the sea swelled around me like it wanted to pull me under. And although we've swum together in the sea since, we've never strayed far from the rocky edge of the island, for fear we could lose sight of it.
"We'll need to be quick, gather what we can, food, firewood, anything that's been washed ashore. And if we see the island starting to break free from the reef, we'll swim back fast."
I nod, and he folds his hand in mine as we scramble down the rocks. We strip down to our underwear, wading into the shallows. The water is bathwater warm, and the color reminds me of Nana's opal earrings that she only wore on Christmas or her birthday, a swirl of pale blue and teal. We begin swimming toward shore. The water, salty and buoyant, pushes us closer to the beach. It's easier than I thought it would be, and quickly we're ankle deep, wading up to the white sand. The air tastes sweet, but my legs wobble a moment, adjusting to the steadiness of the ground beneath me. I had grown so used to the soft sway of the island, the constant rocking, I had forgotten what it felt like to stand on land that didn't move beneath me. I turn, looking back at our island, and it feels like looking back in time, remembering when I saw it as a little girl, the impossibility of a white farmhouse atop a floating island, lost in a sea of unmeasured time. I never imagined I'd call it my home one day, that it would feel like the most important place in the whole world to me, that I would leave everything behind for that mound of rock and grassy shoreline. What happens to time when we're off the island? I ask, turning to face Clay. His eyebrows slant away from the sun, considering how to answer.
When the island runs aground, I suspect the two timelines are joined, fit back together.
He scrapes a hand across the back of his neck, looking thoughtful, tired.
Only when the island breaks away again will time slow, unbound to the mainland. It's just a theory, mind you, and one I cannot be certain of.
But I nod in understanding. It explains what happened when I was young, when the island broke away from the outer cape and set adrift before I could get back into Nana's tiny boat. Time had slowed, and when I returned home, a week had passed on the mainland. While the island is touching another strip of land, it's linked to that time, like the lost piece of a clock clicking back into place. Right now, standing on the beach, I am back in the same timeline as Nana. Back within the world where I once belonged.
Let's collect what we can,
Clay says, knowing we can't waste any time. The sea could pull the island back out at any moment. We need to hurry. He brought a large hunting knife strapped at his waist, and he uses it to hack down long stalks of bamboo growing just beyond the tree line. But it takes me longer to wheel my body into motion. I turn in a circle, my eyes absorbing every detail and feature of the beach. The sand soft at the waterline, which turns pebbled and rocky near the trees. Palms with heavy coconuts high above dot the edge of the jungle, but deeper in, other trees emerge that I don't know the names of. Crabs skitter away as I walk, small and angular and unappetizing. In the thick of the trees, birds chatter and squawk and sing, an unrecognized variety. I wish I'd studied the flora and fauna of the Caribbean islands. Wish I'd thought to brush up on my knowledge of geography and navigating by starlight. I feel frustrated with myself for not predicting this eventual outcome, that I'd someday be a castaway at the mercy of the tides and seas. But no sane person would ever imagine this future for themselves. Looking back at Clay, sweat rising on his forehead as he fells 2 more bamboo stalks, I know I need to get to work. We don't know how long we'll have before our island shimmies loose from the reef. I use one of the cut bamboo stalks to knock coconuts down from the tall palm trees, ducking each time I break one free. Thankfully, I avoid a concussion. I don't venture deeper into the jungle. It's dense and overgrown, and I'm wary of whatever lurks in its depth. Clay lashes the bamboo stalks together with long strips of plant bark while I forage down the beach. Near a rocky inlet, I find bits of wood half submerged in the water. I wade in, pull them out, and realize they must be pieces from our barn or greenhouse. The storm washed them up onto the beach, and I drag the larger pieces back down to Clay. We might be able to use them. After several hours on the beach, we secure everything we've gathered to his makeshift raft and push it out into the bay. The swim back to the island is slower, Clay pulling the raft behind him, and when we finally trudge up onto the rocky shore, I feel more exhausted than I have in a long time. The sun and heat have drained me. Clay drags the raft up onto the grassy slope and sinks onto his back. I lie beside him, staring up at the soft midday sky. I sense the relief in him, to be back on familiar soil. He doesn't like leaving the island, for fear it will float away without us. We carry the coconuts into the house, and I stand in the ruined kitchen, reminded of all the repairs we still need to do. We spend the afternoon cleaning, fixing the back door, securing boards over the shattered window, and sweeping out the water and muck. The rest of the island will take longer to set right. We've lost so much. Yet, the cistern is now filled with rainwater.
To the brim,
Clay tells me. And the cellar is still stocked with preserved food. But we've lost the garden, the apple orchard and birch trees, the sheep, the beehive, and the chickens. And eventually, We'll run out of canned supplies too. At sunset, after we eat a simple meal of beans and carrots, we sit on the porch steps eating chunks of white, fleshy coconut. The wooden chairs are long gone, shattered and whisked out to sea. The night air is humid and warm, not even a stitch of a breeze, and it soothes me. The stillness, the quiet. It could be days, even weeks until the next storm, I say. We could be here a while.
Aye.
His eyes are trained on the ocean. We could go back to the beach tomorrow, see what else we can find. I think the island is much larger than what we can see from here. Clay stands up, holds a hand down to me. I take it. I expect him to tell me that it's unsafe, that we better stay on the island. But he says,
Okay, we'll go back.
"There's a chicken!" I shout. We've barely stepped onto the beach after crossing the bay on our raft. Clay constructed 2 oars from splintered fragments of wood he found among the wreckage, and we used them to paddle ourselves across the perfect blue water. From the raft, we could see countless fish skittering through the shallow water below us. If we could make a net, we might be able to easily scoop them up. But now, on shore, I point to the tree line, where I saw the chicken dash back into the thicket. "It could be one of ours," I say. Clay smiles.
Might be.
We drag the raft up onto the sand, then start toward the jungle. I catch sight of it again, scurrying under a leafy fern. Then it takes flight briefly, clumsily fluttering through the dense green. Yesterday I was wary of the jungle, but now I crash after it, desperate. The chicken means fresh eggs, survival, and if we can find one alive, maybe there are others. We cut even deeper into the jungle, ducking beneath tangled vines and wide, lacework spiderwebs stretched between trees. "There," I whisper, slowing my pace. At last, we step into a partial clearing where the chicken has stopped to peck at the ground, as if it's forgotten that it's being pursued. A second one appears, a little farther off. I'm certain they're ours. They are plump, fattened, and the color of flecked mud, not the wiry, exotic fowl I'd expect to see on a deserted island. But there is something else in the clearing. Banana trees, large, leafy tops bending in the soft wind. Most of the fruit is still green, but as I move toward them, it's Clay who grabs my hand, stopping me.
"They're in rows," he says. "They've been planted."
Planted. By human hands. My heart starts to pound, and Clay lifts his eyes, peering beyond the banana trees in the clearing. I follow his gaze. A roofline. A building. Large, towering, just on the other side of the clearing. In movies, when the castaways wash ashore on a remote tropical island, it's always uninhabited. A small spit of sandy beach with barely enough to survive. A place that seems like paradise, except for the lack of fresh water and the searing, unrelenting sun. I never expected we'd see a structure, civilization, on this island. We abandon the chickens. They seem content in the clearing, pecking at seeds and insects. So we cross the open space, moving toward the structure. At the tree line, Clay slows, listening. But there are no obvious sounds of human voices. No ambient noise of engines or playing children, dogs or laughter, or doors being slammed shut. Only silence. Clay's eyes fall to me, his mouth an uncertain line. And I know what he's trying to hide. The worry caught in the creases of his forehead. If we've found civilization, if there is a town, a fishing village, and a working phone or internet, what will it mean? Will I be tempted by the real world? Will I feel some old, dormant ache inside me,
resurfacing. But I'm only thinking of one thing. If we could find a phone, I could call Nana, tell her I'm okay. I'm still alive, but I'm not coming home. I touch his forearm. Let's just see what's over there. He doesn't nod. I know he's thinking we should turn around and head back, forget we saw anything. But my mind won't so easily let it go. Clay follows me, his eyes swiveling, wary, while I push on ahead, wanting to see what waits on the other side of the trees. But it's not a building that comes into view first. It's a sign, a wooden post stuck in the ground at waist height. This way to pool. I stare at the letters, certain I've misread them, as if they were written in a language I no longer remember. Pool. My mind crawls forward, trying to imagine a pool, an artificial aqua blue, shaped like a palm tree or a kidney bean. A place where children splash and squeal with inflatable armbands to keep them above the waterline. Where adults with sunburned shoulders drink rum daiquiris. I flash a look to Clay, but he looks just as confused. My heart beats against my eardrums, knowing we can't turn back now. So we continue past the sign, following a narrow, overgrown path through the last stretch of trees, until the jungle falls away behind us. And it comes into view. A resort. Thatched roofs and bamboo railings, a concrete patio rimming a long rectangular pool, a sign that reads lobby, nailed to an open-air archway. Holy shit, I whisper, moving toward the stone steps that carry us up to the patio. Several dozen wood tables and their matching chairs are scattered throughout the area, most overturned. Some are even in the empty pool. Only a few feet of brown rainwater at the bottom. A blue-striped umbrella, turned inside out, metal spokes bent, bobs at the surface. The place is abandoned, taken back by the jungle, and not recently. We make our way under a large awning into what was probably the poolside restaurant. The quietness of the place, the silent reminders of what was once here, sends a chill straight down to my bare feet. Above us, birds have made nests in the rafters. Crabs walk freely beneath the tables, where palm leaves and rainwater cover the tile floor. We should check the kitchen, I whisper, although I'm certain we're the only souls here, and there's no point trying to remain quiet. Clay nods, but his face is stone. If he feels a twinge of relief, knowing there's no risk I'll be swept away by the temptations of my old life, he shows no sign of it. He is watchful in a way I've rarely seen in him. He doesn't like this place. Maybe it's the unfamiliarity, the flat-screen TVs mounted along the walls, a tablet coated in dust resting on the bar where servers would enter orders for happy-hour drinks and onion rings. The resort isn't luxurious. It's on the smaller side, a budget place maybe, only hosting 100 guests at a time at most. But it still holds reminders of the modern world I left behind. And perhaps it's these things that make him uneasy. Or maybe it's something else. An instinct telling him we shouldn't be here. In the kitchen, we scour the metal cupboards, the shelves, but find no remnants of food. Anything that may have been left was likely scavenged by wildlife long ago, or looters arriving by boat. But on the far wall, near a sign for a bathroom, I see it. A phone, with one of those coiled cords connecting the headset to the receiver. It seems out of place, outdated. But maybe there's a chance it still works. Connected by satellite, maybe the resort runs on solar, and there's still some remnant of power pulsing through the walls. I rush to the phone, pressing it to my ear. I listen for the dial tone, but there's nothing. I press down on the receiver several times. Still nothing. Panic wells up inside me, a sudden need to feel some connection to the world beyond. I start dialing Nana's number, punching in the numbers frantically. But still, there is only silence on the other end. Fuck! I dial it again, hitting the numbers harder, my heart pounding. Still nothing. I squeeze the phone in my fist. Damn it! I look up and Clay is beside me. He takes the phone from my hand, carefully placing it back on the wall. I shake my head. I don't want to leave. It's not that. I just thought if I could hear her voice, tell her where I am. He pulls me to him, a hand against my hair. I know. The words sound so plain, lacking any of the usual Scottish lilt, like he wants me to hear a voice that sounds like home. I'm sorry, Ellie. I breathe in his scent, stunned by how quickly the desperation seized my thoughts. I draw in another breath, and with his arms around me, my heart begins to settle. There's nothing here, I mutter against his chest. He nods. We should get back to the beach. We can't risk being gone from our island too long. Wandering this far into the jungle, losing sight of the island, was a stupid risk. The reef refuses to let go of the island. It's dug in deep, rock and coral and mud. I'm thankful for the steadiness of each day, the air breezy and warm, the liquid song of birds through the open windows when we sleep at night. We spend our days outside, making piles of broken wood, nails, shards of glass. We rake out the mud, finding topsoil beneath, setting down new rows for the garden. Clay begins rebuilding the greenhouse, smaller than what it was before. Thankfully, he kept tins of seeds in the cellar, collected over the years, marked and catalogued. Plenty for us to begin again. We make trips to the beach once a day, sometimes twice, bringing back coconuts and handfuls of mangoes, jackfruit, and avocado I find growing near the hotel, a kitchen garden that once fed hotel guests. I ask Clay if we can grow them in the greenhouse, and he replies with a not very hopeful shrug. We can try. I make him toast with avocado slices, olive oil, and sea salt. In my time, we put butter on toast. Nay, this, he says, eyeing it skeptically. But he can't hide the satisfied look in his eyes after the first bite. And the following morning, he asks for it again. We haul back plates and glassware and coffee mugs from the resort kitchen to replace our broken ones. We gather firewood and stack it along the back of the house. We even managed to catch 5 of our chickens who made it through the storm, and Clay builds them a temporary henhouse until he can construct a permanent structure. It gives me hope that there might be more still alive, maybe even the herd of sheep, hiding somewhere within the dense jungle of the island. In the afternoon, when the air is too hot and stagnant for work, we row to the beach and lie in the sand, letting the ocean rise over our toes. A large sea turtle swims along the shore, curious about the humans who have invaded its secret cove. We swim and float on our backs, eyes closed, and sometimes I pretend we're on a week-long getaway. We've strolled down from the hotel, escaping the noise of poolside bingo and Bob Marley playing on repeat from the restaurant speakers. I pretend we can stay as long as we like, that this is our new home, this paradise we've found. But Clay is less sure. The hotel unsettles him. The blank screens, the sleek devices with no moving parts and no clear purpose. He doesn't ask what they are, what they're for. I think he doesn't want to know. He moves past them like one might pass a graveyard, quietly, careful, refusing to look too long. When the sun begins to nip at the horizon, the day fading away, we sit on the shore, watching the sky become a fever of colors. "Let's not go back," I say. "Let's sleep here tonight, on the beach." Clay shakes his head, about to tell me we can't. The island might break free in the night, and then we'd be stranded. But I touch his mouth with my fingertips, stopping him from speaking. "Just one night," I add, my voice low, cajoling. "The island won't leave us behind. We can pretend we're on holiday." I use his word for vacation. "Pretend it's our honeymoon." I say it without thinking, before I can take it back. I lower my hand, wishing I hadn't said it. Not because it feels too soon to say such things, but because he's been married before, had a wedding and a honeymoon, and his wife died in his arms. "I'm sorry," I say softly. He touches my chin.
"I'd marry you if I could. I'd stand at an altar and say I was yours. I'd promise to never leave your side."
Warmth rises into my cheeks, a swirling ache that feels dangerously like happiness, like truth, like I could actually keep him forever. "I'd promise it too."
He leans closer.
"I promise it now, even without an altar."
His other hand finds the necklace around my throat, touching the shell suspended there, as if it were a symbol of this promise, as if it were a ring around my finger. I can see a life with him, all the days to come, and I don't want to lose it. I breathe, letting the past melt away behind me. "I do too," I tell him. His lips press softly to mine, and I know the meaning in each of his inhales. I know the significance of his hands sliding around my neck and down my spine, the intention of his heartbeat as I sink back onto the sand and he plants kisses down my throat to the space between my breasts, all the way to my navel. He is mine, and I am his. We need no altar, no church, no wedding cake or bridesmaids or family gathered together with tears in their eyes. This is enough. Our bodies, sun-seasoned and warm from days spent on the beach. The stars are witness. I am his wife, more than I've ever been anything else. And he is my husband.
"Mograith,"
he murmurs against my flesh. My love, my darling, my everything. We make love on an island we have no name for. We bind ourselves together. And there is something reverent about the way his fingertips search my flesh, looking for home. The way his body seems to know mine, inch by inch. Every gasp from my lungs as he pushes deeper inside me, desperate to claim this land as his own. I speak his name and let myself be remade. He is mine, Viking blood in his veins, a man built for battle, resilient and unbreakable. A man built for me. My core tightens in surrender, and his mouth shudders against mine. We promise to see this through to the end, wherever the sea takes us. Chapter 12. The grave is marked by a smooth gray stone. There are no names, no dates carved into the rock. But I know this place, because it's the only square of land on the island that I avoid. It belongs to Clay, not me. A sacred place that I have no right to step foot on. But I settle onto my knees, facing the stone, and my mind imagines the bones underneath. A woman whose hips had widened with the force of labor. I've never seen a photo of Alice Lockhart, yet I wear her clothes, and I know she was smaller than me, slight, narrow-shouldered. And I picture her this way now. Petite, delicate,
two smaller collections of bones nested beside her. The children she lost. I've avoided this place, not only because it felt wrong, but because I felt guilty. I have trespassed into her life, her home, and now her husband. My hands pressed to my knees, legs folded under me. I'm sorry for what happened to you. I begin, then pause, biting the inside of my cheek. I don't know how to speak to the dead. I don't know how to make amends, to apologize for this life I have stolen. I know I am a thief. But after last night on the beach, after we vowed ourselves to each other, I woke in the morning and my first thought was of her. Alice. My legs carried me here without much forethought, as if she was beckoning me, demanding an explanation. One wife to another. I close my eyes. I love him, I admit to her, and saying the words aloud feels like an incantation, a secret cast out into the wind. I love him more than I've ever loved anyone. Tears squeeze past my eyelids. And I promise not to hurt him. I promise to keep him safe. He won't be alone anymore. Neither of us will. I pull in a breath, and a cool wind slides over the island, so strong that it coils my hair out behind me. My eyes lift, seeing a blue heron, just like the one from my dreams, rising up from the shore, winging over the island and circling above me. I crane my head back, wiping the tears from my cheeks, and watch it turn away, flapping out over the water, toward the open ocean, toward nothing. I'm sure it's just a bird, but somehow it feels like goodbye, like Alice Lockhart is finally letting go of the house, of the island, of what could have been, letting go of her husband, leaving it all to me. I want it to be true. I touch the soil, this hallowed ground, as more tears fall. Thank you, I whisper. Maybe the bird was nothing at all, no omen from the dead, but it feels like relief, like atonement, acceptance. What she has given up, I now inherit. And in many ways, it feels like she's saved me, gifted me a life that feels like a second chance. I walk back to Clay in the garden. He's at the fence, a shovel in his left hand. He must have seen me at the grave, and he watches me approach. I sink into his arms, his hands folding around me. He doesn't ask what happened at the grave, the words I spoke. Maybe he already understands why I was there. I wanted permission to have this life, to have him. And now, with the salt air in my lungs, his fingers wiping away the tears, I feel a calm in the center of my ribs. Like one story has ended, so another can begin. A life that is all mine. What do you think happened to it? I ask. The resort. Why was it abandoned? I'm sitting at the edge of our bamboo raft, legs dangling in the water. Clay tugs on the fishing rod in his hand, adjusting the line. We found it in a supply closet at the resort, and he's already caught 3 fish since yesterday. I'm hoping for a 4th today.
Maybe a hurricane,
he answers, tilting his eyes to the beach.
Like the one that blew us here.
I swirl the warm, salty water with my leg, then sink back onto the raft, a hand over my eyes to block the sun. What's the longest you've ever been stuck on land? We've been lodged against the reef for 8 days, and although I haven't admitted it to him, I hope we stay longer. Maybe months, a year even. I like it here. A sandy beach only a short swim away with plenty of fresh fruit. We've rebuilt the chicken coop, planted seeds in the garden, cleaned up about 1/3 of the island.
some of the mud and muck will likely take a good rain to wash away.
A few days. Never this long.
I'm quiet, and he senses it.
You like it here, he says.
Don't you? I ask. He lifts a shoulder.
Been at sea so long, suppose I got used to it.
We could make a home here, I suggest, dropping my arm from my eyes and looking at him.
Aye.
But he doesn't sound so sure. You might start to love it. Even someone as salty and sea-mad as you. He laughs, and the sound makes my chest feel buoyant.
What about you? He poses. A woman from Seattle as nae ken of the sun.
It's because I'm from Seattle that I love the sun. He laughs again, and I pull both my legs from the water, turning to kiss him on the cheek. I'd go to the Arctic with you, I say playfully, as if we are two teenagers who've run away from home, deciding where to go next, hoping to see the whole world, carefree and aimless.
Arctic as Gillette. Skin feels like it's sloughing from the bones.
You've been to the Arctic?
Bloody close enough. Prefer not to drift that way anytime soon.
I cross my legs under me, tilting my head back to savor the warmth of the afternoon sun. The rod in his hand tugs downward, and he stands, reeling in the line quickly until he yanks the fish free from the water. I'm ready with our bucket, maneuvering the slippery thing inside. I can see the satisfaction on his face, and I smile, loving how beautiful he is like this, standing over the turquoise water, his skin darker each day. I can't imagine a life any better than this. But as he gazes toward the open sea, there is something else in him. A thought, tiny, diminutive, a secret in his eyes. Something so microscopic, it may have been there all along and I never noticed. Like he's holding back the ocean with his hands, keeping us from drowning, but eventually it will overtake us. Out here, I've learned that the sea is neither friend nor foe. She is volatile, capricious, and she could rip us from this paradise whenever she decides. A second later, Clay turns, stares back at the beach, and the thing I saw in him is gone. Maybe I'm looking for something that doesn't exist. It's still dark outside, the sunrise hours away. I slide from bed, Clay sleeping quietly with only a sheet over his chest. At the shoreline, I slip naked into the water. It's warm, but the air is cool, and it sends goosebumps down my legs to my toes. I wade forward until I'm forced to swim. Clay would be upset if he knew what I was doing.
You should never go to the beach alone,
he told me days ago. But this I have to do alone, because he would never understand. I swim silently through the dark water, the sky clear and bright above, the moon nearly full. At the beach, the white sand reflects the pale light like shards of glass, but I don't linger here. I find the familiar route, cutting into the jungle, the moonlight vanishing above. The sounds of the jungle are more indefinable at night, eerie, furtive, the skittering away of animals I try not to imagine, the crunching of leaves, the swooping of some nocturnal creature above me, a bird maybe, or something else entirely. At last, I reach the small wooden sign, "This way to pool." Seeing it feels different this time. Alone, without Clay. A remnant of the world I left behind. I follow the path until I see the empty pool and the thatched roof of the resort. I climb the steps, passing through the abandoned restaurant and down an arched hallway that leads to the lobby. I try to imagine the open-air space filled with guests checking in, kids dashing toward the pool, a busboy wheeling luggage down the hall. If the resort was still up and running, bustling with people, I could walk to the front desk and ask for help, tell them who I am, where I've been, and beg to use their phone. Maybe if we'd washed under this beach months ago, or years on the mainland, then I'd already have spoken to Nana and assured her that I'm safe. And Clay and I would be seated at the restaurant, ordering lattes and French toast, deciding what to do next. But instead, I walk around to the backside of the front desk. 3 computer screens sit dark, layered in dust, dead leaves strewn across the counter. To my left, I hear a sound, tiny claws across the floor. A crab, most likely, but it's too dark to be sure. I slow my breathing, clearing away a section of leaves and placing the sheet of paper on the counter, only slightly damp at one corner, and grip the pencil in my hand. When I swam across the cove, I kept one hand above the waterline, carrying the items I took from the bedside drawer. Paper and pencil. I let out a small sigh, then quiet myself, as if the jungle might hear me, as if I might wake Clay. This secret thing I'm about to do. This tiny lie. But what do I write? What note will I leave behind? Because if the sea decides to carry us away tomorrow, send us back out into the deep, this might be the last time we see land for months. I close my eyes. I tell my mind to slow, and when I press the tip of the pencil to the paper, the words form without much thought. Ellie Wells was here, 11 months after leaving the Faroe Islands. I pause, frowning down at it. Maybe I don't want to say leaving. It sounds voluntary. Although, maybe it was. I erase the words, making space, then start again. Ellie Wells Lockhart was here, 11 months after vanishing from the Faroe Islands. I'm still alive. Tell Nana I love her. Tell James I'm sorry. I read the note several times, repeating it in my head. I wasn't planning to write my name this way, using his name. But seeing it now, it feels like the truth. Ellie Wells Lockhart, a woman who is no longer who she used to be. I fold the paper in half, then open one of the drawers below the row of computers. It's mostly empty, aside from a single paperclip and a flattened pack of cigarettes. If there had been a cigarette inside, I might have smoked it, for reasons I can't explain. I've never smoked in my life, but the thought of anything from the real world might be enough to entice me. I open every drawer along the counter until I find what I'm looking for. Something heavy. I pull out the shell, a conch cracked on one side, larger than my hand, with ridges across its surface and a smooth pink interior. It was probably used as decor, as a paperweight, which is how I intend to use it now. I place it atop the folded paper. I'm fairly certain Clay won't see it. We've stopped coming to the resort. We've already picked through everything of value. I step back, also certain that the note is pointless. No one will ever find it. This place is abandoned beyond all memory of humans. And even if someone does come here, will they see the note? And if they read it, will they even understand what it means? Probably not. But knowing I'm leaving something behind gives me a small sense of comfort. Evidence that I was here. Still alive. I leave the hotel, walking back through the jungle, and sink down into the water. I want to feel weightless. I want to feel nothing. I float on my back, staring up at the stars, wondering if I really am still alive, or if I died long ago, drowned at sea, and now I'm stuck in some halfway place between this life and the next. A fish slips past my feet, sending a chill up my spine. I suddenly feel too naked, too alone in the cove, where anything could pull me under. I swim to the island, climbing up onto the rocks, tiptoeing into the house, where I towel off in the bathroom, then slip back beneath the sheets next to Clay. His hands reach for me, sliding across my bare hip. My heart stalls, worried he'll feel the dampness of my skin, smell the sea in my hair, the jungle on my flesh. But he moves closer until our bodies form a shell against each other, and his strong arms wrap around me, each exhale shivering through my wet hair. 12 days drift by, lazily, dreamily, the sun turning us copper. It starts to feel like we'll be here forever. We'll grow old on this beach, fat and delirious and in love. Time on our side. I settle in. I imagine building a little home tucked in the trees, a place for us to sleep sometimes. Our own tiny beach house. I imagine we'll never wear clothes or shoes again. My hair will grow long, every inch of our bodies browned and glistening from the sea. We'll die here, happy. Happier than anyone has any right to be. I am a fool. We don't even hear it happen. We don't witness the beach slipping away behind us. The air shifts through the open bedroom window, changes direction. This is what wakes me from sleep, what makes me sit up and look to the window. But instead of palm trees, I see only ocean. Clay. I touch his shoulder as I step from bed, crossing to the window. I can feel the gut-hard loss before I even see it. The beach, the half-moon cove, the island of swaying palms. It's all gone. Not even a dot in the distance. No hope of finding a way back. The ocean has ripped us away at night, when we couldn't cry out against its cruelty. I hear Clay's footsteps across the floor, and we stare out at the endless sea that has become our companion, intimate and constant. I'm sorry, he says, his hand finding my back. I know you wanted to stay. The sea decides. I answer, numb. Not us. The wind stirs the bedroom curtain, and he exhales. We exist at the edge of the world. I shake my head. We are part of no world. We are caught somewhere between, in a place where no one can reach us. He kisses my shoulder, and I lean into him, needing his comfort. He doesn't know that I left a note inside the hotel lobby, a secret thing I will never reveal to him, a message in a bottle, a letter home. I could cry, but I don't let a single tear fall. The beach is not worth crying over. The beach is not what I have lost. It was the last piece of something, an idea, a notion that we could live a normal life, tethered to land. We drift back out into the ocean, and time no longer has meaning, no beginning or end. We are guided only by the tides and the wind and the constellations above. We can't know what lies ahead, what future waits for us. I let go of it all, including the past, left under a shell inside an abandoned resort. Chapter 13. I regret what I said about the Arctic. Days fade behind us, and so does the warm sea. Our summer days are gone, replaced by sharp, rain-drenched winds and waves that lash at the rocks. We pull on our rain boots and coats, doing our chores in the growing bitterness of autumn air. No more nights sleeping under the stars, our skin damp with sweat, hoping for a breeze.
We sleep in our bed, windows latched shut, blankets piled high, my feet curled around his, my body edged against the warmth of his chest. I crouch in the garden, harvesting a few small potatoes and radishes with gloved hands, trying not to think of the sweet, watery taste of mangoes and pineapple, or the feeling of the sun on my face. I remind myself of what we've gained as we've drifted into wetter seasons. The rain has urged along the seedlings, and the fear I once felt, that the garden might not return, has vanished, seeing it take shape now. Clay falls back into a practiced rhythm, waking early each morning, rebuilding the path from the garden to the house so we don't have to walk through the mud. I tend to the chickens that we were able to save, but our sheep are gone. There will be no wool to refill the thinning quilt on our bed, or for spinning into thread and knitting socks and sweaters and thick hats. No honey or wax from the bees for sweetened tea and beeswax candles. The days feel strange, a metallic quiet in the air, a soberness to each passing hour since we left the beach. I'm not sure if it's only me. Am I simply longing for the tranquil ease of the warm bay, the palms swaying outside our window, the soft feel of the sand? Or does Clay long for it too, in his own way? Does it feel like we've left something behind we'll never get back? I don't mention it to Clay. I tell myself that the feeling will fade. The memory of that beach will be replaced by new places, new lands. And although we're both quiet during dinner, I think it's mostly exhaustion more than anything else. Because when we climb the stairs, Clay carrying a single candle nub to light the way, and we slip beneath the blankets, our hands still find each other. Like gravity, like the tide returning to shore, a thing that always brings us back together. Settling our anxious heartbeats, warming the cold from our flesh. He makes a path of kisses around my earlobe, traces each rib bone with his fingertip down to my stomach, and I tremble beneath his touch as if it's the first time. In the silence, we fold ourselves back together without words, and all my doubts skitter away back into the shadows. His hand presses between my thighs, steady and assured, a route he's memorized, and I forget about the icy air whipping against the walls of the old farmhouse, the frigid sea surrounding us on all sides. I forget everything. Clay lights candles along the windowsill, the bedside tables, even across the wood floor. He leads me through the bedroom door, rain pattering softly against the roof. The sky a smear of deep blues through the window, the sunset lost behind them. Why did you do all of this? I ask.
Anniversary.
I raise my eyebrows.
You've been here a year.
I knew the timing was getting close, but I wasn't certain. Clearly, he's kept track. A year. I looked to the window, to the island's shoreline, the place where I scrambled up onto the rocks, soaked and shivering. Clay carried me up to the house, and when I opened my eyes in his bed, it had all felt like a dream. He takes my hand and guides me to the end of the bed, and I notice the bottle resting on the dresser, similar to the bottle of whiskey we finished months ago. A second bottle? I ask.
I found it in the cellar after the storm. Didn't I tell you? Been saving it.
I smile, sinking onto the bed. I expect him to reach for the bottle, but instead, he lowers himself to his knees, his hands on my thighs. I smile at him, recognizing the familiar ache in his eyes. He touches my hand, lifting it to his lips so he can kiss my palm. I think his mouth is going to travel up my arm until he finds my mouth, but he stalls, reaches into his pocket, then holds out his palm. I squint at him, confused. Resting in his palm, I see a circular band of gold and a flash of deep, dark blue. A ring.
Sapphire, he says. It belonged to my mother before she passed, and my gran before her.
He takes in a breath, looks up at me.
That night on the beach, I didn't have a ring for you, and it's been bothering me, wishing I had something to give you.
Clay. Emotion catches in my throat.
Not sure if the size is right.
He smiles a little.
It was never meant to be a wedding ring. My mother only wore it now and then. Said it carried the luck of all the strong women in her kin. I'd nearly forgotten about it. Took some time finding it, tucked in an old shoebox.
Tears leak down my cheeks, but he wipes them away, his strong hands capable of such delicate acts.
I promise to take care of you.
He breathes.
Until the very end.
The night on the beach, we made a similar promise to each other, and I hadn't expected anything more. I didn't need a symbol of how he felt. But now, I hold out my shaking hand, and he slides the ring onto my finger. Incredibly, it fits nearly perfectly, only slightly loose, as if my hand has been waiting for it. A hand that once wore a ring given by another man, a ring that always felt out of place. But as the candlelight catches softly on the sapphire, I feel like a woman who is finally at home in her own life. I lean forward to press my lips against his. Until the very end. He squeezes my hand.
Hagul agamorsht.
I don't know what the words mean, not completely, but I see their meaning in his ocean eyes. I love you. The sea is brutal, cold and barbaric. We're drifting farther north. Each day the sun seems trapped behind a heavy layer of clouds, and snow begins to spiral down from the gray, bottomless sky. We rise late each morning, neither of us wanting to break the cold of the house, but Clay is always first to slip free from the blankets, kissing my forehead, then making his way downstairs to start a fire in the stove. By the time I dress, pull on wool socks, and enter the kitchen, it's at least mildly warm. Our newly planted crop begins to wither as snow dusts the soil, but thankfully, inside the greenhouse, the temperature remains tepid. We managed to harvest fresh green onions, root vegetables, and handfuls of tomatoes. The fishing is good along the shore, mostly yellowfin tuna and Atlantic cod. But the days feel unending, and my mind settles into a kind of somber certainty that we will likely remain in the cold for months, maybe a whole year, before the winds push us south again. And yet, there is something beautiful about the glacial sea, the dark, biting wind, always hissing under the front door, always licking at our necks when we step outside. It feels like our wind, our life, our sea, the constant harshness of it. Until one evening, standing at the kitchen window, peeling potato skins into the sink, I notice something glinting out on the water. I dry my hands on a towel and walk to the back door, stepping out into the cold. I don't bother grabbing a coat. I walk in my bare feet down the path to the slope that drops down to the rocks below. The light outside is dull, the sun beginning to set, and I lift a hand over my eyes. I've been fooled before into thinking there is something out on the sea when it's only the waves shaping themselves into something they are not. But this illusion remains, even after I blink. It slips in and out of focus as the ocean swells upward, then reappears when the sea dips back down again. Land. A hard knot tightens in my chest. This long stretch of mainland is different from before. It stirs a memory inside me, distant but known. I fold my arms over my chest, against the chill, and watch as the winds push us closer with each surge of the tide. The evening sky grows darker, and a lighthouse comes into view, pulsing rhythmically from a jetty. A short distance away, I make out a harbor just up the coast, the masts of sailboats rising like limbless trees. This isn't like finding the deserted beach. There are people here. A town. A community. Alive. As the last of the daylight vanishes below the sea, lights string up along the shore. Homes dotting the coastline.
Ellie?
Clay's voice finds me. I sense him moving up behind me, stopping on the rocks. Where are we? I ask. He is quiet, but there is a knowing in the silence. Something he doesn't want to say. The lights of the shore get brighter, closer, and my eyes trace the jetty, the shape of it, the soft slope of the shoreline like a bow, arching back on itself. Just like an old place I remember. A life, long ago. My eyes flick to him. Are we back?
Aye.
He touches me, but I don't react. I'm staring at the shoreline, counting off the row of homes, until I find the one. Nana! Before we've even run aground, before the island reaches the jetty like it did all those years ago when I was just a kid, I'm pushing our little bamboo raft down into the water.
You canna go alone,
Clay's saying, but I'm already scrambling onto the raft, reaching for the oar.
Ellie,
He says, louder this time.
the island hasn't stopped moving. It might get tugged back out to sea.
I know. My eyes meet his, panic rising in my chest. But I have to see if she's there. I have to try. Clay's face tenses in the dark. Then he nods as he steps aboard the raft. Clay, I start to say.
I'm coming with you.
He won't allow me to go alone. If the island drifts away, we'll both be stuck on land, and our home will be gone. But without another word, he lifts the oar and begins paddling us across the tossing sea toward shore. He promised to take care of me until the end. He's keeping that promise. Cold seawater rushes over the sides of the raft, swelling up through the slats between the bamboo. When paddling to the white sand beach, the water was calm, warm. Nothing like this. Halfway to shore, I look back, doubt skittering like a beetle across my thoughts. If the raft doesn't hold, we'll sink. And with water this cold, we won't have long before we turn hypothermic. Or we drown. The memory of swimming across the North Atlantic from the Faroes stabs in my mind. I pull my knees to my chest, shivering, and focus on only one thing. The luminous white orbs from Nana's porch, just beyond the tall seagrass. Please be real, I think. Please let Nana be inside, cooking dinner, sipping cocoa with a pour of brandy. Please let me see her face again. Finally, the raft scrapes up over the rocks, bottoming out against the gray sand. But I stay seated, the chill inside me so deep that my legs refuse to move. The air smells of fish and wet sand, a faint hint of a barbecue somewhere up the beach, and also a sweetness I can't pinpoint. Saltwater taffy, sweet tea, not a scent that hangs in the air, but conjured up from memory.
Ellie?
Clay asks. He drops the oar, then crouches beside me.
What is it?
What if she's not there? I tap my teeth together. Or what if she is, and she's different? Or she doesn't remember me? What if her mind is not what it used to be? I remember one of my neighbors back in Seattle, Dr. Dahlmeyer, who suffered from Alzheimer's. He'd walk down his short driveway, looking for the newspaper at all hours of the night. then mumbled to himself about the neighbor kids who surely stole it while he slept. Finally, one bright autumn morning, not a hint of rain in our usually overcast skies, his adult children came and loaded him into their shiny white SUV and moved him into a care facility. Now I try to imagine Nana this way, wandering the shoals and tide pools, looking for things that aren't there. Looking for me. Maybe it's better if I remember her how she used to be.
We dinna have long, Clay says, touching my shoulder. If you want, we can go back.
No.
The word is blunt and immediate.
I need to go see.
Clay helps me stand up, and although my feet are soaked, my skin chilled, there is a sudden urgency to reach her house. I push my way up the beach while Clay stays behind. He senses that I need to do this alone. Several yards from her house, my legs feel weighted again. The curtains are pulled tight against the windows, something she never did.
Let in the moonlight, she would say. Otherwise it might forget us.
I can hear the sound of a TV from inside, but I can't clearly make it out. On the front porch sit 2 flower pots, but no blooms. The whole place feels colder than I remember. Sterile. It doesn't feel like her. Not her home anymore. I swallow, certain she's not inside. Certain some stranger lives here now. But my eyes find something familiar. A small ceramic plaque mounted on the wall beside the front door. It depicts a painted lighthouse, a beam of yellow light shining out over a calm sea. At the bottom it reads, "Sandy Feet Welcome." She bought the plaque at a local Saturday market the first summer I lived with her. She thought it was unnecessary, but I loved it, insisted we get it, and she relented, even agreed to mount it beside the front door. I think I just liked the idea of tracking sand into the house, messy and carefree, without repercussions. Seeing it now feels like a tide swelling in my chest. If she had moved away, she would have taken it with her. And if she had passed, certainly a new owner would have taken it down. I hurry up to the front porch, rapping my knuckles against the door quickly. I wait. The sound of the TV vanishes, put on mute. And then, footsteps cross the old wood floor. Slowly, unhurried. I hold in my breath. I try to slow my heart rate. The door swings open, and my eyes widen. I nearly drop to my knees. It's not Nana. It's a man. A stranger. Someone I don't recognize. Bald head, graying scruff of a beard. And he holds the door with one hand, towering over me. I stammer, taking a step back. So sorry. I was looking for someone else. I wasn't. I glance over my shoulder, where I can see Clay down at the shore, waiting. I swallow, swinging my eyes back to the man. My Nana used to live here. A long time ago. I wonder how long it's actually been. How many years have passed? Her name was June? Maybe you knew her? If I'm lucky, maybe this man is local, has lived here his whole life, and he knows where she is, how I can find her. But the stranger just blinks at me like I've lost my mind, like I'm some wandering madwoman. I have no idea what I must look like, how wild and rough, skin a deep copper, hair turned light from the sun. A year spent at sea will change a person, make them feral and uncivilized and free. I grew up in this house, I add, hoping to validate myself, hoping he'll see I'm not trying to talk my way into his house to steal something. But it's been a while since...
Since I was last here. Still, the man doesn't speak. His eyes only narrow on me, and now I'm worried he's going to slam the door in my face and call the police. Sorry, I add, realizing that this stranger won't be any help, realizing how unstable I sound, and I backstep down the stairs. Sorry to bother you so late. I hope you have a nice night. I reach the sand, blink up at him, at the plaque still mounted on the wall, then turn and start down the beach. Don't look back, I tell myself. You'll only make it worse. Keep moving, get to the raft, get back to the island. But I only make it a few paces when I hear the man's footsteps on the porch. Shit, he's coming after me. I think of yelling to Clay, shouting for him to get the raft in the water. But the man speaks from behind me. Ellie? My legs seize beneath me. Ellie Mills? The air stiffens in my lungs, and I consider darting into a run. But I let my body turn. I'm afraid to speak, to admit who I am. Do I know you? I ask. He descends the porch steps, moves toward me, and I flinch. He sees the motion, and he stops short before getting any closer. I don't understand, he says now, swallowing. How are you here? Did he used to be a neighbor? Someone I should know? A friend of Nana's? Ellie, he says again, eyes reddening at the corners. I don't know who you are, I admit. He touches a hand to his chest, and I can see his legs actually wobble, like his knees are going to give out. James, he says. It's James. No, I hear myself say. I frown at him, taking another step back. This man looks nothing like James. His hair is gone, his beard full and riddled with gray, a beard that James never would have grown. And he's old, much older than James was when I last saw him. I didn't think. The man smiles, lets out a rounded laugh. I didn't think I'd ever see you again. He starts to cry, wiping at the tears. You look the same. You look. He frowns, like his mind is bending in on itself, trying to make sense of it. Everyone thought you were dead. Drowned, he says now, like too many memories, too many thoughts are rushing through him. But your grandma, she always believed you were still alive. Said she could hear your voice in the sea air. He smiles again, and this time, I hear something in his voice. The tenor, the short swing of his vowels, the clipped way he ends a sentence. James. He smiles even brighter, takes another step closer. This time I don't back away, but my mind is pinwheeling forward and back, trying to calculate the time. How long? I ask. How long ago did I disappear? 22 years and a few months. My legs teeter beneath me like I'm back on the island. 22. He nods, the smile fading. But you haven't changed at all. I blink, trying to anchor myself. It's been far longer than I thought. Too long. 22 years. Feels like an anvil against my chest, fracturing any hope I had that my old life may still be just as I'd left it. Fuck. James is in his 50s now, but he looks even older. Time has worn him down, taken things from him. My disappearance may be partly to blame. We got your letter, he says now. Letter? The note you left, in that hotel on St. Andre Island. Now I'm the one to smile. You found it?
A pair of fishermen found it while exploring the island. Total luck. They just happened to see it. It had been there a while, a few years, but they recognized the name. Your name.
I shake my head, feeling like I might cry.
It was a big deal when you vanished. For the second time. People still talk about it. The legend of Saltwell Island and the woman who found it twice. Especially among sailors, there have been countless reports over the years of people seeing the island. We always hoped you'd come back someday, and when we got your note, we knew you were still out there, alive. Police thought it was a hoax, that the fisherman had written the note, because of the last name. But we knew your handwriting. We knew it was you.
The last name? I ask.
Wells Lockhart. It's the same surname as the man from the old stories about the island. Clay Lockhart, I think his name was. It was odd. The only thing that didn't make sense about your note.
He exhales, searching my face for answers. But then his gaze drops. To my hand. To the ring. The sapphire catches the moonlight, flaring a bright blue. A symbol of something I have kept secret, with no way to tell him the truth. Until now. I fell in love, James, I say, I admit, running my thumb over the sapphire. He turns quiet, staring into the heart of my words. Because long ago, it was his ring that sat on my finger. It was his promise, his future. But now another man's ring lives in his place. None of it was a myth, I say softly. Saltwell Island, Clay Lockhart, the story of how he became lost at sea. It's all true. And I never imagined explaining this to James. I never thought I'd get the chance. But now all the words feel too improbable. Too much has happened. Too many things that defy logic and time. But James just nods, a smile finding his eyes.
And now it's your story too.
I glance down at the ring. My story has become a constellation of moments too impossible to explain, but no less real. It is, I say simply. Waves slide up the shoreline, the sea breathing in and out. An old sound I remember, reminding me that the sea is also tugging at the island, threatening to pull it away. I don't have much time. Still, questions press at my mind. How? I start to ask. Why are you here? In Nana's house? He looks over his shoulder, up at the house.
She passed it on to me after she...
His voice fades, and I know. When? I ask.
4 years back. She went quick. She was sick for a while.
Were you with her? He nods.
I flew out to see her a couple times a year. On the anniversary of when you went missing, and again for her birthday. I made sure she was okay. And I think after we got your note, and she knew you were safe, she stopped fighting so hard. She didn't have to stay to wait for you.
Tears spill down my cheeks. Thank you. Thank you for being with her. For always being... He nods, not needing me to finish. He was always a good one. He was always better than I deserved. And he took care of Nana up until the end. He visited her more than I ever did. I wipe at the tears, breathing deeply. And now you live here?
I thought it would just be a summer house. But after a couple years, I decided to move in permanently.
And the cafe? He tips his eyes down, then back up. There's weariness in the creased edges, remnants of sleepless nights, of the tears he's shed over the years.
It's still there. just how you remember it.
I like this. The idea of the cafe still serving customers in that tiny space. A handful of tables on the sidewalk during the summer months, on the days when the sky is clear. The scent of pasta with capers drifting into the streets, artichoke hearts dipped in olive oil, and thick slices of tiramisu melting on forks.
I wrote a book. A cookbook. 3, actually. They've done really well. I've done well. The cafe manages itself now.
That's amazing, James. I want to sob. There are so many questions twisting inside me, so much time lost between us. But I know I don't have much time. And is there anyone? I mean, did you ever get married? The question is selfish. I want to know that he's okay, that he fell in love, that my leaving didn't unravel some part of him that couldn't be repaired. He nods.
A woman who worked with me at the cafe for a while. It didn't last. Got divorced a couple years after.
Sorry. He shrugs.
Not your fault. Well, or maybe.
I laugh. I had planned to come back and marry you. I tell him the truth. I even wore the ring for a while. We're both quiet, a remembering in both our eyes. Of what we were. Of what almost was. I did love you. I try again. I never wanted to hurt you. But I don't think it would have worked. I think I was always looking for something.
I know. And I loved you too much.
I nod, rubbing my hands together, wishing I could stitch the past into something less painful. Are you happy? I ask. He looks at the sea, considering this, eyes narrowing.
I am. Been seeing a woman who runs the old B&B in town. It's easy, uncomplicated. She reminds me of you, actually.
Sadness stings my eyes, and without thinking, I step forward and wrap my arms around his neck. It takes a minute for his hands to settle against my back, as if, up until this moment, he wasn't entirely sure I was real. Perhaps I was simply a hallucination, his mind splintering in half. But now, he can feel my heartbeat through my chest. And there's no denying that I'm real.
A part of me thought you vanished on purpose,
he whispers into my hair.
That you ran away so we wouldn't have to get married.
I pull back from him. Faked my own death just to avoid walking down the aisle? He grins.
It would make for a good story.
I'm not that clever.
I also knew you'd never do that to your Nana.
I nod, our arms still clutching each other. And this close, I can see how handsome he still is, beneath the roughness of his beard. In his eyes, he is still James. Kind and centered and good.
I still keep the light on for you, just like your Nana always did, every night.
He flashes a look to the house, where the porch light glows golden and steady. When his eyes swing back, he lifts a hand and touches my face.
It's remarkable. You haven't aged a day.
I let his hand linger against me, feeling its warmth, remembering the kindness of his touch. I've aged in other ways. He lowers his hand, mouth settling into a line.
Why do I get the sense that you're not staying?
I'm not, I admit. I think about the woman I was with him. Numb, a shadow inside me that I couldn't shake. It wasn't his fault. It was the island's. Nothing in my life ever made sense after the night I first stepped onto the island. I witnessed a place that defied all logic. I stood at the edge of a doorway into a world of impossibility. How could I return to the real world after that and pretend I hadn't seen Oz? I tried for most of my life. But now, Looking at James, I understand how empty I had been. I lied to myself, pretending to live an ordinary life, when in truth, I was just waiting for the island to return, to see it again, to find my way back. I glanced over his shoulder to the house, more weathered than it was the last time I was here. The constant winds battering the siding, always tearing and ripping. It only feels like I've been gone a year. I slide my eyes back to him. But it also feels like a lifetime. And the woman I used to be is long gone.
Ellie,
He releases his hold on me.
we've waited. I've waited.
He corrects himself.
2 decades for you to come striding up that beach. And you're finally back. Back home.
I touch his hand. I'm not home. Not anymore.
People will want to know what happened to you, where you've been, what you've seen.
I can't stay, James. I smile. This isn't my life anymore. Not my timeline.
It could be. You could start again.
The wind stirs up from the sea as if calling to me. He touches my cheek again, and I think how easy it would be to let him lead me up to the house, sink into one of the soft chairs beside the fire while he prepares one of his home-cooked meals, pasta with pesto sauce, oyster mushrooms, and sun-dried tomatoes. He'd bake a red forest cake, my favorite, with a decaf, poured slowly, with care. I could sleep in my old bed. I could rebuild a life, start again, like he said. But then another voice drifts up behind me, carried by the wind.
Ellie, we need to go.
James tilts his neck, squinting down the beach, where he hadn't noticed a tall man waiting beside a raft, the moonlight casting long ways across his strong shoulders. A man who most believed to be a fable. James's eyes find me again, and there is a quiet in them, a silence that tells me he understands what it means.
Are you happy?
He asks, the same question I posed to him. More than I probably deserve.
Then he loves you as much as you love him?
Yes. He makes a strained attempt at a smile, but it settles into something more genuine, a trueness in his eyes.
Good. Then go be with him.
I squeeze his hand. This man once cared for me. He would have loved me for the rest of my life if I'd allowed him to. I might not see you again.
I don't want you to see me again, he says. Not like this. I'll keep getting older and you'll stay just as you always have.
He exhales, and it breaks my heart. What I have done to him, the worry I have caused, the years that now separate us. He is here, living in this house, all because I vanished.
You're safer out there anyway. The world isn't how you remember it, Ellie. It isn't good.
I could ask him what he means, but there's no time. And maybe I don't want to know. Maybe I want to remember the world how it used to be. We stare at each other, and for the briefest moment, I can even see the youth in him again. The eyes I remember, looking back at me, both of us recalling the past. And I know that I will always love him. Just not in the way I love Clay. Not enough to stay. James bends forward and kisses me on the cheek. I lay my palm against his face and close my eyes, wanting to remember the feel of him, just like this. Goodbye, James. I lower my hand, tears falling from my chin.
Goodbye, Ellie,
he says, forcing a smile.
I'll still keep the light on for you.
I stand for another moment, not knowing how to turn away. But the wind stirs my hair, smelling of the sea, of another life. And I'm reminded of where I belong, and it's not here on this shore, in front of Nana's house with James.
It never was. I smile at him, then turn and start up the beach. I leave him behind. The life that always felt wrong. I pick up my pace, running toward the life I want. Toward Clay. He's already sliding the raft back into the sea, and when I glance out toward the Atlantic, the island is drifting back, away from shore. We need to hurry before we lose sight of it. Clay takes my hand, helping me onto the raft, and once seated, he paddles hard across the bay. But I look back, up the shore, where a man I might have once married stands on the porch, the overhead light casting a shadow around his silhouette. He watches as I vanish back into the sea.
Who was that?
Clay asks. James. Chapter 14. The sky is gunmetal gray. It's been 3 days since we landed in Nova Scotia. 3 days since I stood in front of Nana's house and said goodbye to James. But Clay has been quiet, moving silently through the house as if he's held hostage by his thoughts. And in the evening, when we strip from our clothes and ease into bed, he doesn't reach for me. Out on the horizon, we can still see lights, floating orbs rising and falling out of focus with the tide. We're drifting northeast along the coast, but eventually we'll lose sight of land completely. "Are you okay?" I ask after breakfast. He stands at the back door, sipping tea. But he only nods, makes a low grunt, then opens the door and steps out into the wind. I give him his space, allow him the silence he needs. But another day passes, and there is still darkness in his eyes, a cold divide between us that I don't understand. The night I saw James, after Clay and I rode back to the island, we sat in the kitchen, cups of hot tea in our hands, and I told him that Nana was gone. He folded his arms around me and let me cry into his chest. Later, when we lay in bed, he asked about James. I told him how much James had changed, how the years had passed for him, but that it felt good to finally say goodbye. I explained how painful it was to see Nana's house, and yet I was grateful to know what had happened, grateful James was with her at the end. I almost mentioned the note, how a pair of fishermen found it at the hotel, how it gave Nana some comfort before the end. But the note is a secret I've kept, something I should have told Clay the night I wrote it, months ago. Even if he might understand why I wrote it, the fact that I never mentioned it before is the deception he may not forgive. So I keep it to myself. But after I told him about Nana, about seeing James, he started to slip away from me, a distance growing between us each day. Two ghosts forgetting the shape of the other. After dinner, he stands at the sink, washing dishes. When the work is done, he walks to the cupboard, pulls out the bottle of whiskey, and pours himself a glass. He takes a drink, then stands at the back window, staring out at the sea. I refuse to let this go on any longer. "Tell me what's wrong." He takes another drink, doesn't turn to face me.
"The tide hasn't taken us far,"
he says. "What?"
"We're only a few miles off the coast."
I stare at him, confused.
"The raft is too unsteady, not seaworthy, but maybe we could attach a sail, add a couple boards."
"Clay?" I press. "Why are you talking about the raft?" I hear the air blow from his nostrils, and he looks back at me over his shoulder.
"I should have let you go, back when there was still time."
His mouth is flat, shoulders rigid.
"I did not want to lose you, but now I can see what you've lost, what I've taken from you."
I shake my head, but he doesn't see.
He's already turned back to the window, taking another sip of the whiskey. Taken from me? You didn't take anything.
I took everything, Ellie. I took your whole life.
I reach out, touching his shoulder, wishing he would look at me. I swam to the island that day, I remind him. It was my choice.
Nay,
he answers, his voice like an echo held in the cavern of his chest too long.
I always knew you gave up your old life, but seeing you back there, with him.
His eyes drop, air escaping his lips.
Knowing you lost your Nana, and you couldn't even say goodbye.
He pulls away from me.
It's my fault you weren't with her at the end. My fault that everyone you knew has changed. Your whole life lost.
None of this is your fault. I try, but he steps back, placing the whiskey on the kitchen counter, then walks out the back door. He strides down the steps, stopping on the path that leads to the garden, the sky dark and troublesome, but I follow, refusing to let the conversation end.
I've been trapped on this island since that awful night,
he says to the wind.
But now, I've damned you to the same fate.
He glances at me.
I did not see it until now.
He knits his hands together at the back of his neck, looking up at the night sky.
I wanted you to stay here with me. I wanted you.
I ease closer to him. Clay, I start. You're not making any sense. You couldn't have changed what happened. I feel my voice cracking, just wanting to touch him, wanting to feel his heartbeat against my palm. The thing that always steadies me, makes me feel safe.
You're wrong, Ellie,
he says now.
I could have.
What are you talking about?
I lied to you.
A thin edge of doubt circles my thoughts, and I frown at him. When?
The day you washed onto the island, and I carried you up to the house. I thought you were an apparition, a cruel trick of the sea. I'd been alone so long, years where I never saw another soul. And then you were here, and I wanted to protect you. I did not think you'd be trapped. I did not think I'd fall in love with you.
His eyes are watery, and he looks away from me, to the sky, the sea, at nothing, before swallowing and lifting his gaze. He looks beautiful in this light. Dangerous somehow, but still beautiful. Like he belongs in a story.
You were so desperate to get off the island after you woke up,
he continues.
You asked if I had a boat, a way for you to get back home.
My body stiffens.
I told you I didn't. I told you there was no way back. But I lied.
The air sinks into my stomach, swirls into a storm.
There was a boat, Ellie,
he confesses, his voice hollow and awful.
And if I'd told you the truth, in those early days when we were still close to land, you might have made it back. You might never have been trapped here.
No, I sputter. There wasn't a boat. I would have seen it. He looks like a man who has lost his footing, who is standing at a great height, about to fall.
You did see it,
he answers.
I did not tell you of the boat because I thought it was dangerous. I thought I was protecting you. I didn't want you shoving out into the Atlantic. Was worried you wouldn't survive, especially when you were still hurt, barely able to stand on your own, let alone paddle out across the Atlantic. And another part of me.
The wind stirs his hair, stirs my memory, makes me feel like I'm falling too, like I'm going to be sick.
I was relieved you were here. You pushed away a small bit of the loneliness. But I knew I was being selfish, keeping it from you. So a day or two later, I dragged the wee boat down to the shore, I repaired a small hole in the gunnel, and I was planning to tell you about it in the morning. Let you go if that's what you wanted.
His jaw contracts.
But when the sun rose, the boat was gone. The tide had risen, pulled it out into the Atlantic.
His shoulders drop, remembering it now.
I didn't know what happened. I'd left the boat at the waterline before, but the waves took it. I was stupid to leave it out there.
He pauses, runs a hand down his face, looking like he's imprisoned by the guilt, like it's been tearing at him all this time. This secret he's kept.
I wanted to tell you the truth so many times. I hated myself for it. But I was afraid you wouldn't forgive me. Afraid you'd look at me like you are now.
My lungs stop drawing in air. Fuck, I whisper, dropping my eyes to the ground. But then a new thought surfaces, and I lift my head. The boat that washed ashore months later, I begin, but I can already see the answer in his eyes.
The current brought it back,
he confirms. I turn away from him, arms crossed, looking out at the dark sea. The little rowboat that washed ashore was his. The truth returned, the sea giving it back. I had been so thankful for that little boat, but now I see how improbable it was. A boat washing ashore, intact. It had been adrift for months, likely never straying far from the island, until one morning the winds shifted, pushing it back against the rocks. Missing an oar. An oar that must have tipped into the sea during a storm or strong winds. A boat that had belonged to Clay. He lied. He had a boat. In those earliest days, when it could have made a difference. When I could have rowed and surely reached the Faroes. When there was still time. But he kept it from me until it was too late. And he changed the course of my whole life.
I shouldn't have done it, Ellie. I should have told you the truth that first day. I should have shown you the boat and let you decide what to do.
You took the choice from me, I tell him, the sky beginning to swirl, my ears starting to hum. He nods, agreeing, eyes sloped with the memory.
I was afraid, he admits, afraid you'd drown, afraid to lose you.
You're losing me right now, I want to say. His shoulders sink.
Maybe there's still time. If I could get you back to shore, back to your home, you could still rebuild your life, Ellie. You could start again.
My head is too muddy to comprehend his words, my heart beating too fast. I walk away from him toward the steep side of the island where I can see the narrow band of lights in the distance.
Ellie,
he tries, starting after me. No, I snap, not turning to look at him. Hurt and anger boiling up inside me. I don't want to hear anymore. I need to be alone. He stands for a minute, eyes on me, watching, and I can almost feel the guilt coiling tight in his chest. Finally, I hear his footsteps fade back toward the house, leaving me alone. Alone. I sit on the cliff edge, watching the stars swirl overhead, time passing in the darkness, galaxies forming, the past unmaking itself. If he had shown me the boat the day after I swam to the island, I would have taken it. I would have rowed out into the sea, and maybe I would have made it to the Faroes, scraped up onto a beach where police and reporters would have been waiting for me. Maybe Helen Ashcroft would have been there, panic and relief in her eyes, desperate to know the story of what happened. I would have been gone only a few days on the island, but it would have been weeks, maybe a month, to everyone else. I would fly back to Nana, and then Seattle, back into the arms of James. I would resume my life, settling into that well-worn pattern of habit and normalcy. I would drink coffee at the cafe, see movies with James, a bag of salted popcorn between us.
I would have pretended everything was fine. Because I wouldn't have known any better. I wouldn't have been on the island long enough to realize what I truly wanted. But I also know this. On dark winter days, I would likely sit in my office and watch the rain stream down the window, and I would think of the island. I would think of him. The man I met again for only a few days, but who seemed to look at me in a way that made cracks in my surface, that made some part of me never want to go back home. I'd spend my life dreaming about it. The island, him, imagining a different decision. If I had stayed, if I hadn't taken the little boat and rowed away from the island, I would always wonder if I might have been happier out there, at sea, with that man named Clay. Another kind of life. One I probably didn't deserve. The island would have called to me forever, until it drove me mad. Until I became an old woman with an unfinished life, with regrets so deep they would begin to split me apart, like rotted flesh peeling away from bones. A woman with an alternate timeline fading away behind her. A part of herself she ignored. Perhaps there is no deeper wound in a woman's chest than the road not taken, the life that might have been. Like the locket I took when I was a little girl, I would always be out of place, out of time. My pulse desperate to return to the slow, deliberate cadence of the island. Now, here, the dark peels away my thoughts. I lie back and count the stars, the minutes sliding over my skin, and I think about what I've lost. I measure the weight of Clay's words. There was a boat, Ellie. Away off the island, from the beginning. I'm not sure what I should feel. The betrayal is too tangled and hard to pinpoint. Should I hate him? Condemn him? Never want to see him again? Or something else? Love him, because it's all I know, all I want. The night turns cool, a dampness in the air, like it might rain. I sit up, knees to chest, and twist a sapphire ring around my finger. It holds everything. The hours spent in his arms, the storms we survived, the truth he kept from me, the life I lost, and the one I found. I hear the front door open, his bare feet on the path. Everything sharpened somehow, my life made so clear. Out across the sea, the mainland waits for me, a life on hold. He doesn't speak, but I sense him behind me, hesitating, before I feel the softness of something against my shoulders, a blanket he's carried down from the house. You told me once that fate would always bring me back here, I say, not turning to look at him. You said it would always bring me back to this island. To you.
Fuck fate,
he whispers, a bluntness I rarely hear from him.
When the sea took the boat, I thought it meant the island didn't want you to leave. I told myself it was fate, but I've always known it was me. I was careless. I'm the reason you've been stuck here all this time.
I stand up to face him. I could have left before, I answer. When we sought the freighter, I could have started a fire. I could have left when the little boat returned. I could have rowed away and never looked back. But I chose to stay. I swallow. I chose this.
This,
he balks, shaking his head.
This isn't a life, Ellie. Adrift, never knowing when the next storm might take everything from us, even our lives. I should have let you go a long time ago, but I can set it right now. Get you back to shore. At least I know you'll be safe.
No, I answer, blood beating against my eardrums. You took the choice from me once before. You don't get to take it again.
Clay remains silent. He knows I'm right. I slow my thoughts, tilting my head to look up at him. You don't get to decide where I belong. I chose this life because I wanted you more than I wanted anything out there. I point to the ocean, dark and seething. I point to the past, already long gone. You can't keep death from finding me someday, out here or back on the mainland. I reach out, touching a hand to his chest. This man who tears me apart. The wind blowing against our faces, smelling of salt and green. I hate what you did. I hate you for lying to me, I say, nearly choking on the words. I hate that you denied me a way back. Denied me the chance. I see the slightest twitch at his shoulders. But if you had given me the choice, I would have taken it. I would have left, I tell him, knowing that the truth will hurt him. Of what might have been. I would have gone back to something I don't even want. I would have given this up before I realized the island, with you, is where I belong. He stares back at me, and I shift closer until we're only a foot apart. I remember a quote from the Dalai Lama. It was painted on the wall of my neighborhood coffee shop back in Seattle. I used to stare at it, sipping tea, trying to convince myself to let go of the past. There are only 2 days in the year that nothing can be done. One is called yesterday, and the other is called tomorrow. I feel like I could cry, remembering it now. Because I could never have both, the past and the future. I had to sacrifice something. This was a bargain, the truth of it. One had to be abandoned. And I made my choice long ago, when I swam toward the island. You saved me the day you carried me up from the shore. And whatever the reason, fate or free will that brought me back here, I don't care. None of it matters now. Because this... I steady my breathing, feeling the ground beneath me, the night air a shiver against my skin. It's all I've ever wanted. All I want still. Tears slip down to his chin, and I wipe them away with my fingertips. Salt and time. I can see his heartbeat at his throat.
I do not want you to regret this life. Regret being here. With me.
It's always a risk, choosing one life over another, I say. The wind pushes up from the sea, and a memory finds me. A sliver of guilt I've carried for too long. After the hurricane, I begin, when we found the resort. I swam over there one night, alone, without you. His brow furrows.
Why would you?
I wanted to leave something, I say, cutting him off. A note. I didn't think anyone would ever find it, but I needed to. I wanted to leave some proof that we were there, that I was still alive. He doesn't speak, his eyes searching me. But someone did find the note, and it made its way back to Nana. She was able to see that I was still alive. She could finally let go and stop waiting for me.
James told you this?
I nod. I should have told you about the note sooner. I'm sorry. His gaze softens, forgiveness already in his eyes.
You needed to do it, he says. Send a message home.
I shake my head. It was more than that. I needed her to know that I was right where I belonged. That I was with you. He squints at me, not understanding, and I look up at the dark sky, remembering the moment I pressed the pencil to the paper, remembering the words I wrote. I signed the note, Ellie Wells Lockhart. Your name, I say. I wanted her to know that I'd found my home.
that I wasn't coming back, because I had found you. He blinks, tears falling. We stare at each other, breathing the same damp air, looking for something in the other. Atonement, forgiveness. You'd been alone so long before I arrived, I say. It hurts to think of it now. The years he'd spent at sea without another person to touch, to remind him that he was still alive. I understand why you didn't tell me about the boat. I understand why you didn't want me to go. His eyes slide away, focusing on the rocky edge of the island, and I reach for his hand, bringing it to my lips, kissing his palm. He never should have hidden the boat from me, but he tried to make it right. It was the ocean that took the boat away, then brought it back. It wasn't his fault, not entirely. He was guilty of something, but not fully to blame. And I've learned nothing on the island is ever straightforward. It makes its own rules. The past is long gone. No point measuring or weighing what's been lost. What might have been. Time makes no promises. It never has. He hesitates, his whole body rigid beneath my touch. But I slide my hands around his neck and brush my lips over his. This is how we find each other again. How I remind him that being here is not a choice. Not really. Fate brought me back to him, time and again. This thing between us is bigger than any choice. It's bigger than any regret. Clay, I whisper, so softly the word is hardly more than air. My heart rises into my throat. I signed the note, Wells Lockhart, because I promised you I'd stay until the end. And I meant it. I wouldn't trade a single moment of this life. Not even the hardest parts. I stare into the painful blue of his eyes, pleading, needing him to touch me, remember me. And for the first time, the weight of his hands changes. His fingers graze down my arms to my hips. His eyes press into mine. Like he's still unsure. Like he's afraid to hurt me, curse me, condemn me to a life at sea. But with my next exhale, he kisses me. Gently. Soft and sure. He can't deny me, even when he tries. We are built for each other, and the sea will always bring us back. I don't want to lose you, he says against my lips, his voice on the edge of breaking. Then don't let go. He stares down at me, eyes shivering in the cold, only inches between us, 100 years between us, and nothing at all. He slides his fingers along my bottom lip, my chin, counting the seconds, just before his mouth finds me again, kissing away all the guilt, the sin, the regret. He tastes like the sea, like penance for a life I don't deserve. The tall grass licks at my bare feet. The tide breaks against the shore. His mouth pulls me apart while I listen to the rhythm of his inhales that are as steady and familiar to me as my own. And I think, this love is not tame or mild. It's redemptive and terrifying. I will love you until the very end, I whisper against his lips, repeating the words we spoke to each other the night he gave me the ring. He runs his fingers through my hair, a soft, kneading exhale sputtering from his lips, and I know I would do anything for him. I would endure violent oceans and countless lifetimes just to feel one more moment like this with him. Because love like this doesn't exist in the real world. It lives only out here, at the edge of everything, where time bleeds between morning and night, and a single second contains decades, eons. I would give up everything for him all over again, just to feel his hands on me. Because time means nothing to me anymore. It is a riddle that has no end, a fable that wraps itself around me until I forget who I used to be. Rain starts to fall, fat drops sailing down from the cover of clouds, and he takes my hand, pulling me up to the house. His hands are on my spine before we've even crossed the kitchen. A single candle burns from the window above the sink. His mouth searches the soft place below my ear, hungry, desperate, in a way I haven't felt from him in days. He pulls the sweater over my head, drops it to the kitchen floor, lips on my throat, pressing himself against me. And I feel like I might cry. Like I can remember every time I was with James and how it never felt like this. I never craved him, needed him, never felt like I was breaking free of my old skin and becoming something naked and new. Clay's hands are against my thighs, and he lifts me up, placing me atop the kitchen table, where we have eaten in silence when we were still strangers, where we drank whiskey and I felt his eyes on me, where I have listened to his stories told by candlelight. An ache rises in my core, and I need him to show me that he won't ever let go. I need to know that this will always be enough for both of us. He levels himself over me, eyes fixed on mine, like he's thinking of all the ways he might have lost me, all the times when I could have slipped away and never returned, all the nights we would have missed. His lips graze my chin, his fingers at my waist, touching me so delicately that tears break against my eyelids.
Ellie,
he asks, running his fingers across my cheek. But I smile, pulling him down to me and crushing my mouth to his. He pushes the long linen skirt up to my waist, holds me for another moment, breathing, before easing inside me, careful and slow. Like he wants me to remember every second, every exhale, every moment we're together, so I won't forget. But I only want him, over and over, until the end of time. And I hope we never see land again. I stopped tracking the days. I no longer care. It's probably been 5 months, maybe 6, since we last saw the mainland, since I saw James. There is a rhythm and a routine, an ease to each day that becomes as knowable and steady as Clay's heartbeat when he sleeps. The mornings are mild, but the nights are windy. Clay says we're likely somewhere in the middle Atlantic, where it rains nearly every day, but the sun always reveals itself in the afternoon, so we know it hasn't forgotten us. It's spring, early summer in the northern hemisphere, and I'm thankful for the effortlessness of the weeks and months. Some evenings, my mind strays, and I catch myself wondering how many years have passed on the mainland since I last saw James. 8 years, maybe 9. He will be in his 60s now. The night he saw me on the beach, only a distant memory to him. I wonder if he told anyone about that night, or if it wasn't worth stirring up old mysteries. I try not to think of it. I try not to think of how different the world might be now, how unrecognizable. In the evenings, Clay and I sit on the porch together, a quilt folded over my shoulders to keep out the chill. The horizon shivers in hues of honey and orange soda, then turns a strange phosphorescent purple, like a field of lavender touching the surface of the sea. The sunsets have been more vivid, more electric in recent months, peculiar shades I never saw back in Seattle. I remember reading once that as the climate deteriorates, our sunsets will become more breathtaking, spectacular, and unnatural. Toxins in the atmosphere will reflect the setting sun, giving us a vibrant show as the world slowly dies. How poetic and violent. Beauty up until the end. Where would you go if you could go anywhere in the world? I ask, tilting my head back against the wooden chair, watching the world silently crumble in front of me. He raises an eyebrow,
then settles his features, pondering the question.
Greece.
Really?
My father took a trip there when he was young. Said the food was the best he'd ever had.
Well, if we had a sail, we could chart a course. Although, if my geography is correct, we'd have to travel through the Strait of Gibraltar, and I'm not sure what they'd think of an island drifting through the channel. Clay laughs, then nods. Our days and nights pass simply this way. Easy. Too easy. Because the sea always washes things in. And one afternoon, it shows us how terrible it can be. I think it's a strip of land at first. Flat. Featureless. It's not until the third day, as it moves closer, that we know it's not land. It looks like oil slicked across the surface of the sea. It rises and falls with the waves, pulsing, and it's wide, whatever it is, several miles across, a great sweeping darkness that mars the horizon.
I dinna like the looks of it,
Clay says, squinting through the morning mist. Within an hour, it reaches our shores. Not oil, but fish. Thousands of them. All dead. Bloated, eyes swollen, smelling of rot. I cover my nose, stepping back from the shoreline. What the hell? Clay shakes his head, scrambles down the rocks to get a better look, then heads back up to my side.
Can I say what it was? Toxin, maybe? Algae?
Water temperature, I add, thinking of the rising sea temperature reports I would often read. The bleached coral reefs, the dying sea life. Back in Seattle, there was constant talk of the threat to our oceans, of changing coastlines and unpredictable weather patterns, of things getting worse. It's been over 20 years on the mainland since I left. Perhaps worse has finally arrived. What do we do? I ask.
Nothing to be done but wait for it to pass.
We stay indoors, windows closed. And when we do venture out, we tie handkerchiefs across our faces to dull the stench. But it's hardly enough. Even inside, the rot of fish seems to follow us in. I don't think I'll ever be able to eat fish again. My stomach won't tolerate it. It takes 4 days for the endless swath of floating fish to be carried past our island on its way to other shores. I imagine it washing up against the coast of Florida or Newfoundland. Clay walks the shoreline of the island, finding the fish that cling to our shores and tossing them back out into the sea. Inside the house, I throw open every window. I drag out every blanket and bedsheet and linen, scrubbing them in the wash basin just off the front porch, using the last bar of sheep's milk soap. I hang them to dry, hoping the sea air will carry away the last of the smell. We get a week of clean water and clean air. It rains, filling our water supply, washing our shores of the last of the fish guts. I remember a quote I read once. The good news, nothing lasts forever. The bad news, nothing lasts forever. And too soon, I wish I could go back to when the fish clotted our shores. I wish I could live forever in that awful smell. Because at least we were safe. At least I wasn't afraid. We waited too long to harvest the potatoes. They've begun to rot in the ground, and worms burrow through their fleshy centers. Damn it, I mutter, digging my spade into the soil, heaving up another foul batch. We should have been more careful, but as the garden has increased in size, there's more to manage and keep track of.
We'll replant,
Clay reassures me. He's had failed crops before. He's learned that there's no time for regret, for bitterness. But I hate to think of all the wasted hours planting the potatoes, only to lose most of them in the end. I stand up from the soil, fingers coated in dirt. I'll go make us some tea. I need a break from digging, frustration mounting inside me. But before I can start toward the house, my eyes catch on a shiver of movement. I blink, focusing on the lower shoreline. 3 shadows are moving up from the rocky edge of the island. 3 men. My eyes must be lying. A trick of the sea mist. I pinch my eyelids closed, open them again, and the men are closer now, striding toward us. My gaze flicks past them to the ocean. A ship, a good distance off. It's massive. A freighter, maybe. A shipping vessel. I can make out the windows along the hull, the metal railing, and even figures standing at the bow. But the exterior is a cold steel gray, with sharp angular lines. Modern. Well-crafted. It's no freighter. It looks military. "Clay," I hiss. His head lifts, follows my gaze, seeing the men.
"Get inside,"
he whispers, standing up slowly. But it's too late. The men are only a few yards off. Tall, shouldered together. One of them has a gun strapped to his belt. The others, I can't tell for sure. But they don't look particularly threatening. Their gait is easy, eyes swaying across our island, surveying it. Still, my heartbeat slams against my eardrums. The one in the middle lifts a hand over his eyes, shielded from the sun. "Ahoy!" he says. And for some reason, the word makes me wince. It feels odd, out of place. Maybe it's just hearing a stranger's voice after so long. A voice that isn't Clay's. But neither of us respond. The 3 men stop a few paces back from the garden, like tin soldiers moving in unison. The man in the center is clean-shaven, from his face all the way across his scalp, not a stitch of hair present, aside from his blonde eyebrows. He looks like he's in his early 40s, with crisp blue eyes and a sharp jawline. His uniform is black, with 6 gold buttons on the front, gold bands around the sleeves, and a collection of medals at the breast. It feels formal, too formal for visiting an unknown island. But what do I know of naval protocols and attire? "Our apologies for intruding like this, but we tried signaling by radio. Didn't get a response." Clay angles himself in front of me, shoulders back, eyes leveled on the men.
"No radio here."
"Ah, makes sense. You're not really a ship, are you?" the man says. And yet, there is no astonishment in his voice, no trace of disbelief. He takes in the floating island as if he's seen things far stranger, far more unnatural. "I'm Admiral Kochek," he says. "This is First Officer Bosch, and my second, Langston." Bosch, on the left, nods at us, cracks a smile, which is barely visible through his full beard, nearly to his chest. But Langston hardly looks our way. His eyes swing to the house behind us, then down to the greenhouse, scanning, measuring, calculating. He too is masked by a wiry beard, not nearly as long as Bosch's, but still, I thought naval crew weren't allowed to grow facial hair. I thought it was a rule or something. "Are you a U.S. ship?" I ask, my voice cutting through the damp air. The Admiral's eyes swing to me, flattening his eyebrows, mouth puckering slightly. "The USS Kingston," he says. We stare at each other, his blue eyes so piercing they're almost hard to look at. "We only came ashore to—" He shifts his weight, broadening his stance slightly. "Assess what it was we had come across. I have to admit, we've never seen an island adrift before. Although a few of the men said there is an old fable about a floating island, much like this one."
And a man who lived alone on it,
Bosch interjects, his dark eyes swinging to me.
Indeed,
the Admiral adds.
But it seems there are two of you. My wife,
Clay asserts protectively, straightening himself even more, a barrier between me and the men.
Ah, yes. Good for a man to have some company. It can get awful lonely out here by yourself.
I try to read his tone, but my ears are struggling to pick up anything that might be off. Maybe because this whole encounter is off. These men have just walked up onto the island as casually as anything. And maybe my mind is trying to find something strained or deceitful in their voices, but it isn't there. My eyes flick back to the ship in the distance. There is no flag waving from the mast. Only what looks like radio antennas of varying sizes and lengths. I'm almost certain it's a U.S. Navy ship, but it seems odd that there would be nothing identifying it. Unless that's the point. To remain unmarked, covert, and stealthy.
Could we trouble you for something warm to drink?
The Admiral asks.
It was a cold paddle over.
Clay is all muscle and tension beside me, but after a moment he nods.
If a pot of tea will suit you, I think we can spare it.
His voice is tight, stiff, yet perhaps, like me, he can't find anything wrong with these three men. Nothing obvious, anyway. So better to seem agreeable, invite them inside, and soon enough they'll be on their way. The Admiral sits at the kitchen table, casually leaning back in his chair, with Bosch seated beside him. But Langston mills about the kitchen, walking to the back door, touching the cupboards. There's a nosy curiosity about him. I expect the Admiral to tell him to keep his hands to himself, but his attention is on Clay, who sits across from him at the table after I insisted on making the tea.
How long you two been out here?
The Admiral asks. I pause, holding the kettle over the sink. How long? A question not easily answered. But when I look to Clay, he keeps his eyes steady on the two men.
Few years.
The Admiral nods. His wide chest strains against the seams of his coat.
I've seen some peculiar things out on these waters, but this is certainly a first. I didn't notice any sails on the island. How do you navigate?
I pull 4 mugs from the cupboard. Langston walks to the stove, looking down at the kettle as the water begins to steam, as if he's marveling at the kettle itself.
The winds decide for us,
Clay answers, his posture conveying an ease that I know he doesn't feel. His shoulders are drawn back, legs ready to stand, react if needed. The Admiral blows out an exaggerated breath.
Tough way to make a go of it. But I suppose we're all managing the best we can, considering.
This comment sticks in my mind. What does he mean? What does the world beyond our island look like after another decade since we last saw land? Since I saw James? I stepped closer to the table. What year is it? The Admiral lifts his head to me, and I notice Clay's shoulder flick the tiniest amount.
You have been out here a while, eh?
The Admiral asks.
No radio, no calendar, it seems.
Neither Clay nor I respond. The Admiral clears his throat.
Ma'am, it's the year 2062.
The kettle begins to whistle from the stove, and I move toward it, grateful for a reason to pull my eyes from the Admiral's. 2062. I pour the boiling water into each mug, but my hand trembles. The fragrant scent of spearmint leaves rising from the steam. 2062.
You two should be careful,
the Admiral continues as I place the mugs on the kitchen table.
These waters aren't safe this time of year. Traders passing through here would gladly take what you have. Traders?
Clay inquires.
Afraid so.
The Admiral takes a sip of his tea.
Oh, lovely,
he remarks, nodding to me, then continues.
Their ships can be hard to identify. They've captured most of the freighters moving through this area. Smaller vessels, too. They might try to lure you in, pretending to be in distress. Better just to keep on moving if you see another ship, even if they're calling out for help.
Not much we can do one way or another,
Clay answers, touching his mug but not drinking.
Like I said, we aren't able to navigate. Couldn't sail away from danger even if we wanted.
Hearing Clay say this aloud is like a landslide moving slowly over me, clouding my mind with mud. I've never considered this. Our inability to flee danger. I've always worried about where the winds might blow us next, but I never imagined that we might need to escape something. Or someone.
Right.
The Admiral nods, takes another drink. Beside him, Bosch tests his tea with a small sip, like he's checking it for poison. Then he downs the whole thing in one gulp. Langston has moved to the sink, and I hand him a mug. He takes it, but keeps his eyes on me, dark and lidded, with something behind their coolness.
Can you tell us where we are?
Clay asks, resting an elbow on the table.
If we're close to the North Atlantic jet stream.
Bosch smiles, quick and then gone. But the Admiral looks more serious.
You're close. Just north of it. But I suspect, at the pace you're going, you'll end up farther north, past Sarkak.
I frown, watching the men.
Sarkak?
Clay asks. A quiet settles over the kitchen, each of us eyeing the other.
Sarkak Island,
the Admiral clarifies, as if we should understand.
Is that near Greenland?
I ask. Langston, standing a few paces to my left, lets out a full-bellied laugh.
It is, ma'am,
the Admiral confirms, a peculiar light in his eyes.
Sarkak was once called Greenland. They are one and the same.
Clay finally looks at me over his shoulder. The world has changed more than I could have imagined. The renaming of countries doesn't happen easily or without violence, war, and loss of life. An iciness crawls up from my toes, and I suddenly want these men gone.
If you have a map, I'd gladly show you your coordinates,
the Admiral offers. But my body is now vibrating, and Clay must sense my unease because he shakes his head.
Kind of you to offer, but it wouldn't do us much good anyway.
The Admiral nods, finishes his tea.
I could use another cup before we set off.
I look to the kettle. The water's cold, I say, my voice shaking, wishing I could steady it. The Admiral makes a face, looking disappointed as he reaches into his coat pocket and produces a thinly rolled cigarette. He touches it to his lips, and Bosch leans forward, striking a match on something in his hand I didn't notice, then lights the Admiral's cigarette. The earthy, sweet scent of tobacco fills the kitchen. I feel frozen, my legs locked in place, wishing these men would stand up and leave. But Langston takes a step closer to me.
Heat some more,
he directs, tilting his chin down. I swallow, hating the way he's eyeing me, hating the flat shape of his mouth. I want to snap back at him, tell him to get the hell out of my house. But I retrieve the kettle, forcing a smile as I position it under the kitchen faucet, then start to crank the water. Langston steps to within a foot of me, his right eye twitching, his shoulders rounding back. An ache, or sickness maybe. Something is off about his movements. I try to ignore him, try to act as if my heart isn't screaming inside my chest. But then I feel his hand on my arm. I jerk away, taking a step back, but he mirrors me, then reaches out, grabbing me with both hands. I drop the kettle to the floor with a loud crash. Clay is up, chair hitting the floor before my eyes have even swung to him. But Bosch is just as fast, and he's already standing, gun pulled from his belt, pointed at Clay. Clay stops, eyes piercing Bosch. But it's the Admiral who speaks. "It really is a nice place you have here." He taps his index finger against the table, still seated, puffing on his cigarette, as if he hardly noticed the sudden rush of movement. "But it seems wasted on just the two of you. That garden out there could feed a whole ship." Clay's jaw clenches. I flex my arms, trying to pry myself free, but Langston only grips me tighter. "And that wife of yours?" He rocks back in the chair, balancing on the two back legs. "She is a sight for sea-weary eyes."
"If you hurt her, you won't live long enough to regret it."
Clay's tone is blunt, lacking all its usual curve and sway. But the Admiral grins, crushing the lit cigarette onto the table, burning a hole through the wood, then pushes himself up. I realize what I didn't before. His uniform is at least 2 sizes too small. The pant legs stop short at his ankles. The jacket buttons bulge to the point of breaking. This is not his uniform. And these men are not his officers. Maybe they boarded the U.S. naval ship and took control. Or maybe it was a mutiny. They killed off the real admiral, or captain, and gave themselves whatever title they chose. Either way, they aren't here to warn us of the dangers out at sea. They are the danger. Langston pushes me up against the kitchen counter, and I let out a faint squeak. Clay's eyes flinch to me, and I can see all the fury in them, the need to protect me. But there's 3 of them, and only 1 of him. "Let's go outside. Have a chat about what to do next." The Admiral, or simply Kochek, suggests, blonde eyebrows sloped down, looking docile, relaxed. "A man like you could be useful. You're strong, knowledgeable. We'd be lucky to have you." He moves toward Clay, clapping him on the shoulder, but Clay shoves him off. Bosch reacts, pressing the gun to Clay's temple. "Easy, easy," Kochek says to Bosch. "Let's get some fresh air. Talk this through." Bosch nods at Clay to move, and Clay takes a half step toward the doorway. At the same moment, Langston flicks his eyes to me, dark, serpent-like, and he lowers his hands to my stomach, inching beneath my shirt to feel my skin. "Don't fucking touch me!" I bark, trying to push him back, but he thrusts his full weight against me, holding me in place. Clay turns, starts moving toward me, fire in his eyes. But Bosch steps in front of him, gun turned slightly in his hand, a smile in his eyes. Like he's daring Clay to take another step, to give him a reason to squeeze the trigger. Clay stops. "He's just feeling a little protective," Kochek explains, as if he were giving a lecture on male behavior. "He's had a wife all to himself. But just like the sea, things can change quickly. I, myself, never had a wife," he adds, the side of his mouth twitching. "I think I might enjoy it." He grins at me, and my stomach turns. Langston makes a sound from the back of his throat, guttural, pleased, and his hand slides up my stomach. I clench my teeth and close my eyes. Whatever is about to happen, I will fight back, no matter what. But when my eyes flip open, finding Clay, there is something in him, an intensity I've never seen before. Langston lays his mouth against my throat, kissing up to my ear. I am numb. All I can see is Clay. And I know he isn't going to let this happen. We'll both die first. I breathe in, and everything stutters into slow motion. Clay lunges, but not toward me. He dives through the open doorway into the living room. I know what he's doing, where he's going. Bosch is so stunned he doesn't fire his gun. He flinches, then ducks behind the wall, as if he senses what's coming. I hear the closet door open, slamming back against the wall, the one below the stairs. I hear the ammunition hitting the wood floor, spilling from the small box, and the rapid click of the rifle being loaded. "Shit," Bosch sputters, his chest rising. Kochek hasn't moved. He looks defiant, a statue refusing to flinch. "Kill him," he commands Bosch, and Bosch, obeying, inches his body forward, peering around the doorway into the living room. But that's all it takes. The sound echoes through the house, the first shot piercing Bosch in the shoulder. He staggers, points his gun through the doorway to fire back, but the second shot explodes, knocking him dead center in the chest. He falls back, like a tree tipping up from the roots, and his back hits the floor, an arm taking one of the kitchen chairs with him. I let out a small cry, startled. But in an instant, Kochek reaches for the handgun at his own waist and takes a step back, ready to fire as soon as Clay appears in the doorway. Langston wraps his arms around me, yanking me to the back door. I scream, clawing at his arm, but it doesn't slow him down. He fumbles for the doorknob, panicked, but manages to get it open, pulling me down the wooden steps. I hear Clay shout my name from inside, but Langston keeps going, dragging me toward the shore. I yank an arm free, swinging it up to Langston's face, but he grabs my wrist, contorting it back so hard I think it's going to break. "Bitch," he barks, squeezing his elbow around my throat and dragging me away from the house, my feet making lines through the dirt.
"When we get you back to the ship, you'll behave."
The words are spit through clenched teeth, and my mind reels forward, knowing I can't let him take me onto the boat. If I leave the island, that will be the end. There'll be no escape. "Clay!" I shout, wanting him to know that I'm no longer inside. But Langston grabs my face. "Shut up!" he hisses, then resumes pulling me toward shore. Several seconds pass, the island quiet, the house quiet, not a sound. I can't breathe, can't think. Everything is happening too fast. We're halfway to the shore when the gunshot pierces the air. And then the sound of two men fighting from inside the house, struggling. Tears blur my vision. I need to get back inside. I need to help him.
"Looks like I might be the new admiral,"
Langston hisses in my ear. "Fuck you!" He laughs, then yanks a wad of my hair. I cry out, but we've reached the rocks, and I can see a small boat resting on the shore below, a motor at the back. Shit. If he forces me off the island, I'll jump into the sea. I'll drown first. Another gunshot rings through the air. And then silence. Langston pauses, listening. But there's no sound, no footsteps, no breathing.
"Looks like we're both free," he says against my ear. "And you might be in need of a new husband."
No. The word is gravel against my lips, but tears slide down my cheeks. He resumes dragging me, picking his way down the slick rocks. I want to fight. I want to scream, but the only thing I can feel is the pressure in my chest and the damp sting of tears spilling from my chin. No, no, no. If Clay is dead, then there's nothing left. My body goes limp, the sky gray and dismal, heavy with rain. But the pain expands in my chest, my mind closing in on itself, shutting down, giving up. We reach the bottom of the rocks, and he shoves me into the boat. I hit hard, the air knocked from my lungs. I gasp, trying to breathe, but everything is spinning. He pushes the boat free from the rocks, and I can feel that we're now floating. He climbs in, steps over me to sit beside the motor.
Stay down,
he barks. I blink, feeling so hollowed out, I'm certain I'm no longer awake. But I manage to lift my head, reach an arm up. I'm going to pull myself over the side, slip into the Atlantic, and let the water take me. I won't fight it. I will open my mouth and drink down the sea. I feel the cold water against my fingertips. I'm about to angle my body over the side when his hand is on my head, forcing me back down. But this time he's over top of me, and the boat has drifted a good several yards away from the island.
Maybe I'll make you my wife right now,
he growls, baring his awful teeth. I want to spit in his face. I want to tell him to fuck off. But I'm thinking only of Clay, of his body lying on the kitchen floor, blood spilling out from a bullet hole. My eyes slide away from the man pinning me down, to the shoreline, to the rocks, to the grass bending in the evening breeze. Quiet and serene. Deceiving. Langston touches my thigh, his face close to mine, breathing hot against my cheek. But I stare at the island. Whatever happens next, I want it to be the last thing I see, the last thing I remember. To hold in the center of my chest, where no one can take it from me. But my eyes are blurred by tears. I see something that isn't there. A ghost, standing above the rocks, silhouetted by the evening sun. A man with a gun in his hand. The name leaves my lips. Clay. Langston freezes over me, turns his head to follow my gaze. He squints, unsure, and the ghost raises his gun, pulling the trigger. Blood drips onto my face, my throat, my chest, warm and awful. Langston gulps, gargles, splutters from his terrible lips. His eyes swing upward toward the sky, wide and white and stunned, before slumping down over me, heavy and lifeless. My mouth trembles, hands pushing against his weight, managing to roll him off me onto the bottom of the boat with a thud. My fingers grab, reach, trying to find the edge of the boat. I pull myself up, coughing, spitting blood from my mouth into the water. The ghost wades out into the sea, swimming until he reaches me. He folds his hands around me, touching my face, muttering something, then pulls me into the water with him. He breathes, and he seems real, impossibly real. He's pulling me back to shore. But there is so much blood in the water, swirling around us, not mine, not Langston's, but the ghost's. He's bleeding, because he's not dead. Clay is alive, bleeding out, dragging me up onto the rocky shore, where he collapses beside me. I suck in a breath, then another, turning on my side to run my fingers across his chest. The bullet went into his stomach, just below his ribs. I press my palm to the wound, and my lips to his mouth. Because he's alive. But for how long? I could cry. I could scream. My eyes turn back to the sea, where the boat drifts farther from the shore, carried on an unseen tide. A corpse resting inside. We have to get inside, I say, biting down on the panic. Clay manages, but I can see his skin is turning a terrible shade of white. I help him up, and together we stagger toward the house. A line of blood runs through the grass, marking the path he took from the back door down to the shore. Up the steps, into the house, we leave more blood in our wake. Through the kitchen, we pass two bodies lying on the floor, lifeless. The cigarette still smolders, leaving a black, charred mark in the table.
Bofen,
he mumbles, and I catch his meaning. It's an awful sight, enough to make my stomach turn. We stumble into the living room, and Clay grunts as I ease him down to the couch, a hand to his wound. I run up the stairs, 2 at a time, banging into the bathroom, where I grab fresh towels and the glass bottle of white alcohol that sat unused since I mended his cut hand. Clay lets out a moan as I douse the bright red hole in his stomach with alcohol. I do it quickly, panicked, then tear away his shirt to expose his whole torso. I feel around to his back, searching for an exit hole, but don't find one. The bullet is still inside him. But I have no idea if I should go into his flesh and try to pull it out, or if I'll do more damage. I slosh more alcohol onto the wound. It turns the blood watery, spills it onto the couch, staining everything. I have to stitch it up, I say. He nods, our eyes boring into each other. Neither of us expected this. A bloody end to those men striding up our shoreline. But there are more things to fear than Clay bleeding out. I think of the small boat set adrift, of the gunshots ringing out across the sea. How long before others from the hijacked ship decide they need to come ashore, see what's happened to their admiral, who is now lying face down on our kitchen floor, soaked in his own blood? I grab the small sewing kit from the side table, where I use it most evenings, stitching and mending, keeping the fabric of our life held together. I kneel down in front of Clay, taking a deep breath. This isn't like sewing up his hand. This is bloodier, deeper. This wound could kill him. I break off a length of gray thread, then hold the needle up. But my hands are shaking so bad I can't thread it through. Tears smear my vision, and Clay reaches out, touching my hand with his.
You can do this.
I swallow, refocus my eyes, then slip the thread through the needle on my first try. I squint down at the bullet hole. Okay, I say, more to myself than to him. But when I look to Clay, his jaw clenched, he mutters,
Whiskey.
I nod, then rush into the kitchen, eyes flicking at the 2 dead men, before throwing open the cupboard and grabbing the half-empty bottle of whiskey. Clay sloshes back nearly all of it, his hands around the neck of the bottle, then tilts his head back against the couch, nodding at me. Carefully this time, I pour a small amount of the white alcohol onto the hole and smear away the blood with a cloth. I take a deep breath, steady my hand, and push the needle through his skin. He winces but doesn't make a sound. My eyes lift to see if he wants me to stop, but he's facing the ceiling, breathing slow. I need to finish this quick while he can still bear it. I pull the gray thread all the way through, pinching the flesh together, then puncture the needle into the skin once again. I make smaller holes, smaller wounds, to heal the larger one. I stitch it cleanly, at last tying the thread in a knot, before breaking the remainder of it with my teeth. I sink back onto the floor, the needle still in my hand. Dizzy, exhausted. Clay peers down at the closed wound. We have to keep it clean, I say. If it gets infected, I let the words dissolve. Because if it gets infected, I know what will happen. Out here, without a hospital or antibiotics, he won't survive. Clay's eyes flick to the kitchen, the legs of Bosch just visible through the doorway. I'll deal with it, I say. Clay shakes his head, flexes his muscles like he's trying to stand, but I quickly push myself from the floor and place a hand on his shoulder. I don't know how well those stitches will hold. That thread isn't meant for sutures. I can see he wants to argue, jaw tense. And we don't know how bad the damage is, I tell him, releasing my hand from his shoulder. If you don't let your body heal, This could get a lot worse, fast. And if you die, I'll be alone. So you stay put and try to live." He grabs my hand, pulls me to him, and kisses me. We're both still soaked, and I know I need to start a fire, keep hypothermia at bay. But I have to deal with the bodies first. I can't leave them in the kitchen any longer. I prop open the back door with a metal bucket I use for collecting eggs, and rain blows onto the kitchen floor. Bosch is a thin man, bony and angular, and I'm able to drag him easily enough, pulling him out the door, then down the steps, leaving him in the dirt. But Kochek is heavier, more awkward. His forearms are wide, and it's hard to get a good grip. I drop him several times before I get him out the door, his leaden body thudding down the steps to the ground. His head slumps to the side, and I can see the blood clotting his hair, the blackened wound at the back of his skull. He and Clay fought, and it may have been the bullet in his upper chest that killed him, or the trauma to his skull. What Clay did, battling this man face to face, watching him die, will surely haunt him, even if he did it to save us. One at a time, I drag them down the path, leaving bloody scars in the dirt, the heels of their boots digging in and making trenches. At the rocks, I push them over the slope and let their weight tumble down to the waterline. It's an awful sight, and I cringe, watching the flapping of their limbs. At the water, I shove their bloating bodies into the shallows, but they are pushed right back onto the rocky beach, just like the thousands of dead fish that dotted our shores. So I wade into the water until I'm up to my chest, then set them out onto the waves. This time the current catches them, and they are carried like driftwood out to sea. More mercy than they deserve. I stand for a minute, watching them, making sure. And in the distance, the ship is still perched on the horizon. I can make out several men along the stern, and I think they're looking back at me. If they have binoculars, they can surely see the bodies I've just given to the ocean. The rowboat drifting just off our shore, another body inside. They will know something terrible has happened. A crime has been committed on the island. But they have no idea how many people are on our island or what happened. We could be the villain in this story, an island of murderers. A dozen of us, bloodthirsty, willing to kill to protect what's ours. The rain pauses briefly. The air stills. I tilt my eyes to the sky, and the wind changes direction, begins blowing from the steep side of the island. When I drop my gaze, I watch several of the men disappear into a doorway, vanishing inside. I wait for another small rowboat to be lowered from the side of the ship. More men to come. And if they do, I will sprint up to the house. I will warn Clay. He's injured, can barely stand, but I know he won't let them take me, no matter what. I watch, and I hold my breath. More men appear at the side of the ship. I think I see one of them pointing to the island. My heart races, preparing myself, ready to run. But a moment later, the ship begins to turn, slowly, with effort. The bow swivels, pointing toward the setting sun, and the vessel begins making its way west, away from the island. Air sputters from my lips, and I almost sink down into the water, a wave of relief and exhaustion pouring through me. Maybe they didn't think it was worth the risk, sending more men our way. They've already lost 3. I wonder who they really were, if they had once been a naval crew, or if they are the traitors that Kochek warned about. Marauders, pirates, thieving anything they can find. I wade back to shore, feeling numb from the icy water, feeling like I might cry. But when the ship is just a speck on the horizon, and I'm certain it won't return, I stagger back up the hill to the house. Clay is barely awake on the couch, head tipped back. But when I step through the door, his hand goes to the wound, and he jerks upright. "They're leaving," I tell him, dropping to my knees in front of him, pressing my forehead to his legs. I hear him breathe. I feel the tears pushing against my eyes. He touches my cheek, slides his fingers through my hair, and I sit up, leaning forward to sink my lips against his.
"I love you,"
he whispers. But I don't have any words. All I have left are tears. Chapter 15. My mind feels like the wreckage after a highway pileup. All that twisted metal and those tiny shards of glass, left for someone else to sweep up. Clay stays in bed for 3 weeks, unable to move more than a few steps at a time. I bring him soup and ginger broth. I tend the garden, gather eggs from the henhouse. But the weather worsens. Snow falls from the sky, and the garden freezes in place. Even the greenhouse becomes too cold to keep any of the crops alive. "It's getting dangerous," I tell him in the evening, lying beside him, my skin pressed to his to keep warm. In the first couple weeks, he was feverish each night, sweating through the sheets. I welcomed his warmth. For days I thought he would die, the fever a sign of infection. But I made him drink water, wiped the sweat from his forehead and chest, and after the 12th day, the fever broke, and he slept all night without waking. He's growing stronger now, the wound healing, but he still struggles to stand, and he sleeps more than he's awake. "It's too cold outside," I continue. "I worry about the chickens, if they can survive this." Clay strokes my hair, a habit each night that I've grown used to as I drift into sleep. "We should bring them inside. The cellar, maybe." His hand slows at my nape, and I move closer to him, my arm folded over his chest, careful to avoid all the places where I know he's sore.
"It's just as dangerous for you, going out in that wind. It's well below freezing."
"Maybe the tide will change, and the wind will blow us south."
"Aye, maybe."
I fall asleep with my head against his chest, listening to the sound of his lungs, a sound that feels like alchemy to me now, like hope, because for too many days I listened and worried it might stop, worried I'd hear the last exhale leave his lips. Icebergs. I've seen them in photographs, in documentaries of polar bears carving out a stark existence on their surface. I never gave them much thought, a landscape I'd surely never see in person. When the first one comes into view through the kitchen window, I feel an odd sense of calm. I push out through the back door, hands in the pockets of my wool pants, the cold gusting straight through my sweater. The iceberg is small, the size of an SUV. It bobs past us, missing our rocky shoreline, then slowly drifts toward the horizon. I watch it, my breathing shallow in the cold, wondering what waits for us at the end of this current, when the wind finally stops pushing us north. We haven't seen another ship since the USS Kingston. No hint of land. This iceberg is the first. I turn back for the house and catch movement above. At a second-story window, Clay is leaning against the window frame, watching the iceberg sail away. He can stand on his own now, with the use of a cane, which is just a piece of driftwood that was once a tree branch washed ashore after the hurricane. He notices me, smiles softly, his beard growing out. A feeling spills through me,
Fear, maybe. Uncertainty. Almost like a premonition, but without any clarity. I touch the 2 shells around my neck. The past is an uncertain number of years behind us. The future unknowable. We defy time by living out here. We scorn the gods. But someday, maybe, they will come for us.
It's too cold,
he argues. You're complaining more than you did after you were shot. He makes a sound of protest, looks at me, eyebrows raised. I refuse to kiss that face unless you shave. His expression changes, lightens, and I love when his eyes shiver slightly, like there is a light source inside him, a flicker of shyness, of thoughts he would never say aloud. But it's enough to convince him, and he limps through the front door, leaning heavily on the cane, then slumps into the chair I've placed on the front porch. I fold a towel gently around his neck, a pot of warm water waiting on the other chair. I've missed the tenderness of these moments, a feeling that's difficult to describe. I slide the razor down his jawline, following the known landscape of his face.
Remember the first time you shaved my beard?
He asks. I smile, angling the razor over his chin. I thought I might cut you.
I thought I might kiss you.
I wish you had. I rinse the razor, shifting to the other side of his face. He tilts his chin up to me, and his blue eyes are so beautiful they're painful. I would do anything for him. I would let the world burn around us. His hand finds my leg, as if he's holding me steady, and my fingers slide from his temple to his throat, tiny hairs splintering off, dusting the porch. I only want this. An endless dusk, the sun waiting against the sea, but never quite touching it. Night never folding itself over us. For the rest of time.
I love you, you know,
he says, the words not hidden by even a hint of Scottish lilt.
You remind me of the sea. You smell like the softest wind, like this island, like you were always meant for this place.
I bend down, running my fingers across the smooth surface of his face, letting my thumb brush his lips. My husband, the only man I've ever truly loved. His hand scrapes around the back of my neck, easing me to him, where he kisses me so delicately, I want to dissolve in his hands. His other hand presses against my hip, easing under my sweater. We haven't touched like this since those men came ashore. Almost a month. I pause against his lips. You're still healing, I whisper.
And I need you to put me back together.
My mouth hitches into a smile, and I kiss him again. I leave the razor and the bowl of water on the front porch, where they will be forgotten, where the water will freeze solid overnight. And I follow Clay into the house, his pace slow with the cane, limping each step. He eases down onto the couch, letting the cane fall to the floor. I peel away his clothes, careful and slow. Then I shrug out of mine. For a moment, we look at each other, our bodies bare, the wind whistling against the house, the light darkening from the sky. 2 people lost at sea, but found again. He pulls me to him. I ease myself over him, careful of the wound at his lowest rib, mostly healed, but the scar is still pink and waxy. A bullet somewhere inside. Tell me if it hurts, I say.
It won't.
I lift an eyebrow, but he presses his mouth to my throat, the place where that man, Langston, ran his own lips up to my ear. But I push the memory away, because Clay is making new patterns of my flesh, erasing old scars with every exhale, with a feeling of him inside me. my palms against his chest. I let myself cry. He wipes the tears from my cheek. He kisses them away, and we find a rhythm that not even time can touch.
Ellie,
he whispers at the end, the texture of his voice honeyed, rich and thick against my ear, as his body, his torso, tenses against mine. And when I let out my last breath, sweat pricking my temple, I sink into his arms, our flesh pressed to each other, and we sleep like this, in the living room, with the cold always looking for a way in. The sound cracks through the walls of the house, a long, chattering moan like bending metal. I lift my head from Clay's chest, looking to the front door. The sound comes again, grinding, crunching, then falls quiet.
Wait here,
he says, reaching for the cane and pushing himself up from the couch, still naked. The memory of those men is still too recent, the fear we both share, and he grabs the rifle, waiting beside the front door, as he steps out into the morning light. But I don't do as he says. I walk to the doorway, the quilt folded over my shoulders, looking past him. Out beyond the edges of the island, the sea is gone. The blackish blue horizon, the churning waves that had been our constant view for months, has been replaced by something else. White. The ocean has been iced over, solid and endless. Clay scans the horizon, the rifle at his side.
This is the farthest north I've ever been.
The wind has stopped blowing, and I lift a hand over my eyes, finding it hard to focus. The endless landscape of snow and ice is blinding. Clay leaves the rifle on the porch, and we descend the steps, circling the house. It's the same in every direction. Past the hen house, we can just make out a sliver of black in the distance, several miles behind us, where the sea is still liquid. But the wind, or the tide, has blown us into a field of frozen water, icebergs rising up in every direction. We're stuck. A bird wings through the sky. It looks like a blackbird, but larger. A raven, perhaps. What the hell is that doing way out here?
Trying to survive,
Clay answers, and I can't tell if he's making a joke. It's been a week since the island became lodged against an Arctic sheet of ice. The garden is frozen, the chickens are happily housed in the cellar, and we spend our days inside, hoping for wind, for a change in the weather, for the ice to let us go. Maybe there's land somewhere out there, I suggest, watching the bird rise higher before wheeling out past the house and across the ice.
Could be.
Maybe, I begin, but Clay shoots me a look. He knows what I'm thinking. We've already discussed it and decided the risk of leaving the island is too great. We don't know how safe, how solid the ice would be. We don't know how far we might need to walk before we find something. And once we lose sight of the island, the farmhouse, it might be impossible to find it again in a landscape this featureless. But seeing the bird makes me wonder if there's something just beyond the horizon. An outpost, a small Arctic town, a coffee shop. It's been decades on the mainland, and in that time, perhaps this remote part of the world is more inhabited. Perhaps a hotel and a town wait for us over the next iceberg. But we stay inside, shivering, using up the last of our firewood to heat the house, and eating what's left of our preserves from the cellar. Eventually, we'll need to start burning parts of the farmhouse, window frames and doors and furniture. We'll either freeze or starve. Clay's strength has been returning, but now the cold seems to be making him worse. He's reluctant to rise from bed in the morning, and when he does, he is slow, moving painfully through the house.
After what happened, Clay adds, I prefer to remain away from civilization. The world isn't what we remember of it, Ellie.
If we stay, we might die.
I think I prefer death.
We rarely leave our room. Our bed is warm. It's survival. So we remain beneath the blankets most days, only rising to eat, to pee outside in the cold. Clay's wound is healing. The stitched hole from the bullet is no longer inflamed, his flesh woven itself back together. And yet he still seems weak. The lack of food, the constant cold, it weighs on him. I can survive on fewer calories, but I can tell his body is wasting away, losing muscle each day. I lie awake at night and think about time, an intangible resource, a thing we lose little by little. The Greeks had 2 words for time, chronos and kairos. The first represents our measurement of time, the chronological order, like a ticking clock, linear and predictable. But kairos is more mercurial, that indescribable moment when all things come together in perfect unison, the right place at the right time, when it feels as if the universe has orchestrated your life into absolute harmony. But which is correct? Which truly governs our existence? Perhaps time is nothing more than a system of beliefs, a perception, a way to make sense of our surroundings, to measure and calculate and create order. But out here, without a clock or calendar to mark the hours, maybe we are bound by no edicts or natural laws. We are free. I find a copy of The Old Man and the Sea by Hemingway on one of the dusty shelves in the living room, and I read to Clay each morning while we lie curled in bed. Then I wrap myself in one of the quilts, my feet in 2 layers of socks, and plod down to the kitchen to make tea. I bring 2 steaming cups back upstairs, crawl into bed, and we sip them with blankets pulled to our chests. He tells me old Scottish fables, stories that were read to him as a young boy. Maybe you'll see it again someday, I say. Maybe the island will carry us back, and I will finally see your home, your Scotland.
Maybe.
He agrees. Time is our perpetual partner, intimate and ceaseless. Some days it bends around us easily, hours passing without much notice. But other days, the minutes gnaw and bite at us, a reminder that we've been here too long. Too many weeks have passed, and eventually time will run out. The sun will not rise, our eyes will not open, and we will be a memory recalled by no one. You should try to stand, I urge, but he closes his eyes, looking so weak I worry he won't open them again. Clay, please. I slide my arm around his torso, still broad and muscled, even after so long without a real meal. And reluctantly, he bends forward, sliding his legs to the floor. I place the cane into his hand, and he shifts his weight heavily onto it. With effort, he stands, and I guide him to the bedroom door. He limps across the hall, and I push open the bathroom door. He angles himself in the doorway, seeing the bath of warm water.
You didn't have to do this.
I thought you could use a little warmth. It took some time, hauling the buckets of water up from the kitchen to the bath, twice as long as it usually takes Clay to fill the tub. But after adding a few sprigs of dried lavender, left over from the jar Alice kept in the cupboard, the entire bathroom smells so delicate and beautiful that I could cry. I help Clay to undress, and he grips the edge of the bath, easing himself down into the water, gritting his teeth. If the tub was large enough, I'd happily sink into the water with him, but instead, I leave him alone while I plod down to the kitchen to find something for dinner. Our choices are limited. On the counter sit 5 mason jars of stewed tomatoes, which we've eaten so much of that it makes me sick just looking at them. A a large jar of pickled cauliflower and cabbage, and one last jar of red beans. I'd been saving them, the last of our protein, aside from the few eggs our chickens have been laying. But they too have been affected by the constant cold and limited food. Soon we'll have to decide if they're better off on our plates instead of waiting for the rare egg. Once it comes to that, I know we'll be nearing the end. It will likely be our final meal. Tonight we will spare the chickens, and I decide to open the jar of beans. After a warm bath, they will feel like a delicacy. I twist off the lid, about to pour it into the cast iron pot, when the glass jar slips between my fingers, shattering across the floor. My lungs release a breath, gaping down at the mess of broken glass mixed with cold beans, in shock, when my mind finally catches up, realizing what's happening. The whole house is vibrating, windows shaking in their frames, glasses above the sink rattling, and I reach for the counter for balance. My thoughts are slow to understand. The lack of calories has dulled my synapses. But when I look to the window, I see the ice shifting. The vibration pauses, then starts again, the walls of the house thundering up from the foundation. I stagger to the back door, yanking it open. I need to see, to be sure. The house is moving. I race up the stairs to Clay. Fissures begin cracking open in the landscape of endless white. Perhaps spring has arrived. The temperature is warming just enough to set us free. Or maybe the current has shifted, the ice breaking apart, only to knit itself back together again. But we can feel the house and the island settling back into the water, floating, no longer locked in place. And by the end of the next day, we're moving steadily through the swath of fractured icebergs. The following morning, we can see the edge, the end of the trapped ice, and we drift out into the open Black Sea. Clay leaves the cane beside the bed. He uses it less and less, and one morning, he places it against the wall and never touches it again. The limp remains, though, and sometimes he winces when walking up the stairs, reaching for the wall for balance. He thinks I don't see. It's been 3 weeks since we left the ice. The days grow milder, and then the rain comes. Light and drizzly at first, a few drops against the soil, but it soon turns into a daily downpour. We could replant the garden, start again, I say, bringing the spoon to my mouth to sip the seaweed stew I made for breakfast, the only edible thing we've had in days. Clay shakes his head. We planted all the seeds we had, then lost the crop in the cold, without a harvest. There's nothing left. He looks at me, and I can see the regret, the guilt, as if this is all somehow his fault. The men who raided our island, the winds that pushed us north into the ice. He feels responsible. We still have the chickens, I remind him, tucked safely away in the warmth of the cellar. We can move them back outside. Maybe they'll start laying eggs again. He nods, then stands, moving slowly to the sink with his empty bowl, his leg hitching with each step. It hurts to see him like this. The afternoons grow warmer, rain sheeting over the island each evening. Along the shore, grass pokes above the soil, bright and green, returning. I watch the garden, hoping a cabbage or potato sprout will push to the surface, seeking sunlight. But it remains a muddy wasteland, where nothing grows. Clay perches himself on a smooth rock at the shore, casting his fishing line out into the sea. For 2 days, he catches nothing. We return the chickens to their coop, and each morning we let them out to wander the island, pecking at the soil for insects and stray seeds. But still, they refuse to lay eggs.
Too traumatized, perhaps. Too stubborn. Please, I begged them, my hand feeling along their coop boxes for a tiny, precious egg, but finding them empty for the third day in a row. I can feel myself growing hollow and frail, my movements slow, my mind clouded. We can't survive on seaweed alone. But if we take the life of our chickens, it will be our final dinner. They are more valuable to us alive in the long run. But if they don't lay eggs, if Clay doesn't haul in a fish from the shore, then we will have to decide. We have escaped the ice, but we are slowly starving. At night, I feel the delicate pressure of Clay's fingers tracing the valleys of my tired body, brushing his lips along my freckled skin, reassuring me. He whispers against my flesh that we'll be okay. And I believe him. I need to. But there's something in the air. The wind across the sea feels strained, tensed, like it's bracing for something. A certainty I can't pinpoint. A scent, maybe, like smoke. Far away and diluted.
You've been watching the sea?
Clay says to me, coming up behind me to fold his hands around my waist. I'm standing on the pebbled shore, my pants rolled up, letting the cold waves slide over my ankles. I don't know what it is, I tell him. It's just a feeling. The air smells odd. Unnatural. He releases his hands from my waist.
The wind knows things before we do.
It feels like it's always out there, waiting for us. His eyebrows pinch together.
What is?
The next awful thing. Something trying to kill us. I can see the solemn reminder in his eyes, the pain he still feels in his scarred flesh, and he twines his fingers through mine, turning his gaze back to the sea. They arrive like a parade. Boats in the distance. Panic swells inside me. Hundreds of them, mostly sailboats, and I know this can't be good. My fingers press against the window pane, my breath steaming the glass.
Some of them are burning,
Clay says. I notice the thin trails of smoke rising up from several of the ships. Why would they be burning? We stay inside, the rifle beside the front door. The 2 handguns, left behind by the men who we killed, rest on the kitchen counter, loaded. But we know, if the people on those boats come ashore, we will be outnumbered. We will be at their mercy. We wait for the sun to set before we step outside, walking down to the shore, scanning the ships. Most are dark, not even a hint of light. But a few glow with the unmistakable shroud of fire, fuel or wood hulls burning. We are quiet, listening, but there is no sound. No voices. Nothing in the dark.
I think they're abandoned,
Clay says.
Some are tipped on their sides, slowly sinking.
It doesn't make sense. Why would a few hundred ships be abandoned? I don't like it, I reply.
Hey.
It takes 2 days for the ships to drift by us, the silence of them eerie, like forgotten relics. But on the 3rd day, when most have slipped beyond the horizon, one bumps up against our far shore. A white catamaran, its pale blue sail flapping from the mast, torn like shreds of paper, with a rope whipping wildly around it. This side of the island is rocky and steep, the shore below nearly impossible to reach, but Clay strips off his shirt, stepping out of his pants, then kisses me on the lips.
I'll be right back.
Wait! He stops, turns around.
There might be food,
he answers, seeing the fear in my eyes.
And we need more firewood.
He winks at me, as if it were no big deal. as if death weren't always clawing at our door.
I'll be careful, promise.
It's been days, and we haven't seen anyone on the other ships. Maybe they're truly empty. I nod, crack an encouraging smile, and watch him scramble down the rocks, his body favoring his right side, legs stiff, but his strong arms propelling him forward until he reaches the water. The catamaran is heaving up over the rocks with each swell, and Clay has to time the waves, waiting for them to recede before he leaps onto the side of the boat, winces, then climbs over a metal wire that serves as a railing along the outer perimeter of the boat. He touches his side with his palm, the place where the bullet is still lodged, then waves back at me so I know he's safe, before striding toward the rear of the craft. I've never been aboard a catamaran, but I've seen them in photographs, movies, and this one looks different. The angle is sleeker, shaped to a narrow point at the front, streamlined and unfamiliar, a reminder of all the years of innovation that have passed in the real world since I left. At the back of the boat, Clay walks past the large wheel, then glances up at me one last time before stepping into a doorway into the interior of the boat, and I lose sight of him. If there's anyone inside, they will think he's an intruder, a thief, and I don't know how strong he'd be in a fight. He's hardly eaten in days, his wounds still aching. My gaze flicks to the slope below, calculating if I could make the climb. But the rocks are slick and oversized, much too big for me to navigate on my own. If I fell, scraped open a knee, or worse, broke a bone, I'd be creating more problems where currently there are none. So I stay put. "Clay!" I call when too much time has passed, but I doubt he can hear me over the wind and the pummeling waves. At last, he appears at the opening into the boat. In his arms, he's carrying something, and he tosses it unceremoniously over the side onto the rocks. I squint. It's a chair, a wooden folding chair. A moment later, he emerges with two more, and then another, 4 in total, lying in a heap on the rocks. He disappears into the ship again, this time emerging with an armload of books, and something I can't make out. The sound rises up with the wind, the ship scraping back violently against the rocks. It's being pulled out to sea once again. Clay hears it too, likely feels it, and he scrambles over the side of the boat, dropping several books into the water, but manages to keep a hold of most of them. I watch as he climbs back up the rocks, and when he reaches me, he drops the books and a burlap bag at my feet.
"They'll be good for burning,"
he says. "We can't burn these," I reply, kneeling down to touch the spines of each book.
"It gets cold enough, or there's no fire to make your morning tea. I suspect you'll be begging me to burn them."
I shoot him a look, but he only smiles back before turning to scramble down the rocks to retrieve the chairs. I reach for the bag, pulling it open. Inside, I find rice, translucent, a good half-pound of it. I let out a breath, relieved. It's enough to last us a few days. I sort through the books, but none of them are titles or authors I recognize. Most are nonfiction, books on sailing and navigation. Clay emerges from the rocks, dropping 2 of the wooden chairs onto the grass, breathing heavy, wiping at his forehead.
"Find anything worth reading?" he asks. "Or should we sacrifice them to the stove?"
"I don't know," I answer, distracted, when I see the corner of something sticking out from one of the books. I shimmy it free, and I know instantly what it is. I unfold its creased corners, spreading the map open on my lap. It depicts the whole world, and everything I once knew is broken.
We lay the map flat across the kitchen table. It's an odd discovery. In my time, paper maps had become nearly obsolete. The use of cell phones and GPS was ubiquitous. But this map reveals an unfamiliar landscape, alien and unsettling. The continents are like no place I've ever stood before.
The sea has taken the land,
Clay comments, leaning over the map, a palm resting at the corner. It's nearly all ocean.
Aye, and a lot of it.
None of the features look familiar. There is no remnant, no shape that mimics what I remember from geography class. It's been broken apart into smaller, scattered fragments of land. Only a handful of larger landmasses remain, while the rest aren't much larger than my thumb against the map. It's a world made of islands. The handwritten names of each atoll are unfamiliar, yet echo some faint memory of their former identity. Where Europe once stretched from the Atlantic to the North Sea, scattered clots of land are now marked Galen Reach, Nordhorn, and Rhinemark. Africa is the Riftlands and Kapa Noor. Asia is broken by indistinct tributaries, its fragments labeled Ulan, Isle of Varka, the Kulan Expanse, and farther south, names like the 10,000 Strands, Heikoro Drift, the Shattered Han. And Antarctica, shaded green, no longer a region of ice, is inked with a single word: Krya. Even the oceans have been retitled. The Atlantic is now Old Atlantic. What I think was once the Indian Ocean is marked Inderi Waters, with smaller letters beneath that read Sea of the Old Sun. And the Pacific, perhaps most haunting of all, is now called simply the Vast Quiet. I shake my head, sliding my palm over the map to where Nova Scotia once sat, but is now a scattering of finger-like islands, jagged and broken, hardly any structure to them. It's been a year since I saw James in front of Nana's house, and in my mind, I like to think of it, the house facing the sea, mostly unchanged. James might still be alive, or another family could be living inside, restoring the small single-story home, caring for it like Nana had. It gave me some comfort, thinking of the place where I spent my childhood. But as I search the ragged edges of each island, I'm certain the house is long gone. Splintered apart, sent into the sea. Nothing of what I remember remains. Clay reaches out, touches my hand, knowing what I'm thinking. He always seems to know. But my fingers keep searching the map, looking for something familiar. The shapes of old continents are distorted, sea levels flooding into coastlines, turning them into archipelagos, while only inland mountainous regions hold their ground. My stomach churns from hunger and an ache that feels like nostalgia for a world that's been lost. And I notice what I didn't at first. There are faint lines crossed over most of the islands and territories. Some have an X written in faded pencil. Other islands are circled. "What is this?" I ask aloud. My eyes scan the map, trying to understand, and then I see the notes written along the bottom edge. X, uninhabited. Circled, unsurveyed. A thorn nags at my mind. I scan the map again. Most areas are marked with an X, only a few are circled. And the understanding rattles through me like water through old rusty pipes. Do you think whoever was on that ship was searching for something? Looking for a place where people might still exist? Clay sinks down into one of the kitchen chairs, letting out a breath and touching his torso. I worried that he pushed himself too hard, climbing down the rocks into the boat.
I worry the pain and inflammation will return. I worry about so many things.
Looks that way.
He answers. I thought the world would always be there, waiting, even if I never returned. But it hits me now, a question I don't want to ask. I look to the kitchen window. I wonder if there's anyone else alive out there. I feel dizzy, like my own body has been dismantled, scattered to the winds and tides. Clay shakes his head, eyes settled on the map, his mind lost to a series of terrifying thoughts. Has the world gone silent? Time has reshaped everything. Oceans have risen, earthquakes from the deep, hurricanes unspooling from the Atlantic. Or maybe it was something else, some other catastrophe that dislodged the continents and scattered them across a single ocean. If the map we found is correct, most of them are uninhabited, places that have gone quiet. A dull pressure forms behind my eyes. I knew that the world was surely changed. I knew that most of the people I once loved were long gone. But I hadn't imagined this. A restructuring of everything. A collapse. We boil the rice down to a porridge, mixing in fresh seaweed, sea salt, and the last of the dried thyme. After we eat, I walk down to the shore to watch the sunset, seeking something in its dull warmth. A sign of life. Homes dotting a shoreline, laughter from a nearby ship. But we are alone. This thought begins to pick at me, a sharpened fingernail against a scab. How long had the flotilla of boats been adrift before they reached our shores? Months? Years in our timeline? Their passengers long ago dead. The last of the sunlight flashes across the sea, turning a soft rosebud, reminding me of watermelon. I never liked watermelon growing up. I found the texture too grainy, like sand, but also oddly slippery. When the other kids clamored for it, I grimaced. But I crave it now. The sweetness of summer, the scent of barbecues smoking in backyards, the sound of sprinklers circling over lawns. A reminder of days spent carefree and innocent, as if time would never touch me, never fold its fingers around my throat and squeeze. The ocean surrounding the island grows warmer each day, the sky breezy and mild. But I feel turbulent, anxious. After those men walked onto our island, I was afraid of everything. I hoped we'd never see another human again. But now, I wonder if this is worse. Never seeing another human again. We eat rice for 3 days in a row. Our bodies strengthened a little. I check the hen house each morning, but it's as if the chickens have given up hope. They see no point in laying eggs into a world that has gone dark. On the 4th day, Clay pushes through the back door into the kitchen, breathing heavy from the climb up to the house from the shore. A silvery fish hooked between his fingers. I almost drop to my knees. He moves to the sink, setting it inside. And I think it's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. We smoke the fish outside over the bonfire, then sit, eating slowly, carefully pulling away each bite from the delicate bones. The taste of survival. The night is humid, warm, and I press myself into his arms, staring up at the stars, knowing that tonight we will sleep under the open sky, bellies full, minds calmed. But there is still an emptiness inside me, a fear when I cast my eyes out over the sea, a feeling that we're all alone. Clay's breathing changes, and I think he might be asleep. But still, the words leave my lips. There's nothing left. We're left, he answers. Chapter 16.
The hours are infinite, looping back on themselves, hard to track. We eat the last of the rice, the dried fish. I feel my body turning to air, light, easily swept away by the winds. In the evening, we sit on the porch, our bellies empty. He takes my hand in his, trailing his fingers across my palm, tracing my fate. My life mapped out beneath his touch. He is gentle with me, like he knows there isn't much time left. Sometimes we're too tired to climb the stairs to bed, so we sleep in the grass, beside the campfire, and I swear I fall asleep with my eyes open, the stars whirling overhead. I dream of the warm, sandy beach, wading through the cove to gather coconuts and avocado. I want to slip back in time, to when our lives felt uncomplicated and endless and sure. I don't tell Clay about my dreams, because I know he'll only wish he could make them true. Give me what I want. But there's no unwinding the clock. He brings me flowers picked from the cliff edge, near the gravesite. Bluebonnets and dandelions. I put them in a ceramic vase, leaving them on the kitchen table beside the hole burned permanently into the wood from Kochek's cigarette. We've survived so much inside these walls, and the wildflowers feel garish and bright against the muted white of the kitchen. Everything feels vivid to me now, every scent, every color, like I'm seeing the last of it, the last shutter click of my eyelids, capturing the final moments before the end. In the morning, sunlight filtering through the bedroom window, lace-like, dappled by clouds, I hear him stir beside me. I'm still in that delicate place between asleep and awake, when he touches my hair, softly, almost reverently. "I'm sorry, Ellie," he whispers, not intending for me to hear. He breathes, is still a moment. "I'd do anything to protect you. I don't know how to protect you now. I don't know how to save us." His voice quivers, loses its strength, and he releases his hand from my hair. I feel his weight leave the bed, and he crosses the room, closing the door behind him. He will walk down to the shore, perch on a rock as the sun arcs over the island, hoping to pull a fish from the sea. I should have turned to him, told him that none of this is his fault, told him that he saved me long ago when he pulled me from the shore, when he told me he loved me. There was a time, back when I was still with James in Seattle, when I thought strength meant doing everything on my own, proving I didn't need anyone's help. I believed I had to save myself. But what's wrong with being saved? With feeling so unsteady that you need someone else to hold you up, to carry you to bed and promise to never let go? I should have touched him, reassured him. Instead, I close my eyes and reach for the dark, that empty void in my mind where sleep finds me again, where my dreams are blotted out vestiges of the past, and never the future. Life is rarely as perfect or as well-timed as the stories written down in books. I always loved the tidiness of fiction, the predictable rise and fall of each act, the anticipation as it neared its end, knowing that everything would be sorted and accounted for, no loose ends. But here, in this world, nothing is quite so flawless. It rains, a downpour that thunders against the roof, soaking the island, smearing the sky in watercolor grays. "Stay in bed with me," I beg Clay. He's had no luck fishing from the shore, so there's no point standing out there, soaking himself to the bone, if we won't be able to eat anyway. Might as well spend the day in our room, listening to the rain, saving our strength. He nods, running his fingers down my cheek. As the days grow thinner, more desperate, he is the only thing that beats against my chest, keeping me alive. The sun makes ribbons across the bedsheet, along my arms where they drape across his stomach. We always said we'd love each other until the end, I murmur, tracing my index finger around the pink scar at his lower abdomen. Maybe this is the end. There is no sorrow in my voice, only memory, a feeling of ease. It has come to this, and he is the last thing I'll ever see. Maybe we'll die in this bed, arms folded over each other, lips drawn close, the sky shedding tears over the house, where I once feared him but grew to love him. He breathes, brushing his fingertips over my temple, down my neck.
Sometimes, when I look at you, I think my heart will burst, and I cannot think of a better way to die.
I laugh, the sound quick, before it sinks back into my chest. I lift my chin, laying my lips over his, so softly it feels like I will melt into him and we will become one. I will always find you, I whisper against his mouth, even in the next lifetime. His hand slides around to the back of my neck, pulling me closer to him. I let my eyes slip closed, sinking into sleep, where we dream the same dreams, where we never wake. We die on this night. His fingers in my hair, my palm over his heart. We exhale our final breath, the last to die, the last to ever really live. In my dreams, we never wake. But this isn't really the end. Because before the sun has even risen, just a shadowy light to the east, I hear Clay stirring awake, slipping from bed. We didn't die, as my dreams foretold. Not yet. I feel his lips against my cheek. The light outside is watery and pastel, the rain still falling.
It's time, he says.
I turn to see him more clearly.
We've hardly eaten in nearly 2 weeks. I'm going out to the hen house. If there's no eggs, then I have to.
No. I push myself up, arms weak, and when I rest back against the headboard, the room spins around me. We can wait another day.
Nay.
He shakes his head.
We winna survive if we don't eat.
If we don't reach land, we're going to die anyway. Killing the chickens will only get us a few more days. I blink, trying to keep the room from tilting. Let them live, please. He leans down, kissing me, this time on the lips.
You're too soft for farm life,
he whispers with a smile.
Let's hope there's an egg waiting for me when I get out there.
He turns before I can protest further and leaves the room, his footsteps echoing down the stairs. I sink back into bed, pulling the blankets over my head. I don't want to think about Clay ending the lives of our chickens, who survived a hurricane, who we caught and brought back to the island, who withstood the Arctic by living in the cellar. They have been through as much as we have. They deserve a chance at life. My dreams are dark and drowning, like I'm being pulled under, but I'm awoken by a hand against my shoulder. I jerk awake, eyes flashing up to the ceiling. Clay is seated beside me. I can feel his shadow as my eyes adjust to the waking world.
Ellie,
he says, his voice quiet, calm, different somehow. Still, I start to turn away from him, not wanting to hear what he had to do. That we will eat tonight, but it meant the sacrifice of one of the chickens.
Look.
I hesitate, my eyes going to the window briefly, where rain drips down the glass. But finally I turn, facing him, and his outstretched palm. At first, I can't tell what he's holding. It's too obscure in the dim light of the room. I blink again, and I smell its sweetness before my eyes fully settle on it. The soft scent of summer fruit, the sultry taste as your teeth break the velvet skin. A peach. I sit up, and Clay holds it out to me, forcing it into my cupped hands. Slowly, I bring it to my nose, inhaling deeply. The scent is rich and honeyed. Impossible. How? He smiles.
There's more.
I look to the window, unsure if I'm still in a dream, but he holds out his hand and I take it, letting him lead me down the stairs. I hold the peach against my chest as if it were a rare jewel, the most precious thing I've ever possessed. Clay pulls open the front door, then waits for me to step out onto the porch. My heart beats unevenly, a symptom of hunger, of disbelief. Rain still dapples the sky, but the sea is gone. Ahead of us waits a large expanse of land, green and rich, trees swaying in the morning wind, shorebirds pecking along a rocky beach. Clay stands beside me, breathing. You went ashore? I ask, surprised he would risk it, alone, in case we got separated. But we're also starving. Desperation likely drove him out to that enticing stretch of beach. He nods.
Orchard trees. Just up a little ways. Peaches and apples. Even pears, I think.
Clay. The word is an exhale, but the tears are falling, cascading down my cheeks. He folds me in his arms.
Eat,
he says, nodding at the peach.
I wanted ye to have the first one.
I bring it to my lips, but before my teeth can sink through the soft skin, there is movement in the distance. The shorebirds suddenly lift into the sky, erupting in a chorus of trills, scattering. From the tree line, a dog appears, sprinting into the open, tongue flapping, legs bounding happily like any canine who's been set free on an expansive beach. It looks like a golden retriever, large and dopey, and it darts after the birds, but they're already airborne. A second later, something else emerges from the trees, from the same shaded opening in the evergreens. A young boy. Chapter 17. We are not alone. Clay makes his way across the rocky inlet connecting the island to the shore, a handgun hidden at his waist, limping slightly. I watch from the grassy slope, the rifle at my side. The dog gallops to greet Clay first, tail swishing, head nudging into his palm. The boy waves at Clay, smiling, friendly. He can't be more than 8 or 9. And when they meet, the young boy, reddish-brown hair cut short, a good 2 feet shorter than Clay, holds out his hand, a formal greeting. They talk for several minutes, then the boy gestures to the trees. Clay turns his head back to the island, to me, but he doesn't wave. Maybe he doesn't want the boy to know I am here, that there is a woman waiting on the island. He remembers what happened last time. He turns and follows the boy into the shadowed tree line. I sit at the edge of the island, my heart racing, watching the trees. But as time passes, my body relaxes and I sink into the grass. I finally bite into the peach, greedily, the juice dripping down my fingers. And when I've sucked the pit clean, my stomach immediately wants more. One wasn't enough. I pull dandelions from the soil, twirling them around my fingers before sticking them in my mouth. I never knew dandelions were edible until Clay showed me. I never knew life could feel so perilous, so close to the knife's edge. until I found myself on the island. Tiptoeing toward the edge of death, I've never felt so alive. It's nearly an hour before Clay appears from the trees, something tucked under his arm. Slowly, he makes his way across the inlet, then climbs up the shore. I want to run to him, but I don't have the strength. When he reaches me, he holds out the thing he had been carrying.
"Bread,"
he says, exhaustion in his eyes, relief. I bring the bread to my nose, breathing it in, sweet and dense with the scent of grain.
"There's people, Ellie. A community up in the trees."
His eyes flash back to the shore. How many?
"Couldn't tell. 100, maybe."
I had words, wanting to feel hope, but it's fear that finds me first. Is it safe? He lifts a shoulder.
"Too soon to be sure. I talked to a man at the edge of their village. He seemed relieved to see me. Said it's been years since anyone new came to their shores."
What do we do now?
"He wanted to know if we had anything to trade. I said we didn't have much."
He lets out a long breath, looks weak.
"But he invited us to stay."
Stay. A word that's never had much meaning for us.
"Maybe we can trade for seeds, replant our garden, begin again,"
he suggests. I step closer to him, leaning into his chest, following his gaze to the shore. Did they say where we are? Does this place have a name? He folds an arm around me.
"Used to be part of the southern U.S. coast. The old name is lost to them now, but they call it St. Helena Harbor."
We eat peaches and sliced bread for dinner. From the porch, we can see the faraway hint of firelight deep into the trees. We landed against the shore of this place when we needed it most, as if the scene knew we were near death. It thrust us into the arms of this island that was once part of a much larger continent. Anchored against a shoreline, time slows, as if it settled back into place. The hours pass easily, days like air, sifting through an open window. We are cautious at first, wary of these people who have managed to survive in a world that has been shredded and torn apart. There are 73 members of their community, living simple lives on an abandoned golf course, the greens now wild and overgrown. But they are welcoming, generous and curious, asking questions about our life at sea. Their speech is strange, slightly blunt, as if their language has been worn down by necessity. "Tide pull you wrong?" one man asked when we first met the community, eyes scanning our threadbare clothes, our thin frames, all the hardship evident in our faces. "Rain find you last Eve?" a woman wanted to know, edging closer to us, which I took to mean she wanted to know if it rained the night before we arrived. And from an older man whose face was like cracked bark, "You find folk out there? Or just ghosts floating by?" They speak like people who've shed the luxury of small talk. Every word must earn its place. But they are not castaways scraping out a living from what's left behind. They have no longing for a time before, no sense of what might be missing. They do not measure their lives against what was. They are a gathering of people whose ancestors surely came from the farthest seas. Their clothing hand-stitched from wool, flax, or sun-bleached cotton, hues of sand and stone, palettes from the land itself, skin in every shade, warm amber, deep earth, soft brown, golden tan, hair twisted or sheared or left to tumble in the wind. A people bound not by origin or nation, but, as Clay would say, by the quiet kinship of resilience. We trade what we can: 2 coffee cups, a wooden chair we took from the catamaran, a handful of books. It's the books that excite them the most. One woman clutches a copy of The Secret Garden by Frances Hodgson Burnett, a classic children's novel that I discovered we had 2 copies of. Later, I overhear her referring to it as the Book of Green. At night, we return to the island, lying in bed, facing each other, our bellies full, a safety in our chests we haven't known in a long time.
I know what you're thinking,
he says, his eyes lidded and watery in the moonlight through the window. What's that?
I know my wife wants to make this place her home.
I coil my toes around his. I drip my leg over his calf. I slide myself closer, flesh to flesh. He smells like the sea, always. I remember a time when I craved him, but I never thought I'd feel his hands on me like they are right now. I feel desperate for him most days, desperate to pull him inside me and lay kisses along his collarbone, desperate to defy time, to hold this life in the palm of my hand so I can make each minute last. Maybe we should stop drifting, I say. He runs his thumb across my eyebrow, down to the tip of my nose, then pauses, staring at me. Like he can see the words inside me, see the secret I'm keeping.
You never were any good at lying to me.
His voice is calm, waxen and unhurried.
There's something you aren't saying.
I let my lips edge into a smile. He can always see the truth in my eyes, in the way I breathe, every exhale giving me away. I find his hand, bringing it to my stomach, pressing his palm flat. I don't know for sure. Not yet. But I think so. His eyes fall to my abdomen, light flickering behind them, before they go dark. If I am, it won't be like before, I assure him. What happened to Alice won't happen to me. He swallows, shakes his head.
I kinda lose you.
You won't. His hand lifts to my face, and I kiss his palm. I had been so careful for so long, counting my cycle, noting the days so life wouldn't form inside me. But after the Arctic, I lost track of time. It was about survival. I didn't think it was possible. Didn't think my body was strong enough for cells to divide, for life to begin. But I was wrong. And it found a way. There are women here who've delivered babies before, and they will make sure I'm safe. He folds his fingers around my waist, pulling me flush against him, so every part of me touches every part of him, so he can ease inside me. Maybe it's time we stay, I say. He lays his mouth against my lips.
I'd give you anything you ask for.
In the morning, he begins hauling rocks up from the beach, laying them out across the inlet. He works through the day, sweating in the afternoon heat, the sun against his back. I walk up to the community, working with the women as they grind oats into flour under the shade of oak trees, then harvest honey from the cluster of hives up in the east meadow. They tell stories about the old world when I ask. A time of towers and metal birds, lights that burned untended through the night. But mostly they talk about the shifting seasons, of an early frost that took last spring's cherries, of the thick-bodied fish that return each year with the warmer tides, and of the boy who lost his first tooth, and the girl who won't stop asking about the patterns of the stars. They tell me about mending nets and foraging for mushrooms after it rains, about salting cod to last the winter, and about an ache in the bones that tells them when the weather is about to turn. Their lives are stitched together by the earth and the sea, by hunger and abundance. I can see the resilience in them. a kind of unshakable hope that Clay and I have known all too well. When I return home with a basket filled with pears, we sit on the porch and dream of our own future.
Celasta,
Clay mutters, nodding at the sunset, the sky blush, a rosebud pink, like it's embarrassed of its own beauty. I remember the first time I heard him use this word, when he was still a stranger to me, when I desperately wanted off the island. Now, there's nowhere else I want to be. From the porch, I see the rocks he stacked from our island onto the jetty, connecting the two strips of land. He's not sure if it's enough, if it'll hold, but one of the men from the community told Clay about a length of heavy chain, an abandoned anchor chain from a ship that sits coiled farther down the beach, rusted and forgotten. He offered to help Clay drag it up the beach, to secure the island to shore. We are making this place our home, mooring ourselves here, so we won't be pulled out to sea. Clay touches my hand in my lap, both of us staring out at the Atlantic, watching the sun disappear into the wide, endless ocean.
When ye swam to the island that day,
he says, squeezing my hand,
I thought you were a trick of the sea, or I'd finally gone mad. But in the morning, you were still there, asleep in my bed, walking barefoot through the house, your skin like milk.
He strokes his thumb across my palm.
You were real. And I could watch you every day for the rest of my life.
He smiles a little, remembering.
You changed me, Ellie. I never deserved you, but you found me all the same.
I place my hand over his heart, feeling each thud against the wall of his chest. We all crave something, a thing we can't say aloud, a life unspoken, a life pushed aside and forgotten. Few of us go after it, recklessly, willing to burn the old life to the ground. I did just that, not because I was brave, but because I was afraid of who I was becoming, who I'd be if I didn't. My life used to feel unfinished, a story without an end. But maybe this is the ending I was waiting for, with a man I can't live without. I never stopped believing in the island, even when I pretended I didn't, even when I told myself I had to let it all go. I turned my eyes back to the horizon, to the last of the daylight. And in that final, fragile instant, it happens. A flash of green sparks outward from the place where the sun touches the sea, irradiant and lucent, before it vanishes into the dark. The fabled green flash. Did you see it? Clay nods, contentment in his eyes.
I
don't know why this house and this land broke away from the mainland all those years ago. I don't know why Clay was swept out to sea, and I don't know why I was drawn here as a young girl, why this island has called to me my whole life. I don't know why time moves strangely against its shores. Maybe Clay's broken heart severed time, cracked it like an egg. Maybe a man's heart is capable of powerful things. Maybe mine is capable of even more. I'm sorry you'll never see your homeland of Scotland again, I say softly, breathing in the evening air. Now that we are anchored, we will never drift east, toward the land where he was born. He slides a hand along my thigh, his breathing shallow, but also somehow weightless, as if a calm has descended over him. His fingers brush slightly across my hip until his palm comes to rest against my abdomen, where particles of life gather and grow inside. A life made from the past, from the hours I spent tangled in his arms,
From all the nights, his touch broke me open, making new symbols of my flesh. I never imagined my life this way. Raw and beautiful. I count the seconds to make them last. I count the days and months and years, because it's all any of us have. Time, measured and weighed, it amounts to a whole life. His eyes lift, pouring through me like mercury, filling me up, remaking me. He touches my cheek. Starlight pricks awake overhead, a gentle offshore breeze stirring the soft hairs at my temple, the tall grass twisting up through the porch steps.
"I've no need for Scotland,"
he says in answer, close enough to kiss me, to pull me to him and make me forget everything that came before. But he waits. He holds time in the palm of his hand, until there are no hours left, no winters or springs, until at last we surrender to the sea.
"A man's heart may be devoted to the land he works, sweat and blood and sleepless nights. But when it takes root and the woman he loves, he'll never need land again."
He brushes his thumb across my cheek.
"She becomes the ground, a territory he'd die to protect."
His voice is a whisper, a low tide, clouds in his eyes.
"Ye, Ellie, are my homeland."
Epilogue. Saltwell Island would not be remembered. Most stories never are. But a fable doesn't need to be remembered to be true. And endings are not what we think they are. The sea is deeper than we can measure. Our minds are a place of make-believe. And if you find yourself standing at the edge of everything, peering out across unnamed lands and shores, you may have to choose this life or the one waiting for you.